Some stories cut deeper than others. Stories that slither under your skin and refuse to let go, forcing you to confront the sharp truths hidden in the places we call home. This is a third-person retelling of Sharp Objects by Gillian Flynn, a dark psychological thriller inspired by the author's fascination with toxic mother-daughter relationships, the hidden rot beneath small-town facades, and the ways women turn pain inward with sharp objects of their own. Flynn has spoken about drawing from that unsettling mix of personal unease and the fairy tale gone wrong atmosphere of suffocating hometowns, where secrets fester like old wounds. First published in 2006, the book has sold millions of copies worldwide and established Flynn as a master of unflinching suspense. Its author, Gillian Flynn, is the best-selling writer known for works like Dark Places and the global phenomenon Gone Girl. She quickly became one of the most compelling voices in modern thrillers, blending razor-sharp prose with deeply flawed, unforgettable women. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a critically acclaimed HBO miniseries in 2018, starring Amy Adams. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the haunting world unfolding before you, so please bear with my request. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning the scars we carry, the lies we tell ourselves, and just how far we'll go to feel something real. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. She sat in her gunny-covered cubicle, the new sweater itching like fire against her skin, stinging red, ugly, pulled from a tag sale because May in Chicago had turned cold enough to freeze her shirt sleeves after 4 straight days of shivering. On the screen in front of her, the day's story waited, limp and ordinary in its evil. 4 little kids, 2 through 6, locked 3 days in a South Side room with nothing but tuna sandwiches and a quart of milk, scrabbling like chickens across food and feces on the carpet. Their mother had simply wandered off for a hit on the pipe and forgotten them. No burns, no broken bones. Just that slow, irretrievable slip. Camille had seen the woman after the arrest. Tammy Davis, 22, blonde and heavy, pink rouge daubed in perfect shot-glass circles on her cheeks. And now she pictured her on a sagging sofa, lips sealed around the metal stem, the sharp burst of smoke lifting her straight back to junior high, where she had still been the prettiest girl, glossy-lipped at 13. Sucking cinnamon sticks before she kissed the boys who still cared. A heavy belly pressed close behind her. The smell of old cigarettes and stale coffee rolled over her shoulder. Frank Curry, her editor, rocked back in his cracked hush puppies, teeth stained brown with tobacco spit. He tapped a silver thumbtack, point up, lightly under his yellowed nail and asked how far along she was. She told him she was nearly finished, though she had only 3 inches of copy and needed 10. He wanted the piece filed and her in his office. She offered to come right then. He repeated himself, sharper. Finish it first. She agreed to 10 minutes, already wanting the thumbtack back. As he turned to leave, his tie swinging low near his crotch, he called her name one last time and told her again to file the damn thing. He thought she was soft. Maybe because she was a woman, maybe because she was. She walked up to his office on the 3rd floor, the one that always made him look panicky when he glanced out at the tree trunk instead of leaves the way real editors did from higher floors. The Daily Post sprawled low and wide across the suburbs like a stain nobody noticed, wedged between carpet stores and lamp shops. The whole township had been thrown up fast between 61 and 64 by a developer who named it Aurora Springs after his daughter, right after her bad riding accident. He posed for the sign photo, then left. The daughter, now in her 50s and mostly fine except for the occasional tingle in her arms, still came back from Florida every few years to stand by that same sign for another picture. Camille had written that slice-of-life piece. Curry hated it, got quietly drunk on Old Chambord while he read, the office reeking of raspberries afterward. He drank often but quietly. The low view was just bad luck. She stepped inside and closed the door. The room felt bland and institutional. The kind of place where you could argue press freedom or schedule a pap smear and no one would blink. Curry held a ballpoint pen to his grizzled chin, the tip hovering like it might leave a blue prick in the stubble. He asked about wind gap. She gave him the facts she kept ready. bottom of Missouri, Boot Heel, spitting distance from Tennessee and Arkansas, older than the Civil War, once a Mississippi port, now mostly hog butchering, 2,000 people, old money and trash. He wanted to know which she was. She said trash from old money and smiled. He frowned. Then he asked what the hell was happening down there. She sat quiet, running through the usual small-town disasters, bus crash, twister, silo explosion, toddler in a well, while a sulk settled in her chest. She had hoped for praise, a better beat, even a scrap of a raise. Not this. He reminded her her mother and stepfather were still there, along with the half-sister born while she was in college, Amma, whose name she sometimes forgot, and the long-gone Marion. He pressed whether she ever talked to them. Not since Christmas, she admitted, that polite, bourbon-buffered call. He cursed softly and told her to read the wires sometime. A little girl strangled last August, and now another one missing. It sounded like a serial to him. He wanted her to drive down and get the story. Leave today, be there by morning. She pushed back. They had plenty of horror right here in Chicago. He ran a hand through his hair until it stood in frazzled spikes and reminded her of the 3 bigger papers with twice the staff and money. This was their shot at something big, the kind of story that could make them the paper people turned to overnight. He believed it the way he believed the right piece could change everything. He had watched another writer win a Pulitzer for a hometown flood story in Texas. She still didn't want to go. Her hands clamped white-knuckled on the chair arms, as if he might physically pull her out. Curry stared at her with those watery hazel eyes, cleared his throat, glanced at the photo of his wife, and gave her the gentle doctor's smile he saved for bad news. He told her if she couldn't do it, she couldn't, but he thought it might be good for her, clear some things out, get her steady again. It was a strong story. They needed it. She needed it. He had always backed her, always said she had a surprising mind, even when her 2 years on the job had fallen short, sometimes badly. She felt the quiet urging across the desk and nodded, trying to look sure. She would go pack. Her palms left damp prints on the chair when she stood. She had no pets, no plants to arrange. Into a duffel she stuffed clothes for 5 days, enough to convince herself she would be out of wind gap before the week ended. One last look around the apartment showed her the truth. Cheap, half-finished, college kid transient. She promised herself a decent sofa as a reward when she came back with the story she already knew would be stunning. By the door, a photo waited on the table. Her as a preteen holding 7-year-old Marion, both of them laughing hard, Marion's eyes wide with surprise, her own eyes squeezed shut, arms squeezing the skinny legs that dangled over her knees. She couldn't remember the day or the joke anymore. It had become a pleasant mystery she liked leaving unsolved. She ran a bath instead of a shower. The spray always set her skin buzzing like a flipped switch. She wadded a thin motel towel over the drain, aimed the nozzle at the wall, and sat in the 3 inches of pooled water while someone else's pubic hair drifted past. When she got out, she had no second towel, so she ran dripping to the bed and blotted herself dry with the cheap, spongy blanket. She drank warm bourbon and cursed the broken ice machine. Wind Gap lay 11 hours south. Curry had budgeted 1 night in a motel and gas station breakfast, but once she reached town she would stay at her mother's. He had decided that for her. She already knew the welcome she would get, the quick, shocked flutter of hands to hair, the off-balance hug that left her angled sideways, the polite talk about the spotless house, the careful question about how long they would have her, sweetness, which really meant when she planned to leave. The politeness always cut deepest. She should have been making notes, writing questions. Instead, she drank more bourbon, swallowed aspirin, killed the light. The wet hum of the air conditioner and the tinny plink of a video game through the wall rocked her under. She was only 30 miles from her hometown, but she needed one last night away. Morning came with an old jelly donut inhaled on the run. She headed south as the temperature climbed, and the forest crowded both sides of the highway, ominously flat Missouri, miles of plain trees sliced by the thin black ribbon of road, the same view repeating every 2 minutes. You couldn't see Wind Gap until you were on it. Its tallest building rose only 3 stories. First, a gas station appeared, bare-chested teenage boys lounging out front, bored. Nearby, a diapered toddler hurled fistfuls of gravel while his mother pumped gas, her gold-dyed hair showing dark roots almost to the ears. She shouted something at the boys as Camille passed. The trees thinned. A scrubby strip mall slid by. Tanning beds, gun shop, drapery store, then a lonely half-built cul-de-sac of old houses, and finally the town itself. She held her breath without meaning to as she passed the welcome sign, the way kids do at cemeteries. 8 years gone, yet the streets hit her in the gut. That road led to her old piano teacher's house, the ex-nun whose breath always smelled of eggs. That path curved to the tiny park where she had smoked her first cigarette on a sweaty summer afternoon. That boulevard pointed toward Woodbury and the hospital. She drove straight to the police station at the end of Main Street. The town center was empty. No cars, no people. A dog trotted alone down the sidewalk. Every lamppost wore yellow ribbons and grainy photocopies of a little girl. She parked, peeled one notice from a stop sign at a child's height. Homemade. Missing in thick letters at the top, probably magic marker. The photo showed a dark-eyed 10-year-old with a wild grin and too much hair. Natalie Jane Keene, missing since May 11th, last seen at Jacob J. Garrett Park in blue jean shorts and a red striped t-shirt. Tips to 555-7377. Camille liked her instantly. She hoped the police station would deliver quick relief. Natalie Jane already found, safe, nothing worse than a twisted ankle or a change of heart after running off. She could turn around, drive straight back to Chicago, and speak to no one. The empty streets made sense now. Half the town had gone north into the forest to search. The receptionist said Chief Bill Vickery would return soon for lunch and waved her to wait. Camille sat in an orange chair in the dentist office waiting room, flipping through Redbook while a plugged-in air freshener hissed fake country breeze scent. After 30 minutes and 3 magazines, the smell turned her stomach. When Vickery finally entered, sweat already darkening his uniform, the receptionist nodded toward her and whispered, "Media," with open disdain. The slim chief in his early 50s stared over his bifocals. Media? What media? She introduced herself as Camille Preaker from the Chicago Daily Post. He repeated, "Chicago?" in disbelief and asked why she had come all that way. She told him she wanted to talk about the 2 little girls, Natalie Keene and the one murdered last year. He swore softly, glancing between her and the receptionist as if they had plotted together, then motioned her to follow. He told Ruth to hold his calls. She rolled her eyes. He led her down a wood-paneled hallway lined with cheap framed pictures of trout and horses, into a windowless square office crammed with metal files. He sat, lit a cigarette, and offered her none. He said he didn't want any of this getting out. He had no intention of letting it spread. She answered with the line she had rehearsed on the drive down. Children were being targeted, and the public deserved to know. He stood, sat again, shuffled papers, and asked why she cared. They weren't her kids, they were Wind Gap kids. Chicago had never bothered with them before. His voice cracked on the last words. He sucked hard on the cigarette, twisted the chunky gold ring on his pinky, and blinked rapidly. For a moment she thought he might cry. She conceded he was probably right, but assured him this would not be an exploitative piece. It mattered. To prove her good faith, she added that she was from Wind Gap herself. He studied her face and asked her name again. Camille Preaker. He wondered how he didn't know her. She said she had never been in trouble. He recognized her family once she mentioned her mother had married Alan Crellin 25 years ago. Adora and Alan Crellin. Everyone knew them. Real money was rare in Wind Gap. Still, he didn't want her there. A story like this would mean the town would only be remembered for it. She suggested publicity sometimes helped in these cases. He stared at his crumpled paper bag lunch that smelled of bologna, muttered something about John Bennett, then refused again. No comment on any ongoing investigation. He could be quoted on that. She reminded him she had every right to be there and proposed they make it simple. He'd give her something, anything, and she would stay out of his way for a while. She didn't want to complicate his job, but she had to do hers. When she left the station, she carried a photocopied map of Wind Gap with a small X inked where the murdered girl's body had been found last year. Ann Nash, 9 years old, had been discovered on August 27th in Falls Creek, the rocky stream cutting through the North Woods. She had gone missing the night of the 26th. Searchers had combed the forest, but hunters found her just after 5 in the morning. She had been strangled near midnight with ordinary clothesline looped twice around her neck, then dumped in the low water during the summer drought. The line caught on a large rock and she had floated there all night. The funeral was closed casket. That was all Vickery gave her after an hour of steady questions. From the library payphone, she dialed the number on the missing poster. An elderly woman answered for the Natalie Keene hotline while a dishwasher rumbled in the background. She said the search continued in the North Woods. Volunteers should report to the main access road and bring their own water. Record heat was forecast. At the site, 4 blonde girls sat stiff on a picnic towel in the sun and pointed down a trail, telling her to keep walking until she reached the group. The prettiest one, barely into her teens with ribbon-parted hair and a flushed round face, asked what she was doing there. Her breasts pushed forward with adult confidence. She smiled as if she recognized Camille, though that was impossible. She would have been a preschooler 8 years ago. The girl looked familiar anyway, perhaps the daughter of an old classmate who had gotten pregnant right after high school. Camille said she was just there to help. The girl smirked, right, then lost interest and picked at her toenail polish. Camille left the hot gravel and stepped into the forest, where the air felt even warmer, thick and jungle wet. Goldenrod and sumac brushed her ankles, white cottonwood seeds floated everywhere, slipping into her mouth and sticking to her arms. As a child they had called them fairy dresses. In the distance voices rose and fell, calling Natalie's name like a song. After 10 more minutes of hard walking, she spotted them, about 4 dozen people moving in long rows, sweeping the brush ahead with sticks. A beer-bellied man nearest her called out asking for news. She left the trail, threaded through the trees, and joined him. She offered to help. He told her to walk beside him. Every extra body meant less ground to cover. They moved in silence for a few minutes while he cleared his throat with wet, rocky coughs. Suddenly he said sometimes he thought they should just burn these woods. Nothing good ever happened in them. He asked if she was a friend of the Keens. She admitted she was a reporter with the Chicago Daily Post. He took that in, then asked if she was writing about all this. A girl's scream tore through the trees. "Natalie!" And they ran toward it. Figures hurried past. A white blonde teenager stumbled onto the trail, red-faced and frantic, shouting the name at the sky like a drunk. An older man, probably her father, caught her and guided her out of the woods. When asked if they had found anything, the others shook their heads. She had just gotten spooked. One man added that girls shouldn't be out here anyway, not with things as they were, and looked pointedly at Camille before wiping his brow and returning to the search. Her partner called it sad work in a sad time. They continued slowly. She kicked aside rusted beer cans. A single bird flashed past at eye level, then shot upward. A grasshopper landed on her wrist. She asked what he thought about everything, pulling out her notebook. He said he didn't know much. No one was even sure the cases were connected. Natalie might still turn up safe. It had only been 2 days. When she asked about theories on Anne, he guessed some crazy man riding through town, off his pills, hearing voices. She pressed why he thought that. He stopped, took out a package of chaw, tucked a fat pinch into his gum, and worked it until the first sting hit. Her own mouth tingled in sympathy. Why else, he asked, would someone pull out a dead little girl's teeth? He had taken all but the back of a baby molar. After another hour, with no new finds and little more information, she left her partner, Ronald J. Kamens, who asked her to include the middle initial, and hiked south toward the spot where Anne's body had been found. 15 minutes later, the distant calls for Natalie faded. 10 more, and she heard the bright rush of Falls Creek. Carrying a child through these woods would have been difficult. Branches and leaves choked the path, roots jutted up. If Anne had been a true Wind Gap girl, raised to utmost femininity, her long hair would have tangled in every bush. Camille kept mistaking spiderwebs for strands of hair. The grass at the discovery site still lay flattened, raked over by curious hands. A few fresh cigarette butts dotted the ground from kids scaring each other with stories of a madman collecting bloody teeth. In the creek, stones had once snagged the clothesline around Anne's neck, tethering her to float like the condemned through half the night. Now only smooth water rolled over sand. The townsfolk had pried those rocks loose, hauled them out in a pickup, and smashed them just outside town, a gesture of faith to keep evil away. It hadn't worked. She sat at the creek's edge, palms brushing the hot rocky soil, then picked up a smooth stone and pressed it to her cheek. She wondered if Anne had ever played here while alive. Maybe the new generation of Wind Gap kids found better ways to spend their summers. When she was young, they had swum downstream where big table rocks formed shallow pools. Crawdads skittered around their bare feet, and they would jump and scream if one touched them. No one bothered with swimsuits. They rode home in soaked shorts and halters, shaking water from their hair like wet dogs. Sometimes older boys, carrying shotguns and stolen beer, would tromp through on their way to hunt flying squirrels or hare, bloody chunks of meat swinging from their belts. Those cocky, sweat-smelling boys, aggressively unaware of the girls, had always drawn her. There were different kinds of hunting, she knew now. The boys she grew up with were blood hunters from the start. They lived for that sudden jerk when a silky fleeing animal cracked sideways from their shot. When she was 12, she had wandered into a neighbor boy's hunting shed, a wood-planked shack where animals were stripped and split. Ribbons of moist pink flesh hung from strings to dry into jerky. The dirt floor was stained rust with blood. The walls were papered with photographs of naked women, some spreading themselves, others held down and penetrated, one tied up with glazed eyes and veined breasts, while a man took her from behind. She could still smell the thick, gory air. She lay in the dark that night and for the first time slid a finger beneath her panties, touching herself until her breath came ragged and a wave of sickness rolled through her chest. She gave up on the search and stopped at Footh's, the town's dim country bar, for a quick bourbon before heading to 1665 Grove Street, home of the Nashes, parents of Ashley, 12, Tiffany, 11, the murdered Anne, forever 9, and 6-year-old Bobby Jr. 3 girls had come first, each arrival tightening the quiet desperation for a son. Ashley arrived sweet and healthy. They had wanted 2 anyway, so she received the fancy spelling and a closet of frosted dresses. Tiffany followed, the welcome cooler. When the 3rd pregnancy began, Bob bought a tiny baseball glove to coax the baby the right way. Anne came anyway, saddled with a plain family name. Then Bobby arrived 3 years later, accident or final try, and the girls learned how unnecessary they were. Especially Anne. Now dead, she finally drew their full attention. Camille took the 2nd bourbon in one swallow, loosened her shoulders, slapped color into her cheeks, climbed into the big blue Buick, and wished for one more drink. She was not the kind of reporter who enjoyed digging through private grief. It was probably why she remained second-rate. She still knew the route to Grove Street, 2 blocks behind Millard Calhoun High School, the district's last proud effort before the Depression. Named for the town's first mayor, a Confederate Civil War hero who had single-handedly held off a troop of Yankees in Lexington, the school carried his plaque and his legend. Calhoun himself died in 1929, just shy of 100, seated in the town square gazebo during a brass band tribute. He leaned into his wife, said it was all too loud, and dropped dead into the Stars and Bars tea cakes. She had always felt a quiet fondness for him. Sometimes everything was too loud. The Nash house looked exactly as she expected. Late 70s ranch, garage dominant, one of the identical boxes on the west side. In the driveway, a chubby blonde boy sat trapped on a big wheel too small for him, grunting as the plastic wheels spun uselessly beneath his weight. She asked if he wanted a push. He stared, stuck a finger in his mouth, belly spilling from his tank top. Bobby Jr. looked dull and frightened. When she stepped closer, he bolted off the toy, which clung to him for 2 awkward steps before clattering free, and ran screaming for his father as though she had struck him. By the time she reached the door, Bob Nash stood waiting. Behind him in the hallway, a 3-tier shell fountain gurgled. The water smelled stale even through the screen. She introduced herself as Camille Preaker from Wind Gap, now with the Chicago Daily Post, covering Natalie Keene and his daughter's murder. He slid both hands into his pockets, rocked back on his heels, and said they could talk in the bedroom. She followed him through the living room clutter of overflowing laundry baskets, past a bathroom with an empty toilet paper roll on the floor, and down a hallway of faded photos. Blonde girls orbiting a baby boy, a young Nash stiffly cutting cake with his bride. The bedroom felt orderly by contrast, matching curtains and bedspread, tidy dresser, an island of calm at the edge of the mess. Nash sat on one side of the bed, she took the other. There were no chairs. He handed her a glass of cherry Kool-Aid. He looked maintained, clipped mustache, gelled receding hair, green polo tucked tight. She guessed he kept this one room neat himself. He needed no warm-up. Anne had ridden her bike around the block all last summer. They had kept her close because she was only 9. At the end of the season, his wife finally relented and let her pedal to friend Emily's house. She never arrived. They realized it at 8 o'clock. She had left at 7, so somewhere in those 10 blocks someone took her. His wife would never forgive herself. He finished the Kool-Aid in one pull and wiped his mouth. He spoke of the bastard out there hunting babies while the rest of them slept or worked. He knew Natalie Keene was not simply lost. When she asked whether anyone might have wanted to hurt the family through Anne, he said he sold ergonomic chairs over the phone from an office in Haiti with 2 other men. His wife did part-time work at the grade school. No drama, no enemies. Someone had simply chosen to kill their little girl. He walked to the sliding door that opened onto a tiny deck but stayed inside. He suggested it might have been a homo, euphemism for the local word. She asked why. He said the killer had not raped her, which everyone called unusual. He called it the only blessing. He would rather the child be killed than raped. She murmured whether there had been any signs of molestation. None, he answered. No bruises, no cuts, no torture beyond the strangling and the teeth pried out. He regretted the earlier remark. Still, she understood what he meant. She let the tape recorder run, catching the clink of his melting ice and the thump of a neighbor's volleyball game in the fading daylight. A pretty blonde girl with a waist-length ponytail cracked the door and asked for her father. He told her not now. She was hungry. He said she could fix waffles from the freezer and make sure Bobby ate too. The girl lingered, eyes on the carpet, then closed the door softly. Camille wondered where their mother was. He confirmed he had not been home when Anne left. He was driving back from Haiti, an hour away. He had not heard his daughter. She had seen him that morning, but they probably hadn't spoken. 4 kids made mornings loud. He twirled the solid lump of ice in his glass, ran fingers under his mustache, and said no one had been any help. Vickery was in over his head. A young, smug detective from Kansas City had been assigned and already counted the days until he could leave. Nash pulled a school photo from his wallet. Anne with a wide, crooked smile and jagged brown hair cut short above her chin. His wife had wanted rollers for picture day. Anne had chopped it herself. She was willful, a tomboy. He was surprised she had been the one taken. Ashley was the pretty one people noticed. Anne must have put up a fight. As she left, he gave her Emily Stone's address. She drove the short, squared blocks slowly. This west side still looked new, grass bright and rolled out like carpet 30 summers ago, nothing like the dark, prickly blades in front of her mother's house that made better whistles. Anne could have reached Emily's in 5 minutes, 10 if she took the long way on her first real ride of the summer. 9 was too old to be circling the same block. What had happened to the bike? She rolled past Emily's house as night turned the sky blue. A girl flashed by a bright window. She imagined Emily's parents hugging her tighter now, and Emily wondering where Anne had been taken to die. Camille wondered too. Pulling 20-some teeth, even small ones, from a lifeless body, took time and a safe place to pause and breathe. She looked again at the school photo, edges already curling as if to shield the girl. The defiant haircut and grin reminded her of Natalie. She liked this one too. She tucked the picture into the glove compartment, then pushed up her sleeve and wrote Anne-Marie Nash in lush blue ballpoint along the soft inside of her arm. She did not turn around in any driveway. People were jittery enough without strange cars cruising. Instead, she took the long way toward her mother's house. 3 blocks away, she debated calling first, then decided against it. Once you had crossed state lines, you did not phone to ask if you could come home. She parked at the bottom of the steep hill so her arrival would feel less intrusive, then climbed the 63 stairs to her mother's massive Victorian at the southern edge of Wingap's small wealthy pocket. Sweat already slicked her skin by the time she reached the top. She lifted her hair, fanned the back of her neck, and flapped her French blue blouse, the vulgar pit stains blooming dark. She smelled ripe, just as her mother would say. At 9:15, she rang the doorbell, its old cat-call screech now reduced to a polite chime. Her mother's reedy voice asked who it was from behind the door. Camille kept her tone even and answered. The door opened. Adora stood there, unsurprised, offering no hug, not even the limp one Camille had braced for. She asked if something was the matter. Camille said no, she was in town on business. Adora's surprise sounded mild as she invited her in, apologizing that the house was not ready for company. It was perfect, tulips arranged in every vase, the air thick with pollen that made Camille's eyes water. Her mother never asked what kind of business had brought her. She rarely asked anything pointed. Camille had long decided it was either exaggerated politeness or simple indifference. Adora offered a drink. Amaretto sour with a splash of Sprite to sharpen the sweetness, or mango juice, wine, sweet tea, ice water, soda. She asked where Camille was staying. Camille said she hoped to stay here just a few days. Her mother's long, transparent pink nails clicked once on the glass before she agreed it was fine, though she wished she had been phoned so she could have prepared dinner. She led the way down the hallway, luminous white rooms opening on every side, and told Camille to come say hello to Alan on the back porch. As they walked, Camille studied her. It had been nearly a year. Her own hair was now brown instead of red, but Adora didn't seem to notice. Her mother looked unchanged, still glowing pale with long blonde hair and pale blue eyes, like the best doll a girl owns but never plays with. She wore a long pink cotton dress and white slippers, twirling her drink without spilling a drop. Alan sat on the back porch, thinner than Adora, cheekbones sharp enough to make his eyes narrow to almond slits. He looked like he needed an IV. Even for an evening at home, he was overdressed. White safari shorts, baby blue sweater draped over a crisp Oxford. He never sweated. He murmured that it was a real pleasure, noting she had come all the way to Wind Gap despite her supposed moratorium on anything south of Illinois. Camille said she was working. He smiled. That was as close to a question as he would come. Adora reappeared with her hair now tied in a pale blue bow and pressed a chilled amaretto sour into Camille's hand, patting her shoulder twice before sitting beside Alan. Camille brought up the little girls, Anne Nash and Natalie Keene. She was covering the story for her paper. Adora hushed her and looked away, fingers drifting toward her eyelashes, the old tell when she was upset. Sometimes in difficult years she had pulled them all out, leaving her eyes raw and pink. She said the parents were suffering enough without Camille writing it all down for the world. Camille answered that a little girl had been killed and another was missing. It was her job to tell people. Adora said she had known both children and was having a very hard time herself. Who would do such a thing to dead little girls? Camille took a long swallow. Sugar granules clung to her tongue. Her skin hummed. She was not ready for this conversation with her mother. She promised she wouldn't stay long. Alan refolded his sweater cuffs and smoothed the crease in his shorts, his usual contribution to any talk. Adora said she simply could not have talk of hurt children around her. Camille should not tell her anything she learned. She would pretend her daughter was home for summer break. Camille changed the subject and asked about Amma. Adora looked startled, as if she had forgotten the child existed. She said Amma was fine, upstairs asleep. Camille had heard the scampering footsteps from playroom to sewing room to the best spying window on the back porch. Amma was clearly awake and avoiding her, but she let it pass. She smiled and said she was only being polite. They did that up north, too. Adora buried her face in her drink, then resurfaced pink and firm. She told Camille to stay as long as she wanted, but to be kind to her sister. Those girls had been Amma's schoolmates. Camille mumbled that she looked forward to getting to know her and was sorry for her loss. The bitter edge slipped out, but her mother missed it. Adora said she would put her in the bedroom next to the sitting room, her old room with its own tub. She would buy fresh fruit, toothpaste, and steaks. Did Camille still eat steak? Sleep came thin and restless, like lying in a half-filled bathtub with ears underwater. She jolted awake every 20 minutes, heart hammering. She dreamed she was packing the wrong clothes for a summer trip, sweaters instead of light things. She dreamed she had filed the wrong story for Curry, skincare fluff instead of the piece on Tammy Davis and her locked-up children. She dreamed her mother was slicing apple onto thick cuts of meat and feeding her slowly and sweetly because she was dying. Just after 5, she gave up, threw off the covers, and washed Anne's name from her arm. Between dressing, brushing her hair, and dabbing on lipstick, she wrote Natalie Keene in its place instead. She left it there for luck. Outside, the sun was rising, but the car handle already burned hot under her palm. Her face felt numb from lack of sleep. She stretched her eyes and mouth wide like a B-movie scream queen. The search party would reconvene at 6. She wanted a quote from Vickery before the day started. The police station seemed the best place to wait. Main Street looked empty at first, but as she stepped out of the car, she spotted 2 people a few blocks down. The scene made no sense. An older woman sat splayed in the middle of the sidewalk, staring at the side of a building, while a man crouched over her. The woman shook her head frantically like a child refusing food, legs jutting at painful angles. Camille walked briskly toward them and heard their quick, broken murmurs. The white-haired man with the ruined face looked up with milky eyes and told her to get the police and call an ambulance. She started to ask what was wrong, then saw it. Wedged in the narrow gap between the hardware store and the beauty parlor was a tiny body, propped as if casually waiting, brown eyes wide open. Camille recognized the wild curls. The grin was gone. Natalie Keene's lips had caved inward around empty gums in a small, perfect circle. She looked like a plastic baby doll with the built-in hole for a bottle. Natalie had no teeth now. Blood rushed to Camille's face. Sweat shimmered across her skin. Her limbs went slack. For a second, she thought she might drop beside the praying woman. She backed up, leaned against a parked car, and pressed fingers to her neck, willing her pulse to slow. Her eyes caught random flashes, the grimy rubber tip of the old man's cane, a pink mole on the woman's neck, the Band-Aid on Natalie's knee. She could feel her own name for the girl burning hot under her sleeve. More voices approached. Chief Vickery ran up with another man. He grunted, "God damn it," twice when he saw the body, then pressed his face to the brick wall and breathed hard. The second man, about Camille's age, crouched beside Natalie. A loop of bruised purple circled her neck. He pressed fingers above it to check for a pulse, a stall while he steadied himself. The child was obviously dead. Camille guessed this was the smug Kansas City detective. He stayed calm, gently coaxing the woman out of her prayers and into a clear account. The couple owned the diner whose name Camille had forgotten the day before, the Broussards. They had been walking to open for breakfast when they found her. They had been there only 5 minutes before Camille arrived. A uniformed officer showed up and covered his face at the sight. The detective told everyone they would need to go to the station with the officer for statements. He spoke to Vickery with parental firmness. Bill was kneeling motionless by the body, lips moving as if in prayer. His name had to be repeated twice before he snapped back. He said he heard him, then asked Richard to be human for a second. Vickery put his arms around Mrs. Broussard and murmured until she patted his hand. Camille sat in an egg yolk-colored room for 2 hours while the officer took her statement. The whole time she kept thinking of Natalie heading to autopsy and how she wished she could sneak in and put a fresh Band-Aid on the little girl's knee. She wore blue to the funeral. Black felt hopeless and any other shade indecent. She had worn blue to Marian's funeral too, and so had Marian. Adora seemed astonished Camille did not remember. Camille remembered her sister in pale pink. That difference no longer surprised her. She and her mother rarely agreed on anything about the dead girl. The morning of the service, Adora clicked through the rooms on her heels, spraying perfume here, fastening an earring there. Camille watched from the table, drinking hot black coffee that burned her tongue. Adora said she did not know the Keens well, they kept to themselves, but the whole community should stand with them. Natalie had been such a darling. People had been so kind to her when... She glanced down, wistful. The sadness might have been real. Camille had been back in Wind Gap 5 days and still had not seen Amma. Her mother never mentioned the girl. She had also failed to secure a quote from the Keens or their permission to attend the funeral. Curry wanted the coverage more than she had ever heard him want anything, and she needed to prove she could deliver it. She decided the family would never know. No one read their paper anyway. At Our Lady of Sorrows, the air carried murmured greetings and perfumed hugs. Women cooed over Adora, so brave, then made room for her while nodding politely at Camille. The church was a shiny 70s Catholic holdout, bronzy gold and bejeweled like dime store jewelry. The last trace of the Irish founders who had fled the potato famine, been roughed up in New York, and pushed south after the French claimed St. Louis. Missouri had tried to shed its southern past during Reconstruction and swept the Irish out with the rest. They left their faith behind. 10 minutes before the service, a line formed outside. Inside, something felt wrong. Not one child sat among the crowded pews. No boys rolling toy trucks across mothers' laps. No girls cradling dolls. Every face looked 15 or older. Camille wondered if it was respect for the parents or raw fear, an instinct to hide their own from whatever hunted. She pictured hundreds of Wind Gap children tucked in dark dens, sucking the backs of their hands while television flickered, and they stayed unmarked. Without children to mind, the adults looked flat, like paper cutouts. In the back row, Bob Nash sat in a dark suit, wife nowhere in sight. He nodded at her, then frowned. The organ breathed the low notes of Be Not Afraid. The Keene family, until then a single sobbing, hugging knot near the door, filed in tight. Only 2 men were needed to carry the small white coffin. Any more and they would have crowded each other. Natalie's mother led, 3 inches taller than her husband, large and warm-faced with sandy hair held by a headband. She had the open look that made strangers ask for directions. Mr. Keene was small and thin. Round child's face made rounder by wire glasses. Behind them walked a beautiful boy of 18 or 19, head bowed, sobbing. Someone whispered it was Natalie's brother. Tears slid down Adora's cheeks and dropped loudly onto the leather purse in her lap. The woman beside her patted her hand. Camille slipped her notepad from her jacket pocket and began scribbling. Adora slapped her hand down and hissed that she was being disrespectful and embarrassing. Stop, or she would make her leave. Camille put the pad away but kept it in her lap, defiance stabbing through the blush that burned her face. The procession passed. The coffin looked absurdly small. Camille pictured Natalie inside, downy legs, knobby knees, the Band-Aid, and felt a single hard ache, like a period typed at the end of a sentence. The priest murmured the opening prayers in his best vestments while they stood, sat, stood again. prayer cards passed hand to hand. On the front, the Virgin's bright red heart beamed down on baby Jesus. On the back, Natalie Jane Keene, darling daughter, sister and friend. Heaven has a new angel. A larger photo of Natalie rested near the coffin, more formal than the missing poster shot. She looked sweet and homely, pointy chin, slightly bulbous eyes, the kind of girl who might have grown into something strangely striking or stayed sweetly plain. At 10, looks could still shift. Natalie's mother reached the podium clutching a folded paper. Her face was wet, but her voice stayed steady as she read a letter to her only daughter. She spoke of never singing her to sleep again, never tickling her back, never watching her brother twirl her pigtails or her father hold her on his lap. No aisle to walk her down, no uncle for her brother, no more Sunday dinners or summer vacations. They would miss her laughter, her tears. Mostly they would miss her. They loved her. As Mrs. Keene returned to her seat, her husband hurried forward, but she needed no support. The moment she sat, the boy folded into her arms, crying against her neck. Mr. Keene glared angrily across the pews as if searching for someone to strike. The priest called it a terrible tragedy to lose a child, doubly terrible when evil took her. Evil was what it was. The Bible spoke of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, yet they should not dwell on revenge. Jesus urged them instead to love their neighbor. They should be good to one another now and lift their hearts to God. A man behind Camille grumbled that he liked the eye for an eye part better. She wondered whether the tooth for a tooth line unsettled anyone else. When they stepped out into the glare, 4 girls sat in a row along a low stone wall across the street, long coltish legs dangling, breasts pushed up by bras. The same girls from the forest edge. They huddled laughing until the prettiest one spotted Camille, motioned, and they all dropped their heads in pretend solemnity. Their stomachs still shook with laughter. Natalie was buried in the family plot beside a stone already carved with her parents' names. Camille knew the bitter wisdom. No parent should outlive a child, yet it was the only way to keep one forever. Children grew up, chose other loyalties, found spouses, and were not buried with you. The Keenes would remain the purest family, underground. Afterward, the mourners gathered at the Keene home, a massive stone farmhouse that looked like a moneyed dream of pastoral America and nothing else in Wind Gap. Missouri money usually shied from such country quaintness. The buffet held mostly meats: turkey, ham, beef, venison, plus pickles, olives, deviled eggs, hard rolls, and crusted casseroles. Guests split into 2 camps, the tearful in the front room, the dry and stoic in the kitchen. The kitchen group drank coffee and liquor, talked city council elections and school futures, then whispered angrily about the stalled murder cases. One spade-faced man flapped a roast beef sandwich and swore that if he saw any stranger near his girls he would shoot before hello left the man's mouth. His friends nodded. A younger man with orange hair said he did not know why Vickery had not emptied the forest. Hell raised it, because the killer was in there. The spade-faced man offered to go out tomorrow acre by acre. The others muttered agreement and drank more from plastic cups. Camille made a mental note to drive the forest roads in the morning and see whether hangovers killed the plan. She could already hear the sheepish dawn calls, the excuses about storm windows and later beers, receivers lowered slowly to hide the guilty click. The weeping women filled the front room on plush sofas and leather ottomans. Natalie's brother shook in his mother's arms while she rocked him, crying silently and stroking his dark hair. Ladies offered paper plates of food. Mother and son only shook their heads. Adora fluttered around them like a manic blue jay, then drifted back to her own circle when they ignored her. Mr. Keene stood in a corner with Bob Nash, both smoking in silence. Traces of Natalie still lay scattered. A small gray sweater folded over a chair, tennis shoes with bright blue laces by the door, a spiral notebook with a unicorn on the cover, a dog-eared copy of A Wrinkle in Time in the magazine rack. Camille felt rotten. She did not approach the family or announce herself. She moved through their home like a shamed ghost, head down in her beer, spying. She spotted Katie Lacey, her old best friend from Calhoun High, in a well-coiffed circle that mirrored her mother's group 20 years younger. Katie kissed her cheek, said she had heard she was in town and hoped she would phone, then passed her to the others. All 3 had once been her friends. They gave limp hugs, exchanged condolences, murmured how sad it was. Angie Papermaker looked whittled thin again, neck ropey like an old woman's, still fighting the bulimia Camille remembered from high school. Mimi, the spoiled rich girl whose father owned Arkansas chicken farms, asked about Chicago, then turned away to Tiny Tish, who took Camille's hand in a comforting but odd grip. Angie said she had a 5-year-old daughter. Her husband was home with his gun watching over her. Tish murmured it would be a long summer for the little ones, everyone keeping babies under lock and key. Camille thought of the 4 girls outside the church, not much older than Natalie, and wondered why their parents felt no worry. Angie asked in her thin voice whether Camille had kids or was married. Camille said no and no, took a long swallow of beer, and flashed on the memory of Angie vomiting in her bathroom after school, emerging pink and triumphant. Curry had been wrong. Being an insider here distracted more than it helped. The women could not keep the out-of-towner all night, a voice called. Camille turned to Jackie O'Neill, one of her mother's friends, face still puffy and stretched from a fresh facelift, diamonds flashing on tanned fingers. Jackie smelled of juicy fruit and talc as she hugged her. The evening suddenly felt like a reunion, and Camille felt like a child again. She had not even dared pull out her notebook with her mother still there, shooting warning glances. Camille watched Jackie lean in close, her overbleached hair framing a leering smile as she purred compliments about how pretty she looked. Jackie had always been catty and shallow, yet completely herself, far more at ease with Camille than her own mother ever seemed. It was Jackie who had once slipped her that first box of tampons with a wink, offering help if needed, and Jackie who had teased her lightly about boys over the years. Small but huge gestures that still lingered. Jackie squeezed her arm and launched into chatter, her words tumbling out in a bumpy rush. She complained that Adora wasn't speaking to her again after some fresh disappointment, laughing in a rocky smoker's rasp as she guessed it was over a forgotten card or a disappointing gardener. She mentioned hearing about Camille's story on the murdered girls, her tone shifting abruptly. Then she caressed Camille's arm, eyes turning wet, and spoke of how long it had been, how seeing Camille now brought back memories of her at the same age as those girls. Grief thickened her voice as she said so much had gone wrong and she couldn't make sense of any of it. A tear slipped down her cheek. She urged Camille to look her up so they could talk. Camille left the Keene house empty-handed, already weary of conversation, though she had barely spoken. Later, after drinking more from a to-go cup of vodka taken from their stash and safely separated by phone lines, Camille called the Keenes again. She explained her intentions and what she planned to write. The conversation went badly. That night she filed this. In tiny Wind Gap, Missouri, posters still pleaded for the return of 10-year-old Natalie Jane Keene, even as the town buried her on Tuesday. The vibrant funeral service, with the priest speaking of forgiveness and redemption, did little to calm anyone. She was the second child strangled, police presuming a serial killer now targeting children. A local farmer who had helped search said all the little ones here were sweethearts, and he couldn't imagine why this was happening. Natalie's body had been found crammed between 2 buildings on Main Street on May 14th. Her mother, Jeannie, said they would miss her laughter, her tears, mostly Natalie herself. This was not the town's first tragedy. Last August, 9-year-old Ann Nash had been found strangled in a creek after being abducted while bicycling to a friend's house. Both girls had had their teeth removed. The 5-person police force remained baffled and had called in help from Kansas City for profiling. Residents of the town of 2,120 believed the killer had no particular motive. Ann's father said there was simply a man out there looking for babies to kill, with no hidden drama or secrets. The missing teeth stayed a mystery, and police declined comment. A curfew was now in effect, neighborhood watches had formed, and residents tried to protect their own. Jeannie Keene had said she didn't want to talk to anyone and just wanted to be left alone. It was hack work, and Camille knew it even as she emailed the file to Curry. She regretted claiming police presumed a serial killer when Vickery had never said so. She had lifted one quote from Jeannie's eulogy and pulled the other from the angry outburst when Jeannie realized the call was a front for a story. Jeannie had shouted that they all wanted to be left alone, that they had buried their baby that day, and shame on her. Still, it was a quote she needed since Vickery was shutting her out. Curry called the piece solid, not great, but a solid start, and even kept the dramatic line about a serial killer targeting children. He ordered a larger feature on the families as soon as she could gather it. Another chance to redeem herself. The Chicago Daily Post seemed to have Wind Gap to themselves a while longer thanks to an unfolding congressional sex scandal and a more glamorous serial killer in Seattle who was carving up pregnant women. So it was just her, left wretched in her childhood bed. Camille slept late into Wednesday, sweaty sheets pulled over her head, waking several times to ringing phones, the maid vacuuming, and a lawnmower. She fought to stay unconscious, imagining herself back in her cramped Chicago studio with its cardboard dresser, plastic table, and yellow plates. She worried briefly about her lone fern before remembering she had thrown the dead plant out months ago. Thoughts of her cubicle, her nameless superintendent, and dull Christmas lights drifted through, along with a scattering of acquaintances who probably hadn't noticed her absence. She hated being in Wind Gap, yet home offered no comfort either. She pulled a flask of warm vodka from her duffel, climbed back into bed, and sipped while assessing the room. It looked exactly as it had more than a decade earlier, untouched by her mother. No pop star posters or girlish mementos, only paintings of sailboats, pastel pastorals, and a portrait of Eleanor Roosevelt. She had chosen it then simply because the woman seemed good. Now she thought she would prefer someone with more bite, like Warren Harding's wife who kept grudges in a little red notebook. The vodka warmed her as she longed to slip back into unconsciousness, wrapped in black and gone. She felt raw, swollen with unshed tears, like a water balloon ready to burst. Wind Gap and this house were unhealthy for her. A quiet knock sounded at the door, little more than a rattle. "Yes?" She tucked the glass of vodka beside the bed. Her mother's voice came through. "Camille? It's your mother. I brought you some lotion." Camille walked to the door a little unsteadily, the vodka providing the first necessary buffer for this place and this day. She had stayed good about drinking for 6 months, but none of that counted here. Adora hovered outside, peering in warily as if entering a dead child's trophy room. She held out a large pale green tube of lotion with vitamin E, believing it would somehow make Camille smooth and flawless again. "Thank you." Adora's eyes scanned Camille's neck, arms, and legs, all exposed by the lone t-shirt, then returned to her face with a slight frown and sigh. She stood there a moment longer. Camille offered that the funeral must have been very hard on her. Adora agreed, noting how similar it felt, especially the small casket. Camille admitted it had been harder on her than expected and that she still missed her sister, asking if that seemed weird. Adora said it would be weird if she didn't, since she was her sister, almost as painful as losing a child, even though Camille had been so young. Downstairs, Alan whistled elaborately, but Adora seemed not to hear. She disliked the open letter Jeannie Keene had read, calling the funeral no place for a political rally, and questioned the informal dress. Camille said she thought the letter was nice and heartfelt, then asked if Adora had read anything at Marian's funeral. Adora said no, she could barely stand, and expressed disbelief that Camille couldn't remember, suggesting she should be embarrassed for forgetting so much. Camille reminded her she had only been 13. Adora brushed it aside and asked if there was anything Camille wanted to do that day, mentioning the roses blooming at Daly Park for a walk. Camille said she should go to the police station. Adora snapped that she shouldn't say that while staying there, and to claim errands or friends instead. Camille corrected herself, saying she had errands to run. Adora replied fine and enjoy, then padded quickly down the corridor as the stairs creaked beneath her. Camille took a cool, shallow bath in the dark with another glass of vodka balanced on the tub edge, then dressed and moved into the silent hallway. She listened for movement, slipped into the kitchen, grabbed a bright green apple, and bit into it as she left the house under a cloudless sky. On the porch, she saw a little girl intently facing a huge 4-foot dollhouse made to look exactly like her mother's home. Long blonde hair fell in disciplined rivulets down her back. When the girl turned, Camille recognized her as the prettiest one from the edge of the woods and outside Natalie's funeral. She asked if it was Amma. The girl laughed and confirmed it, saying who else would play on Adora's porch with a little Adora house. She wore a childish checked sundress with a matching straw hat beside her and looked entirely her 13 years for the first time, or even younger in those clothes. She scowled when she caught Camille assessing her and explained she wore this for Adora, that when she was home, she was her little doll. When not, she was other things. She identified Camille as her half-sister, Adora's first daughter before Marian, calling them pre and post. She noted Camille hadn't recognized her. Camille said she had been away too long and that Adora had stopped sending Christmas photos 5 years ago. Amma corrected that Adora had only stopped sending them to her. They still took the pictures every year, with Adora buying her a red and green checked dress just for it, which she threw into the fire as soon as they finished. Camille watched Amma pluck a tiny footstool the size of a tangerine from the dollhouse's front room and hold it up. She explained that it needed repolstering because Adora had switched the color scheme from peach to yellow and had promised to take her to the fabric store for new coverings. The dollhouse was her fancy, she said, the words rolling out sweet and rounded like something Adora herself would murmur, her head tilted just so. Camille saw her mother's phrasing already shaping the girl's mouth. She offered a weak wave of goodbye, telling Amma it looked like she did a very good job with the house. Amma thanked her, then poked a small finger at the miniature bed in Camille's old room inside the dollhouse. She murmured a quiet hope that Camille would enjoy her stay there, speaking directly into the tiny space as though addressing an invisible version of her. Camille found Chief Vickery at the corner of 2nd and Ely, hammering dents out of a stop sign. Each tinny strike made him wince. His shirt clung wet to his back, and his bifocals slid down his nose. He told her flatly he had nothing to say. When she admitted the assignment had been forced on her because she was from Windgap and that she hadn't been back in years, he kept hammering and called her decent people would have quit before writing about dead children. He labeled it opportunism. She felt the miss sting, unsure if it was politeness or a jab at her being unmarried past 30. Across the street, an elderly man shuffled toward his house with a carton of milk. Camille answered that she wasn't feeling very decent right now, but suggested a little publicity could bring attention and help solve the case. Vickery cursed, threw the hammer down, and faced her. He said they had already asked for help from a Kansas City detective who had been coming down for months with no results, theorizing it might be some crazed hitchhiker who liked the town and stayed nearly a year. Vickery insisted the town wasn't that big and he hadn't seen anyone who didn't belong, glancing pointedly at her. When she mentioned the dense woods, he said it wasn't a stranger and guessed she already knew that. She replied that she would have thought he'd prefer it to be one. He sighed, lit a cigarette, and admitted of course he would, but he wasn't dumb. He had never worked a homicide, but he wasn't an idiot. Camille's thoughts kept vaporizing from the vodka. She struggled to hold on and ask the right follow-ups. She asked if he thought someone from Windgap was responsible. He gave no comment. Off the record, she pressed why someone local would kill kids. Vickery told her Anne had once killed a neighbor's pet bird with a stick she sharpened herself using her father's hunting knife, and Natalie's family had moved here 2 years ago after she stabbed a classmate in the eye with scissors back in Philadelphia. Her father had quit his job so they could start over in the small town where his granddad grew up. Vickery noted that small towns came with their own problems, not least that everyone knew who the bad seeds were. Camille suggested maybe someone didn't like these girls specifically, and this was revenge. He pulled at his nose, scratched his mustache, and eyed the hammer on the ground, clearly debating whether to end the talk. A black sedan pulled up beside them, passenger window sliding down. The driver, face hidden behind sunglasses, called out to Vickery that they were supposed to meet at the office. Vickery said he had some work to do. The man lowered his glasses, revealing a flip of light brown hair over one blue eye, and smiled with perfect teeth. He offered Vickery a ride or coffee. Vickery refused both, saying he'd be there in 15 minutes. The man told him to make it 10 since they were already late, then glanced at Camille again and asked if Vickery was sure he didn't want a lift. When Vickery stayed silent and shook his head, the man asked who his friend was, joking that he thought he had met all the pertinent Windgappers. Camille stood mute, sleeves pulled over her hands, hoping Vickery would introduce her. He didn't. The window zipped up and the car drove away. She asked if that was the Kansas City detective. Vickery lit another cigarette and walked off without answering. At Jacob J. Garrett Memorial Park, the last place Natalie had been seen alive, someone had spray-painted blue curlicues on the water tower's legs, making it look oddly dainty. The park lay vacant, dust from the baseball field hanging in the air, so Camille could taste it like overbrewed tea. Tall grasses grew unchecked at the wood's edge. She remembered weekends here in high school, drinking, smoking, the first kiss at 13 from a football player with tobacco in his gums, the rush making her vomit wine cooler behind his car. A blond, buzz-cut boy of about 10 appeared holding a fuzzy tennis ball and announced that his friend James Capisi had been here when the woman took Natalie. He said James saw her in a nightgown. They had been playing frisbee near the woods. Natalie missed, the disc went into the tall grass, and the woman reached out and grabbed her. James had stayed on the field because of the sun, his mother had skin cancer. But now he didn't like the sun anymore, or anything. The boy shrugged belligerently when Camille asked if it was because of Natalie, then called James a pussy. He looked her up and down and threw the ball hard at her hip. It bounced off. He laughed, dove after it dramatically, then hurled it at the ground so it shot 10 feet high. Camille asked again who had been wearing the nightgown. The boy said the woman who took Natalie. He explained it had been just the two of them playing frisbee. Natalie missed and went after the disc into the grass by the woods, and the woman grabbed her. Then they were gone, and James ran home. He hadn't come out since. When Camille asked how he knew, He said he visited James once, and James told him because they were buddies. She pressed if James lived nearby. The boy cursed and said he might go to his grandma's in Arkansas for the summer anyway because it was better than here. He kicked dirt, asked if she was from here. She said she used to be and was just visiting. He guessed high school, then college, then older, his face deeply tanned and chin wet with spit. Suddenly, he said he had to go, hopped backward, yanked the ball from the chain-link fence, waggled his hips in a nervous dance, and threw it toward the street where it thunked loudly off her car. He ran after it and disappeared. Camille looked up Janelle Capisi in the thin phone book at Wingap's lone fast stop, filled a big mouth cup with strawberry pop, and drove to 3,617 homes. The Capisi house sat on the edge of the low-rent East Side, amid broken-down two-bedroom homes, whose residents mostly worked at the nearby pig factory farm that supplied nearly 2% of the country's pork. Poor people in Wingap almost always worked there, as did their fathers. On the breeding side came clipping and crating piglets, impregnating and penning sows, managing manure pits. The killing side was worse, loading pigs down gangways to stunners, grabbing back legs to hoist them upside down squealing, slashing throats with pointed knives so blood spattered thick as paint, then moving them to the scalding tank. The constant frantic metallic screams drove most workers to wear earplugs and spend days in soundless rage. At night they drank and played music loud. The local bar Gila's served only chicken tenders, processed by equally furious workers elsewhere. For full disclosure, Camille's mother owned the entire operation and collected about $1.2 million in annual profits while letting others run it. A tomcat yowled on the front porch as Camille approached. She heard a daytime talk show inside. She banged on the screen door. The cat rubbed against her legs. She felt its ribs through her pants. She knocked again. The TV switched off. The cat cried from under the porch swing. Camille traced the word yelp on her right palm with a fingernail and knocked once more. A child's voice called Mom from the open window. Camille walked over. Through the dusty screen she saw a thin boy with dark curls and wide eyes. She greeted him gently and asked if he was James. He demanded what she wanted. She apologized for bothering him and asked if he had been watching something good. He asked if she was police. She said she was trying to help figure out who hurt his friend and asked if she could talk to him. He stayed at the window, tracing the ledge with a finger. She sat on the far end of the porch swing. She introduced herself as Camille and said a friend of his, a boy with very short blonde hair named D, had told her what James saw at the park where he had been playing with Natalie. James said the woman took her, and no one believed him. He wasn't scared, he just needed to stay inside. His mom had cancer and was sick. Camille said D had mentioned that, and she didn't blame him. She hoped she hadn't scared him by showing up. He began scraping a long fingernail down the screen. The clicking made her ears itch. James said she didn't look like the woman. If she did, he would call the police or shoot her. Camille asked what the woman had looked like. He shrugged and said he had already told it 100 times. She asked for one more time. He described her as old, like a mother, wearing a white bed dress with white hair. She was all white but not like a ghost, just like she had never been outside. Camille asked if the woman grabbed Natalie while they played frisbee. James nodded quickly. Natalie had walked into the grass for the frisbee. He saw the woman moving from inside the woods, watching her, before Natalie noticed. He wasn't scared. Even when the woman grabbed Natalie and pulled her close like a hug, at first he wasn't scared. Then the woman looked up at him, stared, and smiled for a second so he thought it might be all right. But she stopped smiling, put a finger to her lips for quiet, and vanished into the woods with Natalie. He shrugged again and said he had already told all this before. To his mom first, then the police his mom made him tell. The police didn't care and thought he was lying, but he wouldn't make it up because it was stupid. Natalie had just stood there and didn't seem to know what to do. The woman didn't look like anyone he had seen before. Camille apologized for bothering him and suggested he have a friend come over for company or get outside. He shrugged, chewed a fingernail, and said he didn't want to. Anyway, they had a gun. He pointed over his shoulder at a pistol balanced on the couch arm beside a half-eaten ham sandwich. Camille said he shouldn't have it out because guns were very dangerous. James looked at her straight for the first time and said she was pretty with pretty hair. She thanked him. He said he had to go. She told him to be careful. He replied that's what he was doing, sighed, and walked away. A moment later, the TV came back on. There were 11 bars in Wingap. Camille went to one she didn't know, Sensors, with its neon zigzags and mini dance floor left over from some 80s flash. She was drinking bourbon and scribbling notes from the day when the Kansas City detective, Richard Willis, dropped into the seat opposite her, and rattled his beer on the table. He said he thought reporters weren't supposed to talk to minors without permission and smiled as he took a gulp. James's mother must have called. Camille answered without looking up that reporters had to be more aggressive when police shut them completely out of an investigation. He countered that police couldn't work if reporters detailed everything in Chicago papers. She went back to her soggy notes. He suggested a new approach and introduced himself as Richard Willis, inviting the dick joke since it worked on several levels. Dick as asshole, Dick as cop. She said it was tempting, but she got it. He identified her as Camille Preaker, the Wind Gap girl who made good in the big city. She confirmed dryly. He smiled his chiclet smile, ran a hand through his hair with no wedding ring visible, and proposed a detente for now to see how it went. He assumed he didn't need to lecture her about the Capisi boy. Camille said she assumed there was nothing to lecture about, and asked why police had dismissed the account of the only eyewitness to Natalie Keene's kidnapping, picking up her pen to signal they were on record. He asked who said they dismissed it. She cited James. He laughed and said that was a good source, then imitated Vickery while explaining they didn't let 9-year-old boys in on ongoing investigations, including whether they believed his story. Camille pressed if they did. He couldn't comment. She argued that if they had a detailed description of a suspect, they would alert people, so she guessed they had dismissed it. Again, he couldn't comment. She continued that Ann Nash had not been sexually molested and asked if the same was true for Natalie. He said he couldn't comment right now. She asked why he was sitting there talking to her then. He said first he wanted to thank her for spending time with Vickery, giving her version of discovering Natalie's body. She echoed, "My version?" He said everyone had their own memory. For instance, she said Natalie's eyes were open while the Broussards said closed. Camille replied she couldn't comment, feeling spiteful. He said he was inclined to believe a reporter over 2 elderly diner owners and wanted to know how positive she was. Off the record, she asked again if Natalie had been sexually molested. He twirled his beer bottle silently, then said no. She confirmed her eyes were open and noted he had been there. He agreed. She asked what the second thing was. He admitted he was desperate to talk to a non-townie because he was going crazy here despite being from Kansas City, which at least had nightlife and some culture and people. She said she was sure he was doing fine. He said he'd better, since he might be here a while now. Camille pointed her notebook at him and asked for his theory. He corrected that it was Detective Willis and grinned, then offered to buy her another round. She jiggled her empty glass and asked for bourbon straight up. While he was at the bar, she wrote Dick in looping cursive on her wrist with her ballpoint. He returned with 2 wild turkeys. He wiggled his eyebrows and proposed they just talk like civilians for a bit because he was really craving it. Vickery wasn't dying to get to know him. Camille said that made 2 of them. He noted she was from Wind Gap but now worked for a paper in Chicago, the Tribune? She corrected Daily Post. He didn't know it. She said he wouldn't. Camille sat across from Richard, her mood flat and unwilling to charm. She apologized for being curt, admitting the re-entry had been rocky and writing about the murders only made it worse. He asked how long since she'd been back. She told him 8 years exactly. When he noted she still had family here, she confirmed they were fervent Wind Gapians and said her mother was the family schmoozer. He asked if both parents were born here. She explained her mother was local, and her stepfather had moved from Tennessee when they married almost 30 years ago. He pressed about her father. She smiled pointedly and turned the question back on him, asking if he was raised in Kansas City. He mirrored her answer about never leaving. Too many friends, too perfect a house. She asked if being a cop there was good. He said it gave him enough action to avoid turning into Vickery, and described last year's high-profile cases, including catching a man who straddled women and scratched their throats raw. She reacted with quiet horror. He added they caught the middle-aged liquor salesman still living with his mother, tissue from the last victim under his nails 10 days later. She said it was good they got him. Richard continued that now he was here on bigger proving grounds. Vickery had called when the case was still small, so they sent him mid-level, but once it became serial, they let him keep it on the condition he didn't screw up. Camille recognized the pressure. He said it felt strange getting a big break from something so horrible and asked what kind of stories she covered in Chicago. She told him she was on the police beat and listed the same grim mix: abuse, rape, murder, then described last month's case of an 82-year-old man dissolved in a Drano-filled bathtub by his son. She regretted calling it all junk. Richard agreed they had both seen ugly things. She twirled her drink and fell silent. The house lights dimmed, signaling night. He suggested they catch a movie sometime in a gentle tone. She said maybe and finished her drink. He peeled the label from his empty bottle and smoothed it flat. She thanked him for the drink and said she had to get home. He offered to walk her to her car. She declined. He asked if she was okay to drive. She assured him she was fine. He wished her good dreams. She returned the wish and added that next time she wanted something on record. Camille stepped into the living room and found Alan, Adora, and Amma gathered exactly as in the old days with Marian. Amma sat on the couch in a woolen nightgown despite the heat, her mother cradling her and pressing an ice cube to her lips. Amma glanced up at Camille with blank contentment, then returned to playing with a glowing 4-inch mahogany miniature dinner table identical to the real one in the next room. Alan looked up from his newspaper and said there was nothing to worry about. Amma just had the summer chills. Alarm and annoyance spiked through Camille as old routines tugged at her. She nearly moved toward the kitchen for tea the way she once did for Marian, nearly waited for her mother's arm around her too. Adora nuzzled Amma closer and cooed softly without even glancing at Camille. Alan added guiltily that the Krellins ran a bit delicate. Camille remembered how both her mother and stepfather overreacted to every health issue, how Adora had once tried to dose her with ointments and home remedies she mostly refused. After Marian got truly sick, those attentions had stopped. A pang hit her now. She suddenly wished she had been easier then. She felt childish realizing everyone here was a Krellin but her. She told Amma she was sorry she was sick. Amma whined that the pattern on the miniature table legs was wrong and held it up indignantly to her mother. Adora praised her sharp eyes but said it was barely noticeable and only Amma would ever know. She smoothed the girl's damp hair. Amma insisted she couldn't have it wrong and demanded they send it back, arguing there was no point in a special-made piece if it wasn't perfect. When Adora patted her cheek and promised it was fine, Amma stood, voice wavering, tears falling as she screamed that her mother had promised everything would be perfect. She declared the whole thing ruined, especially the dining room, and that she hated it. Alan folded his paper and tried to comfort her, but Amma wrenched away, screaming through full-blown tears that this was all she wanted and no one cared it was wrong. She smashed the tiny table on the floor, cracking it into 5 shards, then pounded it to pieces before burying her face in the sofa cushion and wailing. Adora remarked calmly that they would simply have to get a new one. Camille retreated to her room, away from the horrible little girl who was nothing like Marian. Her body was heading into a flare. She paced, trying to remember how to breathe and calm her skin, but the scars flared anyway. Sometimes they had minds of their own. Camille was a cutter, a snipper, a slicer, a carver, a jabber. She had a purpose. Her skin screamed, covered in words, cook, cupcake, kitty, curls, as if a first grader had learned to write with a knife across her flesh. She sometimes laughed at the absurdity, getting out of the bath and catching baby doll down the side of a leg, pulling on a sweater and seeing harmful flash at her wrist. The words were often feminine in a childish way or flatly negative. 11 synonyms for anxious marked her skin. At the time, each one had been crucial to see and feel burning into her. On her left hip, petticoat. Near it, her first word, wicked, slashed at 13 on a hot board summer day when the empty hours stretched dangerously wide. She had used her mother's steak knife, cutting along imaginary red lines, digging deeper, then cleaning the blade with bleach and sneaking it back. Relief had followed. She spent the rest of the day tending the wound with alcohol, lotion, bandages. The problem had started earlier. At 9, she copied the entire Little House on the Prairie series word for word into notebooks. At 10, she wrote every other word her teacher said on her jeans in blue ballpoint and washed them secretly with baby shampoo, leaving blurred indigo marks. By 11, she compulsively recorded every phrase anyone spoke to her in a tiny blue notepad. A mini reporter terrified the words would vanish if not captured. She became the class freak, frenziedly copying insults and observations with religious intensity. Marian died on Camille's 13th birthday. She woke, padded down the hall to say hello as always, and found her sister eyes open, blanket to her chin. She had not been surprised. Marian had been dying as long as Camille could remember. That same summer, Camille became suddenly, unmistakably beautiful. Features that had shifted daily settled into something striking. It was the summer she first bled, the summer she began compulsively masturbating, and the summer she started cutting with equal devotion. She adored the tending afterward, wiping blood to reveal queasy above her navel, dabbing alcohol on Perky. She later fixed a dirty streak of crude words with quick corrections. The last word she ever carved, 16 years after she began, was vanish. Sometimes she heard the words squabbling across her body, Panty calling to Cherry, so threatening baby. She quieted them by thinking of vanish, always hushed and regal at the nape of her neck. At the center of her back, too difficult to reach, remained a circle of perfect unmarked skin the size of a fist. Camille scanned the breakfast table with wary eyes, the polished mahogany reflecting Alan's crisp white pants and pale green Oxford. He sat alone, spooning milky eggs, a rubbery strand of yolk dangling from his chin. She noted the table legs sharply, still unsettled by last night's chaos, but he pretended not to notice. When he looked up, he invited her to sit and rang a small silver bell for Gala. Her mother entered, kissed Alan's cheek, and placed a pear on a white napkin. Gala, thin as a reed in her starched white uniform, greeted Camille with a pointed smile and offered eggs, toast, or fruit. Camille asked only for coffee with cream and sugar. Her mother insisted she eat something, at least a banana. Gala smirked and retreated to the kitchen. Alan apologized for Amma's outburst the night before, calling it a clingy stage. Her mother agreed, describing it as mostly sweet but occasionally out of hand. Camille replied that it had felt more than a bit alarming for a 13-year-old, her old Chicago directness surfacing with relief. Her mother observed that Camille herself had not been placid at that age. Camille nodded, uncertain whether the remark referred to her cutting, her grief, or her reckless behavior, and chose not to press. She stood to leave, hoping Amma was all right. Alan asked her to sit again and tell them about Chicago. She described her job positively, mentioning high-profile stories and 3 murders covered since the start of the year. Her mother stopped eating, questioning why she sought out such ugliness when she already had enough in her life, her laugh rising shrill and unsteady. Gala returned with the coffee and an awkwardly placed banana just as Amma entered. Amma kissed her mother, greeted Alan, then sat across from Camille and kicked her once under the table before laughing it off. She apologized for being seen in distress, claiming it was merely a stage, and joked that she was the evil stepsister to Camille's Cinderella. Alan assured her there was no evil in her. Amma asked teasingly, cheeks flushed, whether her mother would now love Camille more since she was the first child. Her mother answered quietly that she would not. Amma declared that her mother loved her, then wished aloud that she herself would be murdered so she could become perfect like Princess Diana. Her mother blanched and told her not to say such things. Amma insisted that death made one perfect and adored. Her mother reminded her she was already the most popular girl at school and adored at home, urging her not to be greedy. Amma kicked Camille again under the table with a knowing smile, then swung a corner of her garment over her shoulder. Camille realized it was a cleverly wrapped blue sheet. Her mother noticed too and demanded to know what she was wearing. Amma explained it was her maiden cloak. She planned to go to the forest and play Joan of Arc, where the other girls would burn her. Her mother refused sharply, reminding her that 2 girls Amma's age were already dead. Amma assured her they would be fine in a cloying tone. When her mother insisted she stay home, Amma stabbed at her ham and muttered something nasty. Her mother turned to Camille, diamond flashing on her finger, and suggested pleasant activities: a backyard picnic, a drive in the convertible, or golf in Woodbury. She asked Gala for iced tea. Camille said the ideas sounded nice, but she needed to decide how long she would stay. Her mother agreed it would help them plan, while assuring her she was welcome as long as she wished. Camille took a bite of the banana, which tasted of nothing. Her mother mentioned possibly visiting Chicago someday, though she doubted she could enjoy water anymore after little Anne Nash was left in the creek. Camille corrected that the girl had been strangled, not drowned. Her mother spoke wistfully of how fond she had been of both Anne and the Keene girl. Amma fidgeted, released a sharp scream like an excited puppy, and ran upstairs. Her mother pitied her, saying she was having nearly as hard a time. Camille noted peevishly that Amma had seen the girls every day. When she asked how her mother knew them, her mother insisted she had known them well in their small town. Camille pressed for details. Her mother accused her of attacking instead of comforting, then told her sharply to shut up, folded her napkin around the pair remains, and left. Alan followed, whistling in a manic, dramatic rhythm. Every tragedy in the world seemed to strike her mother personally, and that more than anything turned Camille's stomach. She worried over strangers' misfortunes and cried over distant news, as if the cruelty of humanity was hers alone to bear. Camille recalled how her mother had not left her room for a full year after Marion died. From the hallway she had sometimes glimpsed the canopy bed the size of a ship, the vanity crowded with frosted perfume bottles, and the ivory-tiled floor glowing upward like something from a decorating magazine. Notables such as Mayor Truman Winslow came weekly with fresh flowers and classic novels. Each time the door cracked open, she caught her mother propped on pillows in a thin flowered robe, but Camille herself was never allowed inside. Curry's deadline for the feature sat only 2 days away, and she had almost nothing solid. Lying formally on her bed with hands clasped like a corpse, she forced the known facts into order. No one had seen Anne Nash taken last August. The girl had simply vanished, her body found 10 hours later in Falls Creek, strangled roughly 4 hours after the abduction. The bike had never turned up. Camille guessed Anne knew her killer. Snatching a child and bicycle on those quiet streets would have made noise. Perhaps someone from church or the neighborhood, someone who looked safe. Yet the first murder had been careful. Why risk taking Natalie in broad daylight, right in front of a friend? It made no sense. If James Capisi had been standing at the wood's edge instead of hiding in the sun, would he be dead now? Or had Natalie been chosen deliberately? She had been held longer than Anne, more than 2 days, before her body was wedged in the narrow gap between the hardware store and beauty parlor on busy Main Street. The boy's story left her uneasy. She did not think he lied, but children processed terror in strange shapes. Wicked witches, cruel snow queens. What if the figure had only looked feminine? A lanky man with long hair, a transvestite, an androgynous boy? Women rarely killed this way, and when they did, the victims were almost always men in some sexual tangle. These girls had not been assaulted, which broke every pattern. The choice of victims felt random unless Natalie had been targeted. Then Anne could not have been chance either. Neither girl was strikingly beautiful. They shared only a reputation for viciousness, according to Vickery, and came from different social circles and family histories. The hitchhiker theory felt thin. 9 months was long for a stranger to stay invisible near the Memphis trucking route, and the surrounding woods had given up nothing, not even many animals. Her thoughts kept circling back on themselves, fouled by old prejudices and too much local knowledge. She felt a sudden sharp need to speak with Richard Willis, someone outside Wind Gap who treated the case like a clean project to finish. She needed that kind of distance. She took a cool bath in the dark, then sat on the tub's edge and quickly rubbed her mother's lotion over her skin. The raised scars made her flinch. She pulled on light cotton pants and a long-sleeved crew neck, brushed her hair, and studied her face in the mirror. Despite everything she had done to the rest of her body, her face remained beautiful. Balanced, harmonious, the kind of loveliness that made quiet sense. Big blue eyes, high cheekbones, a small triangular nose, full lips that turned down slightly at the corners. Fully clothed, she could still imagine a different life of lovers and marriage. Outside, the Missouri sky stretched electric blue, enough to sting her eyes. She found Richard at the Broussard's diner, eating plain waffles beside a tower of folders. She slid into the seat across from him and felt an unexpected ease, almost conspiratorial. He smiled and pushed toast toward her, complaining that the staff always brought it despite his requests. She spread butter on a cold slice, brushed the crumbs under her plate, and came straight to the point. She needed to talk, on or off record, because she could not get objective. He tapped his stack of files and legal pad. He was building a criminal history of Wind Gap going back to 1927. Earlier records had apparently been thrown out. In 1975, 2 teenage girls had been found dead near Falls Creek with cut wrists. Police called it suicide, citing an unhealthy intimate attachment. No knife was ever recovered. One girl had been named Murray and had recently given birth. Camille knew the rest. Faye Murray, nicknamed Fag Murray in high school, had been taken into the woods by boys after her mother's suicide and used to prove she was not like her mother. In Wind Gap, everyone knew one another's secrets and everyone used them. Richard called the town lovely. She laughed despite herself, imagining handing that quote to Curry. He offered a deal, an on-record comment in exchange for her filling in the town's backstories, since Vickery stayed too protective. She agreed to the trade, straight enough for now. For print, he said they had not ruled anyone out and were looking closely at locals while still considering an outsider. Off-record, he asked if she really believed it was an outsider. She admitted she did not. He confirmed Vickery had clung to the early hitchhiker idea as proof of incompetence. They had communication problems. Then he suggested drinks later in the week so she could tell him everything she knew about everyone in Wind Gap. He grabbed the check and pushed the syrup bottle aside, leaving a sticky ring. Without thinking, she dipped a finger into it and tasted the sugar. Scars showed at her sleeve. Richard glanced up just as she hid her hands again. She felt no loyalty to Wind Gap. This was the town where her sister had died and where she had begun cutting herself. A suffocating place where you tripped daily over people who knew your secrets and used them. On the surface, the town had treated her well because her mother demanded it. Adora had been the most beautiful, cherished girl Wind Gap ever produced. Her own parents had run the pig farm and half the surrounding houses, enforcing strict rules on her. No drinking, no smoking, no cursing, church mandatory. They had reacted with fury when she became pregnant at 17 by a Kentucky boy from church camp. Both grandparents died of cancer within a year of Camille's birth. Friends in Tennessee soon sent their son Alan to court Adora before Camille was even eating solid food. She could picture the stiff visits. Alan pressed and pleaded, discussing weather, her lonely mother laughing at whatever passed for wit. Camille herself had been kept quiet in a back room with the maid. By the time she could speak, Adora and Alan were married. The birth certificate listed a fake father, Newman Kennedy, because Adora refused to name the real one. Camille was to be considered Alan's child, though 8 months after the wedding, Adora had his biological daughter. Alan, 15 years older, came from money Adora did not need. He never worked, won ribbons for equestrian skills he no longer practiced because it worried Adora, read endlessly about the Civil War, and stayed mostly still and silent while Adora spoke. He had never given Camille his last name. She had tried calling him Dad once as a child, and the shock on his face ended it. Adora had never tried to bond them. She seemed to prefer every relationship in the house to pass through her alone. Camille remembered Marian as a gentle succession of illnesses. From the beginning, the girl had struggled to breathe, waking at night, gasping and mottled gray. Camille would hear her down the hall like a labored wind, followed by lights clicking on, soft cooing, or sometimes shouting and tears. Frequent emergency runs to Woodbury followed. Later, Marian had trouble keeping food down and sat murmuring to her dolls in a hospital bed in her room while their mother fed her through tubes and IVs. In those final years, her mother had pulled out all her own eyelashes, unable to stop, leaving small piles on tabletops. Camille had told herself they were fairy nests. She once found 2 long blonde lashes stuck to her foot and kept them beside her pillow for weeks, tickling her cheeks and lips at night until one morning they were gone. When Marian finally died, Camille felt a quiet gratitude. It seemed her sister had been sent into the world unfinished, not strong enough for its weight. Others whispered that heaven had called her back, but her mother refused to be comforted. To this day, grief remained her private occupation. Her faded blue car sat outside, bird-stained and likely sweltering inside, so Camille chose to walk through town instead. On Main Street, the poultry shop sent a sharp smell into her nostrils. Fresh chickens from Arkansas, stripped carcasses hanging in the window with a few white feathers scattered below. Near the end of the street, at the makeshift shrine for Natalie, she spotted Amma and her 3 friends. While the others stood guard, Amma quickly snatched 2 candles, a bouquet, and a teddy bear, slipping everything but the bear into her large purse. She clutched the toy as the girls locked arms and skipped straight toward Camille, stopping inches away in a cloud of heavy magazine perfume. Amma shrieked, asking if Camille had seen them and whether she would write about it. She had clearly moved past her earlier tantrum, now dressed in a miniskirt, platform sandals, and tube top. She introduced herself with full name, Amity Adora Krellin, and called Camille the family bastard, wiggling her eyebrows while the girls giggled. She presented her friends but declared herself the leader. One honey-haired girl with a husky voice joked that Amma led only because she was loudest. Another with brass bell hair added that she had the biggest breasts. The strawberry blonde grabbed Amma's left breast, announcing part real, part padding. Amma told her to fuck off and smacked her jaw like disciplining a pet. The girl flushed and apologized. Amma then demanded to know why Camille was writing about 2 dead girls no one had noticed before, claiming death had made them popular. 2 girls laughed loudly. The third stared at the ground, a tear hitting the sidewalk. Camille recognized the provocative tone as yard farming, testing boundaries, and felt both protective of Anne and Natalie and a sting of jealousy that Amma carried their mother's middle name. She warned that Adora would not be pleased to learn her daughter had stolen from a schoolmate's tribute. The tall girl corrected that schoolmate was not the same as friend. Amma brushed it off, saying they were only kidding and that the girls had been nice but weird. She giggled that maybe the killer was targeting all the freaks, and wouldn't that be perfect? The crying girl looked up and smiled. Amma ignored her. When Camille questioned the husky blonde said everyone knew it was Natalie's brother. Freaks ran in families. Jodes added sulkily that he had a thing for little girls and always found excuses to talk to her. Amma claimed he wouldn't kill her because she was too cool, blew an air kiss, handed the teddy to Jodes, linked arms with the others, and bumped past Camille with a cheeky excuse. Jodes trailed behind. Beneath Amma's snide tone, Camille sensed desperation and a fierce need to stay central. Like her breakfast wish to be murdered, Amma hated when other girls received attention she felt belonged to her, especially girls who could not compete while alive. Near midnight, Camille phoned Curry at home. He made the long reverse commute from the modest house his parents had left him in Mount Greenwood. He and Eileen had no children. He always insisted they never wanted any, yet Camille had noticed how he watched Stafford's toddlers from a distance. They had married late. Eileen, a curvy redhead with freckles he met at the neighborhood car wash when he was 42. She turned out to be a second cousin of his childhood best friend. They wed 3 months after first speaking and had stayed together 22 years. Camille liked that. Curry enjoyed telling the story. Eileen answered warmly, laughing that they were not asleep. Curry was working on a 4,500-piece puzzle that had overtaken the living room. She had given him 1 week to finish it. Camille heard him rumble to the phone, tobacco thick in his voice. He asked if she was all right. She said she was, but progress was slow. It had taken this long just to get a police statement that they were looking at everyone. Curry dismissed it as useless and pushed her to dig deeper, talk to the parents again, other parents for theories and precautions, locksmiths and gun dealers for extra business, clergymen, teachers, even a dentist about pulling teeth. He wanted voices and faces, 30 inches for Sunday while the story remained exclusive. She took notes on a legal pad, then began tracing the scars on her right arm with a felt-tip pen as she outlined the rest in her head. Curry added that unless police knew far more than they said, there would likely be another killing. This kind of ritualistic killer did not stop at 2. He admitted his knowledge came from cheap true crime paperbacks. Off record, she told him police seemed to think the killer was local. He urged her to get that on record. She mentioned the boy who claimed a woman took Natalie. Curry rejected the idea of a female killer outright and asked what police said. No comment. She described the boy as the son of a hog worker, sweet and clearly frightened. Curry told her to break through the local tightness and get something usable, joking that her mother could vouch for her. When she said her mother was unhappy, she was there. Silence followed, then a heavy sigh from Curry. He asked if she was taking care of herself. She stayed quiet, suddenly close to tears, admitting the place made her feel wrong. Curry told her to hold together, she was doing well, and to call if she needed out. Eileen sent word to be careful. So did he. Camille noted how small towns usually catered to one kind of drinker, yet Wind Gap welcomed every variety. Honky-tonk bars on the outskirts, overpriced wine spritzer spots for the upscale crowd, and strip mall joints serving beers with onion blossoms. Everyone drank here, so the town had them all and still outdrank most places its size. The watering hole nearest her mother's house was La Mer, a glassy, expensive box that pushed salads and spritzers as the local upscale choice. Brunch at home with Alan's milky eggs held no appeal, so she walked over instead. The aggressively nautical decor made her suspect the owners had meant La Mer, the sea, but the name still fit. Her mother and her circle loved the place, especially the chicken Caesar that was neither French nor seafood. A blonde in tennis whites and gold jewelry trotted over, Annabelle Gasser, Adora's best friend, nicknamed Annie B. She greeted Camille warmly, mentioned her mother had told her she was in town, kissed both cheeks, and assessed her with approval before pulling her to the table. Jackie O'Neill sat there, already tipsy and mid-story about a new bedroom set, spilling water as she jerked around to embrace Camille. The other 2 tanned blondes barely paused their chatter. Jackie called her a bad girl for covering the murders and joked that Adora must hate having her under the same roof with such a dirty mind. One of the blondes scolded her. Jackie pressed on, recalling how they had all slept over at Joya's house with their own dirty little brains before Adora took over the place. She fingered the skin behind her ears, stitches from a recent facelift. When Camille asked about her grandmother, Annabelle tried to downplay it as typical teenage friction, noting Joya had died soon after. Jackie insisted she had been scary, remembering those long, unpainted nails. Annabelle changed the subject with a bright tinkle, steering the women to ask about Camille's job. Jackie blurted that she should just tell them who did it, her smile leering and manic. Camille decided the quartet of drunk, bored housewives offered better leads than her next calls. She turned the question back on them. What did they think? Jackie dipped bread in ranch, dripped it down her front, and declared Bob Nash a pervert who stared at her chest. Annabelle teased her about having little chest to stare at. Another blonde, Deanna, announced with theatrical flair that John Keene had moved out of his parents' house and into Julie Wheeler's carriage house out back. The table erupted in scandalized delight. They painted John as the town's gorgeous golden boy and Julie as an insufferable perfect mother whose daughter Meredith had somehow landed him. Now the arrangement looked far too convenient. Deanna suggested they were already sleeping together. Jackie added that Julie would spin it as generous morning support. When someone asked why John needed breathing room from his own grieving family, Deanna blurted that he was the killer. Laughter rippled, then died when Jackie declared it would be delicious if Meredith were sleeping with a serial killer. Annabelle gave a nervous hiccup and checked her watch. Jackie stared at her plate, breathing hard. The mood sobered. Deanna said it made her sick that this was happening in their town, to little girls they had watched grow up. Annabelle was glad her own daughters were grown and pitied Adora worrying over Amma. Camille took a small piece of bread and gently steered the talk away from her mother. She asked whether people truly believed John was involved or if it was only vicious gossip. She mentioned a group of junior high girls had said the same thing yesterday, careful not to name Amma. Jackie guessed it was 4 loud blonde things who thought they were prettier than they were. One of the others reminded her that Amma was Camille's half-sister. Jackie laughed it off, saying she always forgot they were related, different lifetimes. She called Amma trouble, claiming the girl and her friends crashed high school parties, took all the boys, and did things the older women had waited until marriage and expensive jewelry for. The table roared. Jackie pounded it with both fists. Annabelle noted the police had questioned John and called the Keene family strange. When Camille pointed out she had seen Annabelle at their house after the funeral, Deanna dismissed it as everyone important showing up. Jackie suddenly blurted that with the way things stood with Adora, Camille was better off back in Chicago and should leave soon. Her face turned solemn and genuinely concerned. Annabelle told her to shut up and hurled a roll that bounced off Jackie's nose. Jackie kept talking, insisting Adora could harm. Annabelle stood, hauled Jackie up by the arm, and cooed a threat that she needed to make herself throw up or she would feel worse. Jackie resisted at first, but the grip tightened and the 2 women tottered toward the ladies' room. Silence fell. Deanna shrugged that old friends had little fights the same as young ones, then asked if Camille had heard they might be getting a Gap store. Jackie's warning lodged in Camille like a hook. It felt like one more clear sign to leave Wind Gap. She wondered what deeper rift lay between Jackie and Adora, surely more than a forgotten card. She made a quiet note to visit Jackie later when she was sober, if she ever was. Then again, Camille was hardly one to judge a drinker. Still riding a light wine buzz, she called the Nashes from the convenience store. A young girl's voice answered, quivered, then fell silent. Camille could hear breathing, but no reply to her request to speak with the parents. After a long pause came a slow click, and the line went dead. She decided it was time to try her luck in person. The boxy disco-era minivan sat in the Nash driveway beside a rusty yellow Trans Am, signaling both Bob and Betsy were home. Camille rang the bell. The eldest daughter, Ashley, answered but only stood behind the screen door, staring at her stomach without speaking. The Nashes were all small-boned. At 12, Ashley looked years younger, sucking on strands of her hair, barely blinking even when little Bobby waddled up and began crying at the sight of the visitor, then howling. A full minute passed before Betsy Nash appeared, looking as dazed as her children. She seemed confused when Camille introduced herself. Betsy mentioned that Wind Gap had no local daily paper. Camille explained she was from the Chicago Daily Post in Illinois. Betsy replied that her husband handled such matters and began running her fingers through her son's blonde hair. Camille clarified she wasn't selling a subscription and asked if Mr. Nash was home for a quick chat. The family moved away from the door together. After another wait, Bob Nash ushered Camille inside, clearing laundry from the couch so she could sit. He muttered loudly toward his wife that the place was a pit and apologized for the mess, saying things had gone to hell since Anne. Camille reassured him it was fine, pulling a pair of tiny boy's underwear from beneath her and adding that her own home looked the same. In truth, she maintained compulsive neatness, a trait inherited from her mother. She had to restrain herself from ironing socks and had once gone through a phase of boiling household items after leaving the hospital. She wished Betsy would simply vanish, so insubstantial she seemed she might evaporate, leaving only a damp spot on the sofa. Instead, Betsy lingered, eyes shifting between her husband and the guest as if preparing herself. The children hovered like pale ghosts, caught between laziness and dullness. Ashley might manage okay, but the chubby middle child seemed headed for desperate hookups and junk food binges, while the boy looked destined for aimless drinking in gas station lots, the kind of restless, angry kid Camille had noticed on her way into town. Camille told Bob she needed to speak with him further about Anne for a larger story, noting his earlier kindness and asking for more details. He agreed, saying anything that might bring attention to the case was welcome, and asked what she needed. She inquired about the games and foods Anne liked, words to describe her, whether she was a leader or follower, how many friends she had, how she felt about school, and what she did on Saturdays. The Nashes stared in silence for a moment before she smiled and added that it was just for starters. Bob said his wife would know most of those answers since she was the caregiver, then turned to Betsy, who was folding and refolding the same dress in her lap. Betsy answered that Anne liked pizza and fish sticks, had many casual friends but only a few close ones, and often played alone. Ashley interrupted, holding up a naked Barbie and saying it needed clothes. They ignored her. She dropped the doll and began twirling in clumsy ballerina spins. Tiffany seized the toy and started opening and closing its rubbery legs. Bob described Anne as tough, his toughest, saying she could have played football if she'd been a boy and was always covered in scrapes from rough play. Betsy added quietly that Anne had been her voice, then fell silent. When Camille gently pressed, Betsy explained that Anne spoke whatever came to mind, mostly in a good way, and never measured her words. She had imagined Anne might become a lawyer or debater someday because she believed everyone should hear what she had to say, unlike Betsy herself, who always worried her own thoughts sounded stupid. Bob interrupted to note that Anne's talkativeness had caused trouble at school, where she could be bossy and wild, drawing complaints from teachers. Betsy countered that it was sometimes simply because Anne was so smart. Bob agreed she was whip-smart, sometimes smarter than him, and that Anne had known it. Tiffany, chewing on the Barbie's toes, suddenly ran to the center of the room and began doing somersaults. Ashley, seized by jealousy at her mother's attention shifting, yelped, shoved her sister hard, and yanked her hair. Tiffany burst into a red-faced wail that set Bobby crying again. Ashley screamed it was Tiffany's fault and began whimpering too. Camille sensed she had disrupted a fragile family balance. A house full of children was always a nest of petty jealousies, and the Nash kids were now competing even with their dead sister. She felt sympathy for them. Bob quietly muttered Betsy's name with raised eyebrows. She quickly gathered Bobby onto her hip, pulled Tiffany up with one hand, and wrapped an arm around the sobbing Ashley, leading all four out of the room. Bob stared after them a moment, then said the girls had been acting like babies for nearly a year, when they should have been eager to grow up. Anne's absence had changed the home more than anything. He shifted on the sofa, explaining that Anne had been a real person with a full personality. He could predict what she would find funny or stupid on TV. He couldn't do that with his other children or even his wife. Anne had simply been present in a way the others weren't. His throat tightened. He stood, turned away, circled behind the couch, then faced Camille again. He cursed and said he wanted her back, asking what was left now. Gesturing around the room and toward the doorway where his family had gone, he wondered if this was all there was, because if so, there wasn't much point. He demanded someone find the man responsible so he could learn why Anne, of all people, the one he had always believed would turn out all right. Camille sat silent, feeling her pulse throb in her neck. She suggested that Anne's strong personality might have rubbed some people the wrong way and asked if that could be connected to what happened. Bob grew wary, leaning back deliberately on the couch with spread arms as if trying to appear casual. He asked who exactly. Camille mentioned the rumor about Anne and a neighbor's bird, that she might have heard it. Bob rubbed his eyes and looked at his feet, complaining that people in this town gossiped. No one had ever proved Anne did it. The neighbor's older girls had teased her constantly, and bad blood already existed with Joe Duke across the way. One day they invited her over. By the time Anne returned, they were screaming she had killed their noisy old bird. He laughed and shrugged, saying it would have been fine with him if she had. Camille asked if Anne would have been likely to do something like that if provoked. Bob replied that only a fool would provoke her, and she wasn't exactly a little lady. When Camille asked if she thought Anne knew her killer, Bob picked up a pink t-shirt and folded it neatly. He used to think no, but now believed yes, she had gone with someone she knew. Camille asked whether Anne would have been more likely to go with a man or a woman. Bob mentioned the James Capisi story and suggested a little girl would trust someone who reminded her of her mother. Still, he believed it was a man. He couldn't imagine a woman doing all that to a child. He had heard John Keene had no alibi and speculated that Keene, seeing Natalie every day, might have given in to an urge, first killing another tomboyish girl like Natalie, then taking her too. Camille asked if that was the talk around town. He said some of it. Betsy suddenly appeared in the doorway, looking down at her knees, and told Bob that Adora was here. Camille's stomach clenched involuntarily. Her mother breezed in, smelling of bright blue water, looking more at ease in the Nash house than Betsy did. Betsy quietly withdrew like a servant from an old film. Adora refused to look at Camille and went straight to Bob, apologizing profusely for the intrusion and explaining she had realized right away it was her daughter. Bob stared between them in surprise, learning this was Adora's daughter. Adora remarked that Camille wasn't exactly the family type. When Bob asked why she hadn't mentioned it, Camille reminded him she had said she was from Wind Gap and hadn't thought he'd care who her mother was. Bob assured her he wasn't angry. Adora was a very good friend to the family. She had tutored Anne in English and spelling, and the two had been close. Anne had been proud to have an adult friend. Adora sat with hands folded, skirt neatly spread, blinking at Camille in clear warning. Camille admitted she had no idea, surprised at how subtly her mother had mourned the girls. She wondered why Adora had tutored the unkempt West Side child, but realized she sometimes underestimated her. Adora told Camille she should leave, explaining she was there for a social visit and found it difficult to relax around her these days. Camille replied she wasn't quite finished with Mr. Nash. Adora looked to Bob for confirmation. He smiled awkwardly. He suggested they continue later. A word, punish, flashed hot on Camille's lower hip as she thanked Bob for his time and strode out without looking at her mother. She began crying before she even reached her car. Camille stood on a cold Chicago corner waiting for the light to change when a blind man approached, cane clicking. He asked for the cross streets. When she stayed silent, he turned toward her and asked if anyone was there. She answered that she was, and the words landed with surprising comfort. In moments of panic, she still spoke them aloud to herself. "I'm here." Most days she did not feel present at all, as if a warm gust of wind could scatter her completely, leaving nothing behind. Some mornings the thought soothed her, others it left her chilled. That floating emptiness, she believed, came from knowing almost nothing of her own past. The clinic therapists had agreed. She had long stopped searching for her father. When she pictured him, it was only a vague outline labeled, "Father." She could not bear imagining him shopping for groceries or drinking morning coffee or coming home to children. Would she someday collide with a girl who looked exactly like her? As a child, she had hunted for any physical link to her mother, stealing framed photos to study her eyes, the curve of a calf, the hollow of a neck, desperate for proof she belonged to her. Her mother had never explained how she met Alan. Everything Camille knew came secondhand. Questions were never welcome. She remembered the casual intimacy of her college roommate, chatting with her own mother on the phone, sharing every trivial detail without hesitation. The ease had felt luxurious. Once she finally met the woman, the mother had moved through their dorm room full of questions, already knowing so much about Camille. She left a bag of safety pins, just in case, then took her daughter to lunch. The small kindness made Camille cry after they left. Her own mother phoned once a month and asked only about grades, classes, and expenses. As a girl, Camille had never told Adora her favorite color or the name she wanted for a future daughter. She could not recall ever crawling into her mother's bed after a nightmare. Adora had tended to her, managed her, and once bought her lotion with vitamin E. That was all. For a time, Camille told herself Adora's distance had begun after Marion's death. In truth, she suspected her mother had always struggled with children more than she admitted. There was a jealousy in it, a resentment Camille could still feel in memory. Adora had probably once liked the idea of a daughter. As a girl, she must have daydreamed about motherhood, about coddling and closeness. She had a hunger for children. In public, she had once paraded Camille through town, smiling, teasing, tickling her for the neighbors to see. At home, she would drift to her room and leave Camille outside the door, replaying every moment, searching for what she had done wrong. One memory still lodged in her like a clot. Marion had been dead 2 years. Adora hosted friends for afternoon drinks. One woman brought a baby. The child was passed around, kissed with red lipstick, cooed over for hours. Camille was supposed to be reading upstairs but sat at the top of the stairs watching. When the baby finally reached Adora, she held it fiercely, exclaiming how wonderful it was to have one in her arms again. She jiggled it on her knee, walked it around the room, whispered to it. From above, Camille watched like a jealous god, hand pressed to her cheek, imagining the feel of her mother's skin against hers. Later, alone in the living room while the others tidied the kitchen, Adora's expression changed. She stared at the baby with open hunger, pressed her lips hard to its round cheek, then opened her mouth and bit down on a small fold of flesh. The baby screamed. Adora quickly soothed it, and when the women returned, she said the child was simply fussy. Camille ran to Marian's old room and hid under the covers. Back at Footh's for a drink after the visit to the Nashes, Camille told herself she was only taking a quick nip. She had been drinking more lately, but never to excess. Liquor felt like a thin, protective layer against the sharp thoughts in her head. The bartender, a round-faced man a couple of years behind her in school, filled her big-mouth cup 2/3 with bourbon and a splash of Coke. He set it on a napkin and said it was on the house, adding that they didn't take money from pretty women. His neck flushed red, and he hurried to the far end of the counter. She took Neho Drive home. The street grew grander the closer it came to Adora's house. She passed Katie Lacey's old mansion, built after her parents demolished their Victorian. A block ahead, a little girl rode a flower-stickered golf cart. Amma. She had slipped away while Adora was still at the Nashes. Girls traveling alone were rare in Windgap since Natalie's death. Instead of heading home, Amma turned east, toward the poorer houses and the pig farm. Camille followed at a crawl so her engine would not stall. The downhill slope let the cart glide fast. Amma's braids streamed behind her. 10 minutes later they reached open country, yellow grass, bored cows, leaning barns. Camille idled a few moments to give her space, then kept just far enough back to stay in sight. The air soon thickened with the smell of shit and stale saliva. Metal pig holds appeared like long rows of staples. The squeals sounded like screams from a rusty pump. Camille's nose flared and her eyes watered. The stench was solid, something you wanted to cut a hole through for relief. Amma zipped through the gates. The guard waved her in. Camille had to invoke Adora's name before the old man at the booth let her pass. He remembered Adora had a grown daughter. His name tag read Jose. She tried to check if he still had all his fingers. Down here, the Mexicans took the worst, most dangerous jobs, while the locals still complained. Amma parked beside a pickup, dusted herself off, and walked briskly past the slaughterhouse and the long lines of wet pink snouts pushing through the slats. She headed straight for the big metal nursing barn. Camille slipped to the far side so she could watch without being seen. Inside, sows lay strapped on their sides in farrowing crates, legs spread, red swollen nipples exposed. Most would be inseminated again and again until their bodies gave out. While they were still useful, they nursed litter after litter. The smart, social animals hated the forced intimacy. Many wanted to die, and did once they dried up. Men yanked one squealing pack of piglets out and tossed another in. They ignored Amma as if her presence were routine. She stood at the edge of a crate, watching. One man rubbed oil on a bloody nipple and flicked it, laughing. Amma winked at him. The piglets swarmed the sow like ants on jelly, fighting for nipples that bounced in and out of their mouths. The sow's eyes rolled back. Amma sat cross-legged, staring, then began smiling and squirming in place. Camille could not watch anymore. She walked out slowly at first, then scrambled to her car. Door closed, radio loud, warm bourbon burning her throat. She drove away from the noise and the smell and the child. Amma. Until the pig farm, Camille had felt little real interest in her. Now she did. The scene at the plant still tightened her throat. Her mother claimed Amma was the most popular girl in school, and Camille believed it. Jackie called her the meanest, and that rang true too. Growing up inside Adora's bitterness would twist anyone. Camille wondered what Amma made of Marian, living in the shadow of a ghost. Yet Amma was smart. She saved her acting out for away from home. Near Adora, she stayed compliant, sweet, needy, exactly what it took to earn her mother's love. Still, that violent streak, the tantrum, the smack to her friend, and now the ugliness at the farm. A clear taste for nasty things. It reminded Camille of the stories about Anne and Natalie. Amma was nothing like Marian, but she shared something with those two dead girls. Late afternoon, just before supper time, Camille decided on a second visit to the Keens. She needed a quote for her feature, or Curry would pull her out. Leaving Windgap would bring her no personal pain, but she needed to prove she could handle the assignment, especially with her credibility already shaky. A woman who carved herself up did not top the list for hard stories. She drove past the spot where Natalie's body had been found. What Amma had left untouched sat in a pathetic clump. 3 stubby candles long blown out, cheap supermarket flowers still in wrappers, and a limp heart-shaped helium balloon bobbing listlessly. In the Keene driveway, Natalie's brother sat in the passenger seat of a red convertible talking with a blonde girl who nearly matched his beauty. Camille parked behind them. They stole quick glances at her, then pretended not to notice. The girl laughed loudly, weaving red lacquered nails through the boy's dark hair. Camille gave an awkward nod they surely ignored and slipped past to the front door. Natalie's mother answered. The house behind her lay dark and quiet. Her face stayed open. She did not recognize Camille. Camille apologized for bothering her at such a time and said she really needed to talk. The woman asked if it was about Natalie. When Camille said yes and asked to come in, the mother opened the door. Camille thanked her for the cool air inside, noting the heat had passed 90. The woman said she had heard 95. Camille asked for a glass of water, another old reporter trick. People were slower to throw you out once they had offered hospitality. While Mrs. Keene went to the kitchen, Camille looked around. The furniture had been moved back into place. On a nearby table sat a photo of the 2 Keene children leaning against a big oak tree in jeans and red sweaters. The boy smiled uncomfortably. Natalie, half his height, looked gravely serious. Camille asked the boy's name. Mrs. Keene said it was John, a kind and gentle boy she had always been proudest of. He had just graduated high school. Camille noted that when she went to school here, they had waited until June. The woman agreed it was nice to have longer summers. They smiled at each other. Camille sat and sipped her water, suddenly unsure what to say next. She finally admitted they had not properly met. She was Camille Preaker from the Chicago Daily Post. They had spoken briefly on the phone. The woman's smile vanished. Her jaw tightened. She said Camille should have mentioned that sooner. Camille tried to explain she only wanted to be fair to the family and asked for a few questions. Mrs. Keene refused. When Camille persisted about giving people more information, the woman stood over her and leaned down, the big red wooden heart on her necklace swinging like a hypnotist's pendant. She called Camille a parasite, disgusting, and hoped she would one day see how ugly she was. Then she ordered her to leave. She followed Camille to the door and shut it hard enough to chime the bell. Camille stood on the stoop blushing, already noting how nicely that heart necklace would read in her story, when the blonde girl in the convertible called out to her. She confirmed Camille was Camille Preaker and said she remembered her from when she was little. Everyone had known her. Camille asked her name. The girl said Meredith Wheeler. She was John Keene's girlfriend. Camille vaguely recalled the name from her mother's friends but would never have placed her. The girl had been 6 or 7 when Camille last lived here. Still, she was not surprised Meredith knew her. Wind Gap girls studied older ones like trading cards. Meredith said she remembered Camille and laughed when told she could not believe she was driving. She asked if Camille was a reporter now. When Camille said yes, in Chicago, Meredith promised she would get John to talk and that they would be in touch. Then she drove off, clearly pleased with herself. Camille phoned the main hardware store where Natalie's body had been found. Without giving her name, she chatted about redoing a bathroom and new tiles, then steered the talk to the killings. The gruff voice agreed that many people were rethinking home security lately. He said they had sold about 3 dozen chain locks and double bolts in the past few days, mostly to families with children. He added they hoped to make a donation to Natalie's family and asked if she wanted to come look at tile samples. She said she might. Another reporting task finished without another grieving mother calling her names. For their dinner meeting, Richard chose Gritty's, a family restaurant whose salad bar offered every food except salad. The lettuce sat wilted in a small container at the end. Richard was chatting with the plump, pie-faced hostess when Camille arrived 12 minutes late. The girl barely noticed her, lost in daydreams about Richard. He greeted Camille without looking away from the hostess, joking that her lateness was a scandal, and that Joanne had kept him company. The girl giggled, glared at Camille, and led them to a corner booth, slapping down a greasy menu. The waitress brought Camille a shot glass of water and a large soda for Richard, calling him by name and saying she had remembered. He flirted back, calling her his favorite. On second look, the waitress was Kathy, an old classmate. They had been friends one semester because their boyfriends were best buddies. Camille flashed on them holding hands while peeing drunk in the snow, and Kathy bragging about sex with Jerry on the pool table. Kathy greeted her and said she had heard Camille was in town. Camille hated hearing that phrase. Kathy mentioned Bobby said hi, they were married now and lived on Fisher. Camille pictured an awkward visit in their living room with Kathy filling every silence. Kathy asked if they wanted the buffet. Camille ordered a beer. Kathy hesitated, checked the clock, and said she was not supposed to serve until 8, but would try to sneak one for old time's sake. Camille protested she did not want to cause trouble. Kathy laughed that it would be the most interesting thing to happen to her in a while. While Kathy went for the beer, Camille and Richard filled plates with chicken fried steak, grits, mashed potatoes, and for Richard, a melting slab of Jell-O. Kathy left the beer discreetly on Camille's seat. Richard asked if she always drank this early. Camille said it was just a beer. He smiled and said he could smell liquor under the wintergreen certs on her breath. She denied the liquor. In truth, she had been late because she stopped for mints after a quick nip to cover the bourbon she had taken after leaving the Keens. He said gently it was none of his business, took a bite of red-tinged mashed potatoes, and fell quiet, looking slightly embarrassed. Camille sensed she had let Richard down, the way a parent might cancel a promised trip to the zoo. She felt an urge to make it right by answering whatever he asked next, and wondered if that was exactly why he had pressed her about the drinking. Clever cop. He held her gaze. He wanted to understand Windgap's particular brand of violence, whether it was open or hidden, group acts like bar brawls or gang assaults, or private and personal. Who did it, and to whom? She hesitated, saying she could not sum up the town's entire violent history in a single sweep. He asked for one truly violent incident she had witnessed growing up. Her mother with the baby flashed first. She described seeing a woman bite a child. Richard pressed for details. Boy or girl, the child's own mother? Camille said it was a girl, not the woman's daughter. He called it a good lead, a personal act of violence against a female child, and said he would look into it. When he asked who the woman was, Camille felt her limbs drift away like driftwood on oily water. She pressed her fingertips hard against the fork tines. Speaking the memory aloud left her panicked. She had not expected him to want names. She told him it was only supposed to be a general profile of violence, that she had no more details. The woman was a stranger, probably someone's relative from out of town. Richard smiled and noted that reporters were not supposed to assume. Camille reminded him she had only been a girl then, not a reporter. He apologized, said he was giving her a hard time, playing bad cop. He took the fork from her fingers, set it aside, lifted her hand, and kissed it. She saw the word lipstick inching from her right shirt sleeve. They sipped their drinks in the brief silence. Richard twirled the salt shaker and asked if he could continue with a few more questions. She nodded. The smell of tuna salad on her plate turned her stomach. She looked for Kathy to order another beer. She described a fifth-grade recess where two boys cornered a girl and made her insert a stick. Richard asked if it was against her will. Camille said the boys were bullies. They told her to do it, and she obeyed. They had ordered a few others to watch. When the teacher found out, the whole group, including the girl, had to apologize to the class. The teacher's words had been that young ladies must control their bodies because boys could not. Richard wrote it down, clearly disturbed by how recently such attitudes had been normal. He asked for the next incident she remembered. Camille mentioned an 8th-grade girl who got drunk at a high school party and was passed around by 4 or 5 football players. Richard confirmed it counted as outright violence. When Kathy appeared and asked how everything was, Camille requested another beer. Richard asked for 2. Kathy agreed only as a favor to him, the best tipper in town. Camille leaned forward, clarifying she was not defending the act, only trying to understand his definition of violence. Richard said the fact that she even had to ask painted a clear picture of the town's attitude. He asked if the police had been called. She said no. He expressed disgust that the girl had probably been expected to apologize for letting it happen. When he reached for her hand again, she pulled it into her lap. She challenged him. So age made it rape? Richard said it would be rape at any age. Camille asked if she herself got drunk tonight and had sex with 4 men, would that count as rape? He said ethically yes, though legally it would depend. She called him sexist, accusing liberal men of protecting women under the guise of equality. Richard denied it. She told him about a sensitive colleague who suggested she sue for discrimination after being passed over. She insisted she had simply been mediocre and that treating drunk women as automatically victimized was offensive. Kathy brought the beers. They drank in silence until the bottles were empty. Richard finally sighed and conceded. Camille stayed quiet, He pointed out she could see the pattern in attacks on females and the town's attitude toward them. She noted that neither Anne nor Natalie had been sexually molested. Richard said he believed the killer saw pulling teeth as equivalent to rape. Pure power, invasive, forceful, each tooth a release. He warned her the thought was off the record. If it appeared in her story, they would never speak again. He liked talking to her. He clicked his empty bottle against hers. Then he suggested taking her out properly. No work talk, just something small town to give his brain a break. He joked about pulling taffy, catching a greased pig, making ice cream, or riding in a Shriner's car. Camille raised an eyebrow at his local charm. He said Kathy liked him. She replied it was only because he tipped well. They ended up at Garrett Park, squeezed onto swings too small for adults, rocking slowly in the hot evening dust. Neither mentioned that this was the last place Natalie Keene had been seen alive. Across the ball field, an old stone fountain ran endlessly, not to be shut off until Labor Day. Richard remarked that he saw high school kids partying here at night. Vickery was too busy to chase them off anymore. Camille said it had always been that way. Drinking was not considered a big deal in Wind Gap, except apparently at Gritty's. Richard said he would have liked to see her at 16. He guessed she had been the wild preacher's daughter, pretty, rich, smart, a dangerous combination. He pictured her out drinking the boys on the cracked bleachers. Camille thought of the far worse things she had done in this park. Her first kiss, her first blowjob at 13 with a senior baseball player who took her into the woods and made her service him before he would kiss her. Not long after came the football party night Richard had reacted to so strongly. 8th grade, 4 guys, more action than in the last 10 years. The word wicked burned hot near her pelvis. She told him she had had her share of fun. Looks and money went far in Wind Gap. Brains, she said, you hid. She had plenty of friends, but no one close. Richard asked if she had been close to her mother. She said not particularly. The drinks had made her face feel tight and warm. He twisted his swing to face her and asked why. She answered that some women were not made to be mothers and some were not made to be daughters. When he asked if her mother had ever hurt her, the question unsettled her, especially after their earlier talk. She felt certain there were memories of scratching, biting, pinching buried somewhere. She pictured ripping open her shirt to show him the scars. She called the question bizarre. Richard apologized, saying she had sounded sad or angry. She replied that only someone with a healthy relationship with his parents would think so. He laughed and offered to change the subject. He scrunched his face in mock thought and asked for light swing set talk. Favorite color, favorite ice cream flavor, favorite season. She answered blue, coffee, and winter. He said no one liked winter. She said she liked how it got dark early. In her mind, she finished the thought because the day ended. She liked crossing days off a calendar. 151 safe. 152 the world still intact. 153 no one destroyed. 154 no real hatred aimed at her. Sometimes she believed she would only feel safe when she could count her remaining days on one hand. She was about to say a little more when a battered yellow IROC rumbled to a stop across the street. Amma and her 3 blonde friends spilled out the back. Amma leaned into the driver's window, cleavage on display for the greasy-haired boy behind the wheel. The girls posed behind her, hips cocked, the tallest bending over to tie her shoe with exaggerated slowness. They glided toward the swings. Amma waved her hands theatrically against the black exhaust. They were all hot little things. Long blonde hair, heart-shaped faces, skinny legs, miniskirts, and tiny tops showing flat bellies. Except for Jodes with her unnaturally high chest, the rest had full, wobbly breasts far too ripe for their age. All that milk-fed, hog-fed, hormone-pumped livestock. Amma sucked on an oversized red blow pop. "Hey, Dick," she called. Camille watched the girls approach, her skin already prickling with unease. Amma greeted her with a lazy question about making her a star, rolling a sucker across her tongue. The girl had changed out of her plant clothes into a skimpy tank and skirt that barely covered her. Camille noted the flawless peach skin on all of them, smooth and unfinished, stirring a sharp wish for them to vanish. Amma dropped into the dirt in front of them, knees up, flashing her panties as she asked Richard when he would take them for a ride. He answered evenly that it would require arresting her, and possibly the older boys she kept around, since high school boys were too old for a girl her age. The tall one corrected him that they had dropped out. Amma giggled in agreement. Richard asked Amma her age. She told him she had just turned 13. The brassy blonde cut in, complaining that he always focused on Amma and barely noticed the rest of them, probably didn't even know their names. Richard introduced the tall girl as Kylie, the blonde as Kelsey, and pointed to the third, whom Amma identified as Jodes to avoid confusion with the second Kelsey. The girl offered weakly that they could call her Kelsey if they wanted. He confirmed Amma was Camille's half-sister, claiming he wasn't completely out of the loop. Amma replied in a suggestive tone, asking if he and Camille were dating, adding that she had heard Camille used to be quite the hot ticket. Richard gave a startled laugh. Camille felt a flush of shame climb her leg and admitted it was true. She had been something once. Amma mocked the word, the others laughed, while Jodes scratched anxious lines in the dirt. Amma teased that the stories about Camille would get him hot, or maybe he already knew them. Richard announced they had to leave, but that it had been something, then took Camille's hand to help her from the swing. He held on, squeezing twice as they headed to the car. Amma called after them that he was quite the gentleman, unable to solve crime but happy to help Camille into his crappy car. The four girls followed close, Amma and Kylie stepping on their heels. Camille felt the sting where Amma's sandal scuffed her Achilles, then the wet sucker twirling into her hair. She muttered for Amma to stop and spun around, grabbing the girl's wrist hard enough to feel her slow pulse. Amma only pressed closer, her strawberry breath warm against Camille's neck, smiling as she dared her to do something, claiming Camille could kill her right there, and Richard still wouldn't figure it out. Camille released her with a push and hurried with Richard to the car faster than she wanted. That night, Camille fell into a heavy sleep at 9 and woke at 7 to an angry sun and a dried tree scraping restlessly at her window screen. She dressed in her long sleeves and skirt, then went downstairs. In the backyard, her mother moved through the roses in a butter-yellow sundress, using pliers to examine and prune each bloom, while Gayla held a silver tray in her white nurse's uniform. Adora criticized Gayla for not watering enough and yanked a light pink rose to the ground, clipping it at the root. Dozens of roses already sat on the tray, looking fine to Camille. Adora announced without looking up that she and Camille would go shopping in Woodbury today. Camille mentioned she had things to do and brought up the Nashes, admitting a pang of guilt for earlier taunting. Adora gave a vague hum and said she and Alan were hosting a party next Saturday, planned long before Camille arrived. She added that Camille had been there over a week, and it was time they caught up, insisting she would need a dress since she surely hadn't brought one. Camille protested she had barely realized her mother knew the girls well. Adora dismissed it, saying it would be a nice summer party with fine people. When Camille offered to take the imperfect roses for her room, Adora refused, saying they weren't good enough. Camille insisted they were fine for her. Adora tugged at another stem, then cried out that she was bleeding from the thorns. She held up her hands as red trails ran down her wrists and walked toward the house, Gayla and then Camille following. The back door knob came away sticky with blood. Alan bandaged Adora's hands heavily. On the porch, they nearly tripped over Amma working on her dollhouse. Adora plucked teasingly at the girl's braid and invited her along. Amma followed without protest. Camille kept expecting the usual kicks at her heels, but none came with their mother present. Adora asked Camille to drive the baby blue convertible but refused to put the top down, saying they would get cold, and shared a conspiratorial smile with Amma. The girl sat silently behind her, twisting a smart-ass smile whenever Camille caught her in the rear view, occasionally brushing light fingertips across Adora's hair. At the boutique in Woodbury, Adora asked weakly for Camille to open the car door, the first words she had spoken to her in 20 minutes. Camille also held the shop door, triggering a feminine bell and the saleswoman's delighted greeting. The woman exclaimed at Adora, then frowned at her bandaged hands. Adora brushed it off as a household accident and said she would see her doctor later. When asked what happened, she demurred and introduced Camille as her visiting daughter. The saleswoman glanced at Amma first, then offered Camille a wavering smile, lowering her voice as she remarked she had forgotten Adora had a third daughter. She observed that Camille must take after her father, since Amma and Marion looked so much like Adora. Adora agreed that Camille didn't take after her much, mentioning her father's coloring, cheekbones, and temperament, the most she had ever said about him in Camille's hearing. Adora petted Camille's hair with her gauzy hands and told the saleswoman they needed a colorful dress for her, since she favored blacks and grays, size 4. The thin woman pulled an array of bright greens, blues, and pinks. Amma held up a glittery gold top to Adora, who told her sharply it was tacky. Camille asked if she really reminded her mother of her father. Adora touched up her lipstick and said she knew Camille wouldn't let it drop. then confirmed that her personality reminded her of someone very unlike herself and certainly not Alan. She ended the talk there. When Camille pressed once more, Adora complained that she was making her bleed more and showed the red spots on her bandages. The saleswoman returned with dresses, insisting on a turquoise strapless sundress. She nodded at Amma, suggesting the girl could already fit into petites. Adora corrected that Amma was only 13 and not ready for such clothes. The woman expressed worry about the troubles in Wind Gap. Adora put an arm around Amma, kissed her head, and said some days the worry felt unbearable, that she wanted to lock her away somewhere. Amma mumbled something about Bluebeard's dead wives. Adora corrected it gently to Rapunzel and told Camille to show her sister how pretty she could be. Camille trailed into the dressing area, her mother waiting outside like a silent judge. She surveyed the revealing options, strapless, spaghetti straps, cap sleeves, and knew this was punishment. She chose a pink dress with 3/4 sleeves, slipped it on quickly, but the lower neckline made the carved words on her chest swell visibly under the light: wine, milk, hurt, bleed. She told her mother it wouldn't work. Adora insisted on seeing. Camille tried to stall and change, but the zipper stuck. Her bared arms flashed deep pink and purple scars, a scorched blur in the mirror. She looked horrifying. Adora demanded she open the door. Amma chimed in asking what was wrong. Camille repeated that it wouldn't work. Adora spat her name. Camille heard her mother press again, demanding to know why she wouldn't just show them. Adora repeated her name. Camille urged that she had seen the dresses and knew exactly why they wouldn't work. Amma wheedled that she would try one on instead. Camille finally gave in and banged the door open. Adora's face hovered level with her neckline and winced at the sight. Her breath brushed warm across Camille's skin. She lifted a bandaged hand as if to touch the carved words, then let it fall. Behind her, Amma whined like a puppy. Adora told her to look at what she had done to herself. Camille answered that she did look. Adora hoped she had loved every second of it and could stand herself. She shut the door. Camille ripped at the dress, the jammed zipper scraping pink scratches down her hips as she wriggled free. She bunched the fabric over her mouth and screamed into it. In the next room, her mother's voice stayed measured. When Camille stepped out, the saleswoman was already wrapping a long-sleeved, high-collared lace blouse and a coral skirt that would reach her ankles. Amma stared at her with pink, darting eyes, then slipped outside to wait by the car. Back at the house, Camille followed Adora into the entryway. Alan stood there in a falsely casual pose, hands stuffed in his linen pockets. Adora fluttered past him toward the stairs, whimpering that the day had been horrible before her door clicked shut upstairs. Alan frowned at Camille and went to tend to her. Amma had already vanished. In the kitchen, Camille pulled open the cutlery drawer just far enough to glimpse the knives she once used on herself. She only wanted the sight, the imagined pressure of a point against her fingertips. The drawer jammed after an inch. Her mother had padlocked it. She yanked again and again, hearing the silvery clink of blades sliding like petulant metal fish. Her skin burned hot. She was reaching for the phone to call Curry when the doorbell chimed its polite tones. Peering around the corner, Camille saw Meredith Wheeler and John Keene on the porch. Embarrassment flooded her as if she had been caught in something private. She chewed the inside of her mouth and opened the door. Meredith swept inside, eyes sweeping the rooms, letting out minty exclamations at how beautiful everything was, while waves of dark, matronly perfume rolled off her green and white cheerleading outfit. She noticed Camille looking and explained it was her last time wearing it for a torch-passing session with next year's girls. She asked if Camille had been a cheerleader. Camille confirmed she had, though not especially good, but she had looked nice in the skirt back when she still limited her cutting to her torso. Meredith said she could believe it. Camille had been the prettiest girl in town. Her cousin Dan Wheeler, a freshman when Camille was a senior, had always talked about her being pretty, smart, and nice. He lived in Springfield now and was still unmarried. The wheedling tone reminded Camille of exactly the sort of plastic chummy girls she had never been comfortable with. Meredith introduced John as if surprised he stood beside her. Camille saw him up close for the first time. Beautiful, almost androgynous, tall and slim with full lips and ice-colored eyes. He tucked a shock of black hair behind his ear and smiled at his own hand as he extended it. Meredith asked where they should talk. Camille considered getting rid of her but kept her, sensing John needed the company. She told them to sit in the living room while she fetched sweet tea. She first ran upstairs, slammed a fresh cassette into her recorder, and listened at her mother's door. Only the whir of a fan. She wondered if Adora was sleeping and whether Alan was curled beside her or simply watching from the vanity chair. Passing Amma's room, she saw the girl sitting properly on the edge of a rocking chair, reading Greek goddesses. Camille noted she had already played at being Joan of Arc, Bluebeard's wife, and Princess Diana, all martyrs. Goddesses would only give her unhealthier models. She left her to it. In the kitchen, she poured the tea, then pressed the tines of a fork into her palm for a full 10 seconds until her skin quieted. When she carried the tray into the living room, Meredith sat with her legs draped over John's lap, kissing his neck. Camille set the tray down with a clank. Meredith didn't stop. John looked at her and peeled himself slowly away. She pouted that he was no fun today. Camille began the interview, saying she was glad John had agreed to talk despite his mother's reluctance with the press. She noted his mother was very private. He confirmed he had just turned 18 and sipped his tea with formal little measures. Camille explained she wanted to describe Natalie properly to readers so the girl wouldn't get lost, since Anne's father was already speaking. She asked if his mother knew he was here. He said no, but it was fine. They would have to agree to disagree. His laugh came in a quick stutter. Meredith added that his mom was a freak about the media and extremely private. She barely knew who Meredith was, despite them being together over a year. When he didn't elaborate, she slid her legs off his lap, crossed them, and began picking at the couch edge. Camille asked if he was living with the Wheelers now. Meredith described the carriage house out back, saying her little sister was pissed because it used to be her hangout spot, except for Amma, who was cool. Camille realized of course this connected to Amma. She asked which Kelsey. Meredith said the tall one. Camille said she had met her, and they seemed close. Meredith replied they had better be. Little Amma ran that school, and it was foolish to get on her bad side. Camille moved on, asking if John was adjusting all right. Meredith cut in that he was fine. They had put together a care basket of guy things, even a CD player from her mom. Camille looked pointedly at John. He said he simply needed to be away from home right now. Everyone was on edge, Natalie's things still untouched everywhere. Her shoes in the hallway, her swimsuit hanging in their shared bathroom so he saw it every morning in the shower. He couldn't deal. Camille said she could imagine. Marian's tiny pink coat had hung in the hall closet until she left for college and might still be there. She turned on the recorder, slid it across the table to him, and asked what his sister had been like. He said she was a nice kid, extremely smart, unbelievable. When Camille asked in what way, he explained she hadn't done well in school because of discipline problems, but only because she got bored and should have skipped a grade or two. Meredith interjected that his mom thought skipping would stigmatize her and had always worried about Natalie sticking out. He agreed, describing Natalie as a goofy tomboy weirdo. He laughed, staring at his feet. Camille asked if he was thinking of a particular story. He recalled how Natalie once invented an entire other language, complete with an alphabet that looked Russian, and had tried to teach it to him before getting frustrated quickly. He laughed again, the sound croaking up as if from underground. She asked if Natalie liked school. He said it was hard being the new kid and the girls could be snotty. Meredith pretended to push him, calling him rude. He ignored her. He added that Amma had actually been friends with Natalie for a little while. They would run around in the woods, and Natalie would come back scraped up and daffy. But Amma got bored with her being younger, and they had some sort of falling out. John said it was okay, though. Natalie played a lot with James Capisi, a farm kid a year younger that no one else talked to. Camille mentioned that Capisi claimed to be the last one to see Natalie alive. Meredith called him a liar who always made stuff up because his mom was dying of cancer and he had no dad and no attention. John shrugged and agreed the story was wild, a crazy lady snatching a girl in broad daylight. He asked why a woman would do something like that. Camille countered why a man would. Meredith added that who knew why men did such freaky stuff, it was a gene thing. Camille asked if the police had questioned him. He said yes, along with both parents. She asked if he had an alibi for the nights of both killings. He said no. He had been out driving around because he sometimes needed to get out of the house. He darted a glance at Meredith, whose lips pursed. She stayed silent when he said she didn't get it. Camille offered that she did get it. She remembered feeling claustrophobic growing up here and couldn't imagine moving into it from somewhere else. Meredith interrupted that John was being noble. He had been with her both nights but didn't want to get her in trouble. She told Camille to print that. She sat stiff and upright on the sofa edge, slightly disconnected as if speaking in tongues. John murmured no. Meredith insisted she wouldn't let people think her boyfriend was a baby killer. John said if she told that story to the police, it would only look worse for him. No one really thought he would kill his own sister. He took a single lock of her hair and pulled his fingers gently from roots to ends. The word tickle flashed on Camille's right hip. She believed him. He had cried in public, told silly stories about his sister, played with his girlfriend's hair, and she believed him. She could almost hear Curry snort at her naivete. Camille steered the conversation back to stories and asked John whether it was true that Natalie had hurt a classmate back in Philadelphia. John froze, turned to Meredith, and for the first time looked unpleasant, lips curling with distaste. His body jolted as if he might bolt, but he leaned back and breathed. He grumbled that this was exactly why his mother hated the media. There had been a short article back home that made Natalie sound like an animal. Camille pressed him to tell what happened. He shrugged and picked at a nail, explaining it occurred in art class while the kids were cutting and painting. A little girl who always bossed Natalie around got hurt when 9-year-old Natalie, temper flaring, happened to have scissors in her hand. It wasn't premeditated. Camille pictured the serious child from the family photo stabbing at another girl's eyes, bright red blood mixing with pastel watercolors. She asked what happened to the little girl. John said they saved her left eye, but the right was ruined. Camille asked if Natalie had attacked both eyes. He stood abruptly, pointing down at her, and said Natalie had seen a shrink for a year afterward, suffered nightmares for months. She was only 9. It was an accident. The whole family felt horrible. His dad set up a fund for the girl, and they moved in the middle of the night like criminals so Natalie could start over. That was why they came to this goddamn town. His dad took the first job he could find. Meredith murmured that she hadn't realized he was having such a horrible time here. John sat back down, head in his hands, and began to cry. He clarified he hadn't meant he was sorry he came, only that he was sorry Natalie came here because now she was dead. They had been trying to help her, and she was dead. He let out a quiet wail. Meredith wrapped her arms around him grudgingly. He repeated that someone had killed his sister. That night, Gayla informed Camille there would be no formal dinner because Miss Adora wasn't feeling well. Camille suspected her mother had insisted on the miss. She could hear Adora and Amma bickering in the bedroom like pretty birds, Adora correctly accusing Amma of driving the golf cart without permission. Windgap obsessed over machinery. Most homes had cars, boats, scooters, tractors, and among the elite, golf carts that kids whipped around town illegally. Camille guessed Adora had tried to restrict Amma's freedom after the murders. Their fight squeaked on for nearly half an hour with familiar warnings that stirred old unease in Camille. At least Amma sometimes got caught. When the phone rang, Camille answered to spare Amma's momentum and heard the cheerleader staccato of her old friend Katie Lacey, now Brucker. Angie Papermaker was hosting a pity party. Wine, a sad movie, crying, gossip. Camille should come. Angie lived in the new rich section, huge mansions on the edge of town practically in Tennessee. Camille couldn't tell if Katie sounded jealous or smug. She knew she would have to endure at least one evening out with them rather than finish transcribing John's interview, which left her dangerously sad. These gatherings would likely yield more information than formal interviews. Katie pulled up in 5 minutes. Her house was only a block away, in a huge, stupidly expensive SUV with a DVD player playing a kids' show, despite no children present, and a dashboard navigator giving unnecessary directions. Her husband Brad studied at her father's feet and would take over the controversial chicken bulking hormone business. Camille's mother always sniffed at it, though her own pigs were pumped with chemicals at a slower pace. Brad was the compliant type who lived, impregnated, and bought where Katie directed. He was good-looking enough after a while and had a small dick. Camille knew firsthand from a mechanical freshman-year encounter. It apparently worked. Katie was in her first trimester with their 3rd child and planned to keep going until she had a boy. Conversation covered Camille's life in Chicago, her lack of a husband, then Katie's hair, new vitamins, Brad, her 2 girls Emma and Mackenzie, the ladies' auxiliary, and its poor handling of the St. Patrick's Day parade. They sighed over the poor little murdered girls and Camille's story about them, but Katie quickly returned to complaining that the auxiliary had grown scattered under Becca Hart, née Mooney. Becca had risen socially 5 years ago by marrying Eric Hart, whose family owned a tacky go-kart and waterslide tourist trap. Becca would be there tonight. She just didn't fit in. Angie's house looked like a generic child's drawing of a mansion. Inside, Camille immediately regretted coming. Angie had dropped 10 unnecessary pounds and smiled demurely before returning to fondue. Tish, the group's former little mommy who held hair during vomiting and had dramatic unloved crying jags, had married a slightly dorky but solid-earning man from Newcastle. Mimi draped herself on a chocolate leather couch. Her dazzling adolescent looks hadn't aged well, yet everyone still called her the hot one and pointed to the giant rock from Joey Johansson, now Joe Ha. Poor Becca sat eager and awkward, dressed almost identically to Angie, flashing smiles no one returned. They watched Beaches. When the lights came on, Tish was sobbing. She announced through tears that she had gone back to work, pressing coral pink nails to her eyes. Angie poured wine, patted her knee with showy concern. Katie murmured girlishly why on earth she would do that. Tish sobbed that with Tyler in preschool she thought she needed a purpose. Angie told her she already had one and not to let society or feminists make her feel guilty. Becca offered that feminism meant women could choose whatever they wanted. The others looked dubious until Mimi's sobs drew the attention and whined her way. She wept that Stephen didn't want more kids. Katie snapped with outrage, asking if 3 was enough for him or for her. Mimi said she wanted a girl, a daughter, and also a son, staring pointedly at Angie's 3-year-old boy's photo. The women petted her hair and belly. The weeping and fretting bounced between Tish and Mimi, missing babies, dreaming of a house full of kids. What was wrong with just being a mommy? Camille felt sorry for their genuine distress and could sympathize with lives not turning out as planned, but after nodding along, she had nothing useful to add. She ducked into the kitchen to slice cheese and stay out of the way, knowing from high school how quickly these rituals turned nasty. Becca soon joined her, washing dishes. Becca said this happened pretty much every week and half rolled her eyes. Camille offered it must be cathartic. She sensed Becca wanted more. Becca whispered she had no idea her life was so miserable until these get-togethers. She took a clean knife to slice Gruyere. They had enough cheese for all of Wind Gap. Camille replied that being conflicted let one live shallowly without admitting it. Becca agreed and asked if it had been like this in high school. Camille said pretty much when they weren't stabbing each other in the back. Becca laughed that she was glad she had been such a loser and wondered how to be less cool now. Camille laughed too, poured her wine, feeling giddy at being dropped back into her teenage life. When they returned still lightly giggling, every woman in the room was crying and stared up at them like a gruesome Victorian portrait. Katie snapped that she was glad they were having such fun, considering what was going on in town. Angie added the subject had widened. Mimi cried, asking what was wrong with the world and why someone would hurt little girls. Katie said she couldn't get over them taking the teeth. Angie sobbed she wished the girls had been treated nicer when alive, and asked why girls were so cruel to each other. Becca asked if the girls had picked on them. Mimi, face wrecked and mascara running, sobbed that they cornered Natalie in the bathroom after school and cut her hair off. Angie said they made Anne show her privates to the boys. Katie added they always picked on those girls just for being a little different, wiping tears delicately. Becca asked who they were. Katie lifted her chin, the old high school gesture meaning she was turning on someone while feeling justified, and told Becca to ask Camille since she was reporting it. She asked if Camille knew how awful her sister was. Camille answered that she knew girls could be miserable. Katie glowered, asking if she was defending her. Camille felt herself pulled into Wind Gap politics and panicked as the word catfight throbbed on her calf. She faked weariness and said she didn't even know Amma well enough to defend or not defend her. Camille felt the women close in, all eyes fixed on her as Angie demanded whether she had even cried once for the little girls. Katie answered for her with pious certainty that Camille had no children, so she couldn't possibly feel the hurt the same way. Camille said she felt very sad about them, but the words landed flat and artificial, like a beauty contestant promising world peace. She did feel sad, yet saying it aloud cheapened it. Tish began carefully that it seemed part of a woman's heart stayed shut off forever if she never had children. Katie agreed, saying she hadn't become a real woman until she felt Mackenzie move inside her. She went on that for all the God versus science talk. Both sides agreed on babies. The Bible commanded to be fruitful and multiply, and science proved women existed to bear children. Becca muttered, "Girl power," under her breath. Becca drove Camille home after Katie decided to sleep over at Angie's, leaving the nanny to handle her girls in the morning. Becca made light jokes about the women's mothering obsession. Camille managed only small croaks of laughter, sulking inside. Easy for her to say, she had 2 kids. Back in her room, Camille slipped on a clean nightgown and sat squarely in the center of her bed. She told herself no more booze tonight, patted her cheek, and unclenched her shoulders. She called herself sweetheart. The urge to cut surged. Sugar flared on her thigh, nasty burn near her knee. She wanted to carve Baron into her skin and stay that way, insides unused, empty, and pristine. She pictured her pelvis split open to reveal a tidy hollow like the nest of a vanished animal. The little girls. Mimi's cry about what was wrong with the world had barely registered earlier, but now it hit hard. Something was horribly wrong right here. Camille saw Bob Nash perched on the edge of Anne's bed, straining to remember his last words to her. She saw Natalie's mother weeping into one of her old t-shirts. She saw herself at 13 sobbing on the floor of Marian's room, clutching a small flowered shoe. She saw Amma, 13 herself, a woman-child with a gorgeous body and a gnawing need to be the baby her mother still mourned. She saw her mother weeping over Marian and biting that baby. She saw Amma asserting power over lesser creatures, laughing as she and her friends sliced through Natalie's hair while the curls fell to the tile. She saw Natalie stabbing at a little girl's eyes. Her skin screamed, her ears pounded with her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around herself, and wept. After 10 minutes of sobbing into her pillow, the jag eased. Mundane thoughts drifted in. Usable quotes from John Keene for the article, Rent Due Next Week in Chicago, the apple turning sour in the trash basket by her bed. Outside her door, Amma whispered her name. Camille buttoned her nightgown to the throat, tugged her sleeves down, and let her in. Amma wore a pink flowered nightgown, blonde hair loose over her shoulders, feet bare. She looked truly adorable. Amma said she had been crying, sounding astonished. Camille admitted a little. Amma asked if it was because of her, weighting the word heavily. Camille said a little, she guessed. Amma said she had cried too. She stared at the edges of Camille's nightgown, trying to glimpse scars. Finally, she said she hadn't known Camille hurt herself. Camille told her not anymore. Amma wavered at the bed's edge and asked if Camille ever felt bad things were coming that she couldn't stop, only wait for. Camille suggested an anxiety attack. Amma sounded disappointed, as if Camille had missed a clever riddle. Then she offered a present and told her to open the wrapping paper carefully. Inside lay a neatly rolled joint. Amma said defensively it was better than the vodka Camille drank so much of and wouldn't make her as sad. Camille started to protest. Amma asked shyly if she could see the cuts again. Camille refused. Silence stretched. She held up the joint and began to say Amma really shouldn't. Amma frowned, twisting her nightgown corner, and said she did think so. Take it or don't, she was only trying to be nice. Camille thanked her and said it was sweet, she wanted to help her feel better. Amma insisted she could be nice, brow still furrowed, eyes glistening on the edge of tears. Camille wondered aloud why she had chosen now. Amma said sometimes she couldn't, but right now, with everyone asleep and everything quiet, it was easier. She reached out, hand hovering like a butterfly near Camille's face, then dropped it, patted her knee, and left. The published story opened with John Keene, 18, weeping that he was sorry his sister Natalie, 10, had come to Windgap because now she was dead. Someone had killed his little sister. It noted her body had been found jammed upright between the Cut and Curl and Bifty's Hardware on May 14th. The second girl murdered in 9 months after Anne Nash, 9, pulled from a creek last August. Both strangled, both missing their teeth. John described Natalie as a goofy tomboy, bright and imaginative, who once invented her own language with a working alphabet that looked Russian. A regular kid would have made gibberish. The police case remained gibberish too. Few leads, no one ruled out, possible local or outsider. Police refused comment on the boy claiming a woman abducted Natalie, but a source close to them believed the killer was a local man. The dentist agreed removing teeth took strength. Windgap had rushed to buy locks and guns. Hardware stores sold dozens of each. Anne Nash's father, Robert, 41, had armed up to protect his remaining children, calling Anne bright and a tomboy who liked climbing trees and biking, the way she was taken. Father Bluel reported higher mass attendance and a yearning for spiritual answers. So did the police. Before Press Curry mocked all the middle initials, Southerners and their formalities. Camille reminded him Missouri was Midwest. He snickered. He cut most details from the James Capisi interview to avoid looking like suckers, and removed the lame quote from John's mother, calling him kind and gentle. He was pleased they finally had a suspect focus, the man within the local community. Camille's source close to the police had been her own amalgam. She never told him. The morning the story appeared, Camille stayed in bed staring at the white rotary phone, braced for rebukes, John's furious mother or Richard over the local suspect leak. Hours passed in sweaty silence while horseflies buzzed at the screen and Gayla hovered outside, anxious to change the daily bedclothes and towels. Camille knew the endless laundry stemmed from Marian's time, crisp linens to erase every bodily drip and smell. She had been in college before she learned to like the lived-in scent of sex, walking into a friend's room one morning after a boy slipped out smiling sideways, socks in his pocket. The sweet, muddy animal smell had been foreign then. Her childhood smelled only of bleach. The first angry caller was not who she expected. Meredith Wheeler's voice clanged through the phone, complaining that Camille had left her completely out of the story, not one word, as if she hadn't even been there. She reminded Camille she was the one who got her John. Camille answered irritably that she had never promised to use her comments, and was sorry if Meredith got that impression. She jammed a floppy blue teddy bear under her head, then felt guilty and returned it to the foot of the bed. One owed allegiance to childhood things. Meredith pressed that if the story was about knowing Natalie, then John was needed, and if John was needed, so was she, his girlfriend who practically owned him, ask anyone. Camille said the focus hadn't been on their relationship. Behind Meredith's breathing, she heard a country rock ballad and rhythmic thump and hiss of ironing. Meredith insisted she knew a lot about the family that John wouldn't say, things only she noticed. Camille told her she would be in touch for the next story if Meredith had something to add, then hung up, uneasy with what the girl was offering. Looking down, she saw she had written Meredith in loopy girlish cursive across the scars on her left leg. On the porch, Amma lay swaddled in a pink silk comforter, damp washcloth on her forehead. Adora held a silver tray of tea, toast, and medicine bottles, pressing the back of Amma's hand against her cheek in slow circles. She murmured baby, baby, baby while rocking them both on the swing. Amma lolled sleepy as a newborn, smacking her lips now and then. It was the first time Camille had seen her mother since Woodbury. She hovered. Adora never lifted her eyes from Amma. Amma finally whispered hi and gave a tiny curled smile. Adora said her sister had worried herself into a fever since Camille came home, and that Camille needed to make her feel more comfortable. She was just a little girl. Camille saw a little girl with a hangover. Amma had left her room last night and gone downstairs to drink in her own. That was how this house worked. She left them whispering, the word favorite burning on her knee. Richard's sedan rolled alongside Camille as she walked toward the spot where Natalie's body had been found. She needed details on the balloons and notes for Curry's Town and Mourning piece, provided there were still no solid leads on the murders. The pressure from her editor hung clear in the air. Richard greeted her warmly. He complimented her latest story, smiling as he mentioned her source close to the police. Camille returned the acknowledgement briefly. When he invited her into the car, claiming they had work to do, she hesitated, reminding him that their previous collaboration had yielded only unusable no-comment answers, and that her editor might soon pull her off the story. He leaned in, insisting she join him. He needed a local tour guide through Wind Gap's hidden spots, and offered, in return, to answer 3 of her questions completely and truthfully, off the record. Camille finally slid into the passenger seat. Richard reached across, buckled her seatbelt, and paused with his face close to hers. He pointed out a mylar balloon swaying at the Discovery site that read, "Get well soon." To him, it perfectly captured the town. Camille directed him to the town's secret places, nooks where locals met for sex or drugs, where teens drank, or where people sat alone to reflect on where their lives had derailed. For her, one such unraveling had come the day Marian died. Picking up the knife ranked a close second. As they drove, Richard mentioned they still hadn't located the actual kill sites for either girl, only the contaminated dumping areas. He apologized for the harsh term. Camille responded that it sounded more suited to a slaughterhouse. He teased her choice of words, noting how fancy they seemed for Wind Gap. She shot back about the cultured ways of Kansas City folks. She guided him down an unmarked gravel road 10 miles south of Anne's Discovery site. They parked in tall weeds and hiked into the humid woods, the air thick and sticky. Camille fanned her neck and tugged at her clinging sleeves, wondering if Richard could smell last night's alcohol seeping through her sweat. Leaves shimmered on the cottonwoods, small animals scattered and birds burst into flight as they passed. Richard followed confidently, tearing leaves apart as he walked. They reached an old, tilting one-room schoolhouse overgrown with vines. Inside, a half-chalkboard displayed crude crayon drawings of penises entering vaginas. Dead leaves, liquor bottles, and rusty beer cans littered the floor. A few tiny desks remained, one draped with a tablecloth and centered with a vase of dead roses, an oddly pathetic attempt at romance. Camille hoped whoever had set it up had enjoyed their evening. Richard admired one of the drawings, his damp blue Oxford shirt outlining his toned chest. Camille explained it was mainly a kid's hangout near the creek, which was why she'd brought him. He studied her in silence, then asked what she did back in Chicago when not working. The conversation turned personal. He guessed she had a boyfriend. She admitted she hadn't had one in a long time. He plucked petals from a withered rose while grinning, calling her tough and different because she made him work for it. Most girls, he said, never stop talking. Camille regained her balance and bantered back, guessing he had 2 girlfriends to match his ties. He corrected her. No girlfriend at all, and his last had been a redhead who didn't coordinate with anything he owned. Normally, such polished, effortless men bored her. They lacked edges and fled discomfort. But Richard intrigued her, perhaps because of his crooked grin or because he dealt daily in ugly truths. He asked quietly if she had ever come here as a kid. She confirmed it had been perfect for inappropriate activities. Richard approached, handed her the last rose petal, and traced a finger up her sweaty cheek. He said it was the first time he'd wished he'd grown up in Wind Gap. Camille replied they might have gotten along well, feeling a sudden sadness that she'd never known a boy like him, someone who offered a real challenge. He told her she was beautiful, then tilted her chin and kissed her, slowly at first, then deeper, pulling her into his arms and sliding his tongue into her mouth. It was her first kiss in nearly 3 years. She ran her hands along his back, the rose crumbling between them, and licked his neck when she pulled his collar aside. He whispered that she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. The first time he saw her, he'd been so distracted that Vickery had sent him home. Camille returned the compliment but held his hands to keep them from wandering. Her thin shirt might reveal the scars beneath. He laughed at her stiff response, teasing that she wasn't very romantic. She admitted she was caught off guard and that getting involved was a bad idea. He agreed it was horrible, then kissed her earlobe. She suggested they should search the place instead. He confessed he had already searched it weeks ago. He had simply wanted a walk with her. It turned out Richard had already checked the other 2 spots she had in mind. The abandoned hunting shed had produced a yellow plaid hair ribbon unidentified by either girl's parents. At the eastern bluffs overlooking the Mississippi, they had found a child's sneaker print and dried blood that matched neither victim. Once again, her leads felt useless, yet Richard didn't seem bothered. They drove to the bluffs anyway, bought a 6-pack, and sat in the sun watching the river glide like a lazy gray snake. This spot had been one of Marian's favorites. For a moment, Camille felt the phantom weight of her sister as a child on her back, hot giggles in her ear, skinny arms wrapped tight. Richard asked where she would take a little girl to strangle her. Camille answered instantly, her car or her home. When he asked about pulling out the teeth, she suggested somewhere easy to clean. A basement or bathtub. She confirmed the girls had been dead first. He verified they had both been dead long enough that little blood remained when the teeth were removed, except with Natalie, where blood had still flowed because the teeth came out immediately after strangling. The image flashed through Camille's mind. Natalie slumped in a bathtub, brown eyes frozen open, blood on her chin as pliers worked in a woman's hand. She asked if he believed James Capisi's story. Richard admitted he truly didn't know. The boy was terrified. His mother kept calling for protection. He had pressed the kid hard, but Capisi never wavered. The story didn't fit any profile and felt wrong to his cop intuition. He asked what Camille thought. She agreed it might stem from the boy's fear over his mother's cancer. She then inquired about John Keene. Richard noted he fit the profile in age and family connection and seemed excessively broken up, unusual for teenage boys who would rather die than cry publicly. He demonstrated with a hollow toot on his beer bottle. Later that night, under a bright moon and pulsing cicadas, Richard dropped Camille home. The throbbing between her legs lingered where she had guided his hand to her clitoris, keeping it there so he wouldn't discover her scars. They had brought each other to climax like eager schoolkids, leaving her sticky and smelling of sex as she stepped inside. Her mother sat on the bottom stair in a pink nightgown with puffed sleeves and a satin ribbon, hands wrapped in pristine white gauze, despite being heavily drunk. She swayed slightly like a ghost, deciding whether to disappear, then beckoned Camille to join her. She insisted Camille first fetch a glass from the kitchen so they could drink together. Camille grabbed a tumbler, murmuring to herself that this would be miserable, yet underneath stirred an old childish hope for time alone with her mother. Adora poured perfectly, filling the glass to the brim. She smirked as Camille carefully lifted it, then leaned back against the newel post and sipped. Adora announced she had finally realized why she didn't love Camille. The words landed hard. Camille's throat tightened even as she tried to frame it as scientific curiosity. Adora explained that Camille reminded her of her own mother, Joya, cold, distant, smug. Since her girls wouldn't love her, she wouldn't love them either. Fury surged through Camille. She protested that she had never said she didn't love her mother. It was Adora who had always been cold. She began rubbing her palm hard against the stair edge until her mother's half-smile made her stop. Adora recalled Camille as willful, never sweet, remembering the time at 6 or 7 when she had cut off all her hair with fabric shears instead of allowing curlers for a school picture. Camille didn't remember it that way. She recalled hearing the same story about Anne. Adora called her headstrong, like the dead girls. She said she had tried to be close to them. Camille pressed, asking what she meant by being close to the dead girls. Adora's voice stayed raw as she told Camille the dead girls had reminded her of her own daughter, running wild through town like pretty little animals. She had hoped getting close to them might help her understand Camille, even like her, but she couldn't. Camille answered flatly that she didn't expect any different. The grandfather clock struck 11. Adora went on, her tone high and ragged. When she had carried Camille inside her, still a girl herself, she had believed the baby would save her, make her own mother love her at last. It had been a cruel joke. Camille reminded her she had only been a baby then. Adora pressed that from the very start Camille had disobeyed, refused to eat, punished her for giving birth, and made her look foolish. Camille answered that Adora herself had been the child. Now Adora said all she could think was why Marian had been taken and not her. Rage in Camille collapsed into heavy despair. Her fingers found a wood staple in the floorboard. She drove it under her fingernail. She would not cry for this woman. She told her mother she wasn't pleased to still be here either, if that helped. Adora called her hateful. Camille said she had learned it at her feet. Adora lunged, seized both her arms, then reached behind and traced one fingernail across the single untouched patch of skin on her back. She whispered that it was the only place left. Camille confirmed it was. Adora promised she would carve her name there someday. She shook her once, let go, and left Camille on the stairs with the warm dregs of their drinks. Camille finished the sours and dropped into dark, sticky dreams. Her mother sliced her open, unpacked her organs onto the bed while her skin fell aside like flaps, then sewed her initials into each one before tossing them back inside along with lost childhood things. An orange day-glow ball, violet wool stockings, a cheap gold-tinted ring, each return bringing relief that they were no longer missing. She woke past noon, disoriented and afraid. She took a long pull from her vodka flask to quiet the panic, then vomited it up in the bathroom along with strings of sugary brown saliva from the amaretto. She stripped, climbed into the cool porcelain tub, lay flat, and let the water rise slowly. It covered her ears with a deep whoop like a ship sinking. She wondered if she could ever hold still long enough to let it cover her face and drown with eyes open, just 2 inches, nothing more. The water stung her eyes, slid over her nose, and swallowed her completely. From above she saw herself, scarred skin and a still face flickering beneath the surface. Her body rebelled, screaming its carved words. Bodice, dirty, nag, widow, stomach and throat convulsing for air. A few moments of discipline, she told herself. What a pure way to die. She jerked upright, gasping, head tilted to the ceiling. Easy, she whispered to herself, petting her own cheek in baby talk until the panic eased and her breathing steadied. Then fresh fear struck. She reached behind her and felt the circle of unmarked skin on her back. It was still smooth. Black clouds hung low over Wind Gap, turning the sun sickly yellow so the whole town looked like insects under fluorescent lights. Still shaky from the night with her mother, Camille felt the weak glow fit her mood perfectly. She had an appointment at Meredith Wheeler's to interview her about the Keens. She needed at least one quote. The family had gone silent after her last article, and with John now living behind Meredith's house, this was her only route to him. She walked to Main Street, retrieved the car she had left yesterday, and drove over. She arrived half an hour early. Expecting Meredith to seat her on the patio where she might glimpse John, she instead followed music drifting from behind the house. 4 little blondes in fluorescent bikinis lounged at one end of the pool, passing a joint. John sat in the shade at the other end, watching. Amma looked tan, blonde, and refreshed. No trace of yesterday's hangover. She seemed tiny and bright as an appetizer. Faced with all that smooth young skin, Camille felt her own scars begin their restless chatter. The hangover and leftover panic made direct contact unbearable, so she stayed hidden at the edge of the house. The 3 friends soon sprawled face down on their towels in a haze of marijuana and heat. Amma stayed upright, staring straight at John while she rubbed suntan oil slowly over her shoulders, chest, and breasts, slipping her hands under the bikini top. One triangle slipped aside, bearing a plump breast. 13 years old, Camille noted, yet she felt an unwilling spear of admiration. Where she had once hurt herself for attention, Amma turned her body into a weapon aimed at others. Amma called across the water, asking who she reminded John of. He answered that she looked like a little girl misbehaving and thinking it cuter than it was. She told him to stop watching from his hideaway then, or Meredith would be jealous, pointing one leg toward the carriage house. John replied that he liked keeping an eye on her. Camille guessed Amma had slipped into his room uninvited or waited on his bed. Amma laughed, legs spread wide. In the strange light she looked almost gruesome. John told her it would be her turn someday soon. She called him a big man and said he was patient too. He answered she would need it. She blew him a kiss. The amaretto was souring in Camille's stomach. She had heard enough of their charged banter. She disliked seeing John flirt with 13-year-old Amma, no matter how forward the girl was being. She stepped forward and called hello. Amma waggled her fingers in greeting. 2 of the blondes glanced up, then sank back down. John splashed pool water across his face, turned, and gave her a small smile, while clearly trying to guess how much she had overheard. Camille walked equidistant between them and sat 6 feet from John. She asked if he had read her story. He nodded and thanked her, saying it had been nice, at least the part about Natalie. She explained she was there to speak with Meredith about Wind Gap and that Natalie might come up. He shrugged that it was fine. Meredith wasn't home yet. She had panicked over not having enough sugar for sweet tea and rushed to the store without makeup. Camille called it scandalous. John agreed it was for Meredith. She asked how things were going for him here. He said all right, but he couldn't tell if anywhere would feel better or worse right now. Camille offered that it was the kind of place where you feel miserable enough to want to die yet can't imagine being anywhere else. He stared at her, blue eyes reflecting the oval pool, and said that was exactly it. She suggested counseling or a therapist might help. Amma, now floating in the pool 10 feet away, cut in that it might calm some of his deadly urges. They didn't need more little girls showing up without their teeth. John shot to his feet. For a moment, Camille thought he would dive in and grab her. Instead, he pointed, opened his mouth, closed it again, and walked off to his attic room. Camille told Amma that had been cruel. One of the floating blondes called it funny. Another called John a freak. The third sat hugging her knees, eyes fixed on the carriage house. Camille murmured to Amma that she had been so sweet the other night. Why the sudden change? Amma looked startled for a breath, then said she didn't know and wished she could fix it. She swam away toward her friends just as Meredith appeared at the back door and called Camille inside with peevish impatience. Inside, the Wheeler house felt instantly familiar. Overstuffed plush sofa, sailboat model on the coffee table, lime green velvet ottoman, black and white Eiffel Tower photo angled sharply, every detail straight from a Pottery Barn catalog. Lemon yellow plates held glazed berry tarts in the center. Meredith wore a linen sundress, the soft peach of unripe fruit, her hair pulled into a loose ponytail that had clearly taken 20 careful minutes. She looked suddenly more like Adora's believable daughter than Camille ever had. A quiet grudge stirred. Camille kept it locked down. Meredith poured sweet tea for them both and smiled. She apologized in advance for whatever hateful or dirty thing her sister had said outside, guessing Amma was the ringleader of the group. Camille answered that Meredith probably knew Amma far better than she did, and that Amma and John didn't seem to get along. Meredith called Amma a needy child who feared she would shrivel up without constant attention, especially from boys. She explained Amma's dislike for John came from the fact that he liked her instead. Amma attacked him or tried to steal him away, though that would never happen. Camille asked why so many people in town seemed to think John had something to do with the murders. Meredith shrugged and said it was simple. He was from out of town, smart, worldly, and far better looking than anyone local. People preferred the evil to have come from outside Wind Gap rather than from within. She told Camille to eat her tart. Camille took a bite, the glaze dripped down her lip. She asked if Meredith believed he was innocent. Of course, Meredith said it was all idle gossip. Plenty of people went for drives around here. John had simply had bad timing. Camille asked what she could tell her about the girls or their family. Meredith answered that they had been darling, well-behaved, sweet little things. It was as if God had plucked the very best girls from Wind Gap straight to heaven. The words came out polished and rehearsed. Even her smile was measured, brave, hopeful, just right. Meredith snapped that she had only given the kind of quote Camille wanted. Camille insisted on a truthful one. Meredith refused, saying John would hate her for it. Camille offered to keep her unnamed. Meredith asked what the point of the interview would be then. Camille pressed that if she knew something about the girls that others weren't saying, she should share it. It might shift suspicion away from John. Meredith took a delicate sip of tea and dabbed her lips. She asked if she could still get her name in the article somewhere. Camille said she could quote her by name on other points. Meredith baby talked that she wanted the line about God plucking the girls to heaven, wringing her hands with a sideways smile. Camille refused, choosing instead the quote about John being an outsider and that fueling local gossip. Meredith whined why she couldn't use the one she preferred. Camille explained it contradicted what she had heard elsewhere and sounded fake. It was the most pathetic standoff Camille had ever had with a source, and completely unethical, but she needed the real story. Meredith twirled the chain at her neck and studied her. Suddenly she said Camille could have been a model. Camille snapped that she doubted it. Every compliment about her looks only reminded her of the ugliness hidden beneath her clothes. Meredith insisted, saying she had always wanted to be like her growing up. She described imagining Camille in a Chicago mansion with curly-haired children and a handsome investment banker husband, the family drinking orange juice in the kitchen while he left for work in his Jaguar. Camille admitted the picture sounded nice, but said she had imagined wrong, then steered back to the girls. Meredith remarked that Camille had never been very friendly and mentioned knowing about her dead sister. Camille said they could talk sometime after the story, but right now she needed the interview finished. Meredith finally relented. She thought she knew why the teeth had been taken and pantomimed pulling them out. When Camille asked why, Meredith said she couldn't believe no one else would acknowledge it. She glanced around the room, made Camille promise she hadn't heard it from her, then revealed that both Anne and Natalie had been biters with scary, boy-like tempers. They didn't hit, they bit. She held out her right hand, showing 3 white scars below the thumb from Natalie. While painting the girl's nails, Natalie had decided she didn't like it, and when Meredith held her hand down to finish, she had sunk her teeth in. For the earlobe, Meredith explained she had stayed overnight once when her car wouldn't start. She woke to blood on the sheets, her ear burning, and Natalie screaming. Mr. Keene had to hold the girl down. They searched for the missing earlobe but never found it. She guessed Natalie had swallowed it. Meredith gave an odd, reversed gulp of a laugh and said she had mostly felt sorry for her. Camille asked if Anne had been as bad. Meredith said worse. People all over town still carried her teeth marks, including Camille's own mother. Camille's hands went clammy and the back of her neck turned cold. Meredith described how Adora had been tutoring Anne when the girl lost control, yanked out some of Adora's hair, and bit hard into her wrist, deep enough for stitches. The image hit Camille, her mother's thin arm trapped between small teeth, Anne shaking her head like a dog, blood blooming on the sleeve and on the girl's lips. She pictured the small circle of jagged scars and the untouched skin inside it. Back in her room, Camille made phone calls with no sign of her mother. Downstairs, she heard Alan scolding Gayla for cutting the fillets incorrectly, explaining that trivial details separated a good meal from a true dining experience. Gayla gave a twangy assent. Camille dialed Richard on his cell, one of the few in Wind Gap who carried one. He answered formally as Detective Willis with a loudspeaker calling names in the background. She asked if he was busy. The light tone felt foolishly like flirting. He said he was wrapping up at the hospital in Woodbury with Vickery and would call back. She started to give her location, but he noted the number already showed on his display. She called it fancy. 20 minutes later, he returned the call, apologizing for the delay. Camille asked if it had been a lead. He said of sorts. She asked for a comment. Instead, he told her he had enjoyed last night. She had been writing Cop Richard repeatedly down her leg and forced herself to stop before reaching for a razor. She admitted she had enjoyed it too, then said she needed to ask him something straight off the record, followed by a printable comment for her next piece. He agreed to try to help. She suggested they meet at the cheesy bar where they had first drunk together. She needed to do it in person, get out of the house, and yes, have a drink. At Censor's, 3 guys from her old class sat at the bar, nice ordinary men. One had once won a state fair ribbon for his enormous sow. They bought her first 2 rounds, showed photos of their 8 children total, and exchanged small talk. Jason Turnbow, still blonde and round-faced, kept glancing between her face and breasts until she pulled out her tape recorder and asked about the murders. Then the device held his full attention. The men marveled at sitting here discussing murders in their hometown. They glowed with misplaced civic pride at the town's sudden infamy. It gave them something to claim alongside marriage and kids. Camille wondered if some locals would actually prefer the killer to be one of their own rather than an outsider. Richard pushed open the surprisingly light door, which banged against the wall as usual. The 3 men groaned at the sight of him. Camille hopped off her stool, smiled, thanked the guys for the drinks, and said she had work to do. Jason called that they'd be there if she got bored. Richard muttered, "Idiot," under his breath as they moved to a table. She finished her 3rd bourbon, ordered more drinks, then rested her chin on her hands. She noticed the small scar above his eyebrow and the tiny dimple in his chin. He tapped his foot against hers twice, hidden from view. She asked what gave. He wanted to know what was going on. She pressed whether, when he pictured the killer, he had a specific person in mind. He said he had a few. She asked male or female. He wanted to know why she was asking with such urgency. She said she just needed to know. He paused, sipped, rubbed his stubble, then said he didn't believe a woman would have killed the girls this way. He tapped her foot again and asked what was really happening. She claimed she was just freaking out and needed direction for her energies. He offered to help. She asked if he had known the girls were known for biting people. He mentioned only an incident with Anne hurting a neighbor's bird and that Natalie had been kept on a tight leash because of something at her previous school. Camille told him Natalie had bitten off someone's earlobe. He said there were no incident reports on Natalie since she arrived. She insisted the victim wasn't lying, she had seen the missing lobe herself. She added that Anne had attacked someone too. She wondered if the girls had tangled with the wrong person and been put down like dangerous animals, which might explain why their teeth were taken. Richard told her to slow down and first name who each girl had bitten. She refused. He grew angry and demanded the information, reminding her this was a murder case. She told him to do his job. He said he was trying, but her games weren't helping. She muttered childishly that now he knew how it felt. He rubbed his eyes, said he'd had a long day, and stood up, nudging his half-full glass toward her. She asked for an on-record quote. He said later he needed perspective and admitted she might have been right that they were a horrible idea. He left. The guys called her back over. She shook her head, finished her drink, and wrote "sick place" across 12 pages of her notebook until they left. This time Alan waited for her at home. He sat on the white brocade Victorian love seat in white slacks, silk shirt, and dainty white silk slippers, looking timeless, like a Victorian gentleman, Edwardian dandy, or 21st-century idle house husband who rarely worked, often drank, and occasionally made love to her mother. Alan rarely spoke to Camille outside Adora's presence. As a child, she had once passed him in the hallway, and he had bent stiffly to her level with the single stiff greeting that he hoped she was well. Now he sat on the Victorian love seat, a cake plate of silvery sardines balanced on his knee, and patted the cushion beside him without using her name. He told her she was making her mother ill and that he would have to ask her to leave if things did not improve. Camille asked how. He said she tormented Adora by constantly dragging Marion into conversation and speculating on how the dead child's body might look in the ground, something Adora could not detach from. He added that she must stop talking about the corpses of the 2 murdered girls, the blood from their mouths when the teeth were pulled, or how long it took to strangle them. Camille answered wearily that she had never said any of those things. She had no idea what Adora was claiming. Alan reminded her how strained her relationship with her mother had always been and how jealous she had been of anyone else's well-being. He said she was exactly like Adora's mother, an old angry witch who guarded the house and was only ever pleased when Camille, as an infant, had refused to nurse. The word on his oily lips ignited every scar across her body. Camille prompted that he knew all this from Adora. He nodded serenely. She pointed out that he also knew she had said horrible things about Marion and the dead girls from the same source. He agreed precisely. Camille told him Adora was a liar, and that if he did not know it, he was an idiot. Alan replied that Adora had endured a hard life. Her own mother used to slip into her room at night and pinch her, claiming worry that she might die in her sleep, though he believed it was simply to cause pain. A sharp memory jolted through Camille. Marian's machine-filled room down the hall, a sudden sting on her own arm, Adora standing over her in a nightgown and kissing the pink circle before telling her to go back to sleep. Alan said he thought she should know these things so she might be kinder to her mother. Camille had no intention of being kinder, she simply wanted the conversation over. She said she would leave as soon as she could. Alan suggested it would be wise unless she made amends, adding that trying might help her heal, at least her mind. He picked up the last sardine and sucked it whole into his mouth. She could almost hear the tiny bones crack. Camille took a tumbler of ice and an entire bottle of bourbon from the back kitchen and carried them upstairs. The liquor struck hard and fast. Her ears burned. The restless chatter of her skin finally quieted. She thought about the word carved at the back of her neck, vanish, and told herself in a looping haze that vanishing would banish her troubles. She wondered whether the family would have grown this ugly if Marian had not died. Other families grieved and moved on. But Marian still hovered over them. A blonde baby, perhaps a touch too cute, too doted on before the real sickness came. Camille remembered the invisible friend Marian called Ben, a giant stuffed bear, the hair ribbons arranged alphabetically by color, the joyful way she exploited her cuteness with batting eyes and tossed curls. She had called Adora Mutter, kept her plate clean, her room tidy, and wore only dresses and Mary Janes. She had called Camille Meal and could never keep her hands off her. Camille had adored her. Still drinking, she carried the tumbler down the hallway to Marian's room. Amma's door was shut. Alan and Adora's corner bedroom lay dark, fan whirring against the 90-degree heat that made the old house feel like walking underwater. The pillow on Marian's bed still held a small indentation. A violet dress, white tights, and shiny black shoes were laid out as if dressing a living child. The IV stand, the raised hospital bed, heart monitor, and bedpan remained exactly as they had been, clinical and lifeless. Marian's favorite rag doll had gone into the ground with her. The rest lined the wall like spectators, 20 china-faced dolls with glassy eyes. Camille saw her sister there so clearly, small, sweat-dotted, purple-ringed eyes, sitting cross-legged and shuffling cards, or combing a doll's hair, or coloring with furious, ripping strokes. She heard the hard crayon tearing paper. Marian looked up, breathing shallow and hard. "I'm tired of dying," she seemed to say. Camille fled back to her room as if chased. The phone rang 6 times before Eileen answered. Her hello sounded smooth but tense. Late calls were rare in the Curry house. It took another 2 minutes to fetch Curry. Camille pictured him polishing his glasses on his pajama corner, sliding into old leather slippers, checking the glowing alarm clock. Then she realized she was remembering a Chicago all-night pharmacy commercial. Camille dialed Richard on his cell, one of the few in Windgap who carried one. He answered formally as Detective Willis with a loudspeaker calling names in the background. She asked if he was busy. The light tone felt foolishly like flirting. He said he was wrapping up at the hospital in Woodbury with Vickery and would call back. She started to give her location, but he noted the number already showed on his display. She called it fancy. 20 minutes later he returned the call, apologizing for the delay. Camille asked if it had been a lead. He said of sorts. She asked for a comment. Instead he told her he had enjoyed last night. She had been writing Cop Richard repeatedly down her leg and forced herself to stop before reaching for a razor. She admitted she had enjoyed it too, then said she needed to ask him something straight off the record, followed by a printable comment for her next piece. He agreed to try to help. She suggested they meet at the cheesy bar where they had first drunk together. She needed to do it in person, get out of the house, and yes, have a drink. At Censors, 3 guys from her old class sat at the bar. Nice, ordinary men. One had once won a state fair ribbon for his enormous sow. They bought her first 2 rounds, showed photos of their 8 children total, and exchanged small talk. Jason Turnbow, still blonde and round-faced, kept glancing between her face and breasts until she pulled out her tape recorder and asked about the murders. Then the device held his full attention. The men marveled at sitting here discussing murders in their hometown. They glowed with misplaced civic pride at the town's sudden infamy. It gave them something to claim alongside marriage and kids. Camille wondered if some locals would actually prefer the killer to be one of their own rather than an outsider. Richard pushed open the surprisingly light door, which banged against the wall as usual. The 3 men groaned at the sight of him. Camille hopped off her stool, smiled, thanked the guys for the drinks, and said she had work to do. Jason called that they'd be there if she got bored. Richard muttered, "Idiot," under his breath as they moved to a table. She finished her third bourbon, ordered more drinks, then rested her chin on her hands. She noticed the small scar above his eyebrow and the tiny dimple in his chin. He tapped his foot against hers twice, hidden from view. She asked what gave. He wanted to know what was going on. She pressed whether, when he pictured the killer, he had a specific person in mind. He said he had a few. She asked male or female. He wanted to know why she was asking with such urgency. She said she just needed to know. He paused, sipped, rubbed his stubble, then said he didn't believe a woman would have killed the girls this way. He tapped her foot again and asked what was really happening. She claimed she was just freaking out and needed direction for her energies. He offered to help. She asked if he had known the girls were known for biting people. He mentioned only an incident with Anne hurting a neighbor's bird, and that Natalie had been kept on a tight leash because of something at her previous school. Camille told him Natalie had bitten off someone's earlobe. He said there were no incident reports on Natalie since she arrived. She insisted the victim wasn't lying. She had seen the missing lobe herself. She added that Anne had attacked someone too. She wondered if the girls had tangled with the wrong person and been put down like dangerous animals, which might explain why their teeth were taken. Richard told her to slow down and first name who each girl had bitten. She refused. He grew angry and demanded the information, reminding her this was a murder case. She told him to do his job. He said he was trying, but her games weren't helping. She muttered childishly that now he knew how it felt. He rubbed his eyes, said he'd had a long day, and stood up, nudging his half-full glass toward her. She asked for an on-record quote. He said later he needed perspective and admitted she might have been right that they were a horrible idea. He left. The guys called her back over. She shook her head, finished her drink, and wrote, "Sick place," across 12 pages of her notebook until they left. This time Alan waited for her at home. He sat on the white brocade Victorian love seat in white slacks, silk shirt, and dainty white silk slippers, looking timeless, like a Victorian gentleman, Edwardian dandy, or 21st-century idle house husband who rarely worked, often drank, and occasionally made love to her mother. Alan rarely spoke to Camille outside Adora's presence. As a child, she had once passed him in the hallway, and he had bent stiffly to her level with the single stiff greeting that he hoped she was well. Now he sat on the Victorian love seat, a cake plate of silvery sardines balanced on his knee, and patted the cushion beside him without using her name. He told her she was making her mother ill and that he would have to ask her to leave if things did not improve. Camille asked how. He said she tormented Adora by constantly dragging Marian into conversation and speculating on how the dead child's body might look in the ground, something Adora could not detach from. He added that she must stop talking about the corpses of the 2 murdered girls, the blood from their mouths when the teeth were pulled, or how long it took to strangle them. Camille answered wearily that she had never said any of those things. She had no idea what Adora was claiming. Alan reminded her how strained her relationship with her mother had always been and how jealous she had been of anyone else's well-being. He said she was exactly like Adora's mother, an old, angry witch who guarded the house and was only ever pleased when Camille, as an infant, had refused to nurse. The word on his oily lips ignited every scar across her body. Camille prompted that he knew all this from Adora. He nodded serenely. She pointed out that he also knew she had said horrible things about Marian and the dead girls from the same source. He agreed precisely. Camille told him Adora was a liar and that if he did not know it, he was an idiot. Alan replied that Adora had endured a hard life. Her own mother used to slip into her room at night and pinch her, claiming worry that she might die in her sleep, though he believed it was simply to cause pain. A sharp memory jolted through Camille. Marian's machine-filled room down the hall, a sudden sting on her own arm, Adora standing over her in a nightgown and kissing the pink circle before telling her to go back to sleep. Alan said he thought she should know these things so she might be kinder to her mother. Camille had no intention of being kinder. She simply wanted the conversation over. She said she would leave as soon as she could. Alan suggested it would be wise unless she made amends, adding that trying might help her heal, at least her mind. He picked up the last sardine and sucked it whole into his mouth. She could almost hear the tiny bones crack. Camille took a tumbler of ice and an entire bottle of bourbon from the back kitchen and carried them upstairs. The liquor struck hard and fast. Her ears burned. The restless chatter of her skin finally quieted. She thought about the word carved at the back of her neck, vanish, and told herself in a looping haze that vanishing would banish her troubles. She wondered whether the family would have grown this ugly if Marian had not died. Other families grieved and moved on. But Marian still hovered over them, a blonde baby perhaps a touch too cute, too doted on before the real sickness came. Camille remembered the invisible friend Marian called Ben, a giant stuffed bear, the hair ribbons arranged alphabetically by color, the joyful way she exploited her cuteness with batting eyes and tossed curls. She had called Adora Mutter, kept her plate clean, her room tidy, and wore only dresses and Mary Janes. She had called Camille Meal, and could never keep her hands off her. Camille had adored her. Still drinking, she carried the tumbler down the hallway to Marian's room. Amma's door was shut. Alan and Adora's corner bedroom lay dark, fan whirring against the 90-degree heat that made the old house feel like walking underwater. The pillow on Marian's bed still held a small indentation. A violet dress, white tights, and shiny black shoes were laid out as if dressing a living child. The IV stand, the raised hospital bed, heart monitor, and bedpan remained exactly as they had been, clinical and lifeless. Marian's favorite rag doll had gone into the ground with her. The rest lined the wall like spectators, 20 china-faced dolls with glassy eyes. Camille saw her sister there so clearly, small, sweat-dotted, purple-ringed eyes, sitting cross-legged and shuffling cards, or combing a doll's hair, or coloring with furious, ripping strokes. She heard the hard crayon tearing paper. Marian looked up, breathing shallow and hard. "I'm tired of dying," she seemed to say. Camille fled back to her room as if chased. The phone rang 6 times before Eileen answered. Her hello sounded smooth but tense. Late calls were rare in the Curry house. It took another 2 minutes to fetch Curry. Camille pictured him polishing his glasses on his pajama corner, sliding into old leather slippers, checking the glowing alarm clock. Then she realized she was remembering a Chicago all-night pharmacy commercial. It had been 3 days since she had last spoken to him, nearly 2 weeks in Wind Gap. In any other situation, he would have called 3 times a day for updates. Tonight, he simply asked if she was okay and what the story was. Camille reported that, though not yet on record, the police believed the killer was male, local, with no DNA, no kill site, and very little else, either a mastermind or an accidental genius. The town was focusing on John Keene. She had his girlfriend on record insisting he was innocent. Curry said it was good stuff, but that he had really been asking about her. He wanted to know if she was doing all right down there. She could not hide behind stoicism because he could not see her face. Her voice rose, more bitter than she meant. She was not so good, but what did that matter? It was a strong story and she felt close to something. A few more days or a week might break it open. She told him the girls had been known for biting people and that the detective she had been working with had not even known. Curry asked what the detective's comment had been. She said nothing. He pressed why she had not gotten one. Camille explained that the detective had sulked off because she had held back information, just as men did when they did not get their way after fooling around with a woman. She admitted she had screwed up, but would get the quote. She needed a few more days before filing to gather local color and work the cop. Curry encouraged her, said her work was getting close to good and that pushing harder would earn serious notice. He suggested she talk to old friends. They might open up more and it would add texture to the piece, like the Pulitzer-winning Texas flood story that included the reporter's own return home. He noted she sounded as if she had already had a few drinks. She confirmed it. He asked directly if this was a bad situation for her recovery. Camille downplayed it. It was not for him to worry about. Curry refused to let her play martyr. He would not penalize her if she needed to leave. She had to take care of herself. He had thought coming home might help, but he sometimes forgot that parents were not always good for their kids. Camille tried to steady herself and said that whenever she was here she simply felt like a bad person. Then the silent sobs came. Curry whispered her name, told her she was one of the most decent people he knew, and there were not many decent people left in the world. With his own parents gone, it was basically her and Eileen. He kept her around not because she was a great reporter, but because he saw how she treated even the most worthless people, with dignity and understanding. He tried to joke that the line was meant to be funny. It was not. He mentioned his vaudeville grandfather who had come straight off the boat from Ireland and played 4 instruments. Camille pulled the thin covers over herself, closed her eyes, and listened to the rest of the story, while the pen in her hand scratched "wrong woman" teeth deep into her thigh. Richard lived in Wind Gap's only apartment building, a squat industrial box with just 2 of its 4 units occupied. The carport columns had been spray-painted red in a row. "Stop the Democrats! Stop the Democrats! Stop the Democrats!" Then, oddly, "I like Louis." Wednesday morning, the storm still hung low, hot wind pushing piss-yellow light across town. Camille banged on his door with the corner of a bourbon bottle, an offering when she had nothing else to give. She had stopped wearing skirts. They made her legs too easy to reach, if he still wanted to reach. He opened the door smelling of sleep, hair tousled, wearing boxers and an inside-out t-shirt. No smile. The apartment was freezing, cold air rolled out to meet her. He asked if she wanted to come in or if he should come out, then spotted the bottle and told her to enter. He guessed they were getting drunk. The place was messier than she expected. Pants draped over chairs, overflowing trash, boxes of papers blocking the hallway so they had to turn sideways. He motioned her to a cracked leather sofa and returned with ice and glasses, pouring heavy measures. He admitted he should not have been so rude the night before. Camille said she felt she was giving him plenty of information while getting almost nothing back. He reminded her he was solving a murder and she was only reporting it, so he held priority. There were things he simply could not tell her. She countered that she had a right to protect her sources, which could in turn protect the killer. He told her to figure it out herself. She had given him nearly everything. They stared at each other. Richard smiled, shook his head, and poked her with his bare foot. He said he loved when she turned into the tough reporter. He poured them each another glass. They would be drunk before noon. He pulled her close, kissed her earlobe, and slid his tongue into her ear. He whispered how bad exactly the Wind Gap girl had been and asked her to tell him about the first time. Camille lied and said she was 16, fucking a football player in a bathroom at a party. In truth, her tolerance outpaced his. He was already glazing over, twirling a finger around her hard nipple through her shirt. He asked if she had come. She nodded, remembering mostly pretending, the faint murmur of release only after the third boy, and how one had kept asking if it was all right. Richard whispered if she wanted to come now with him. She nodded. He was on her at once, hands everywhere, trying to push up her shirt and tug down her pants. She stopped him, whispering it had to be her way. She liked it with clothes on. He insisted he wanted to touch her. She kept control, pulling her pants down only partway, holding her shirt over her stomach, distracting him with kisses, then guiding him inside. They fucked fully clothed on the cracked leather couch, the split seam scratching her ass while her carved words pulsed. Trash, pump, little girl. It was the first time she had been with a man in 10 years. Only when his groaning drowned out her skin could she finally enjoy the last few sweet thrusts. Afterward, he lay half on top of her, panting, still gripping the neck of her shirt. The day had gone black. They trembled on the edge of a thunderstorm. Camille asked who he thought had done it. He looked shocked, as if expecting something softer. He twirled her hair, then poked his tongue in her ear again. Men denied other parts of a woman, always fixated on the ear. She had learned that over the last decade. Off the record, he said it was John Keene. The boy had been unnaturally close to his sister. He had no alibi. Richard believed John harbored urges toward little girls that he was fighting, so he killed them and pulled their teeth for the thrill. He would not hold out much longer. The killings would accelerate. They were checking his past in Philly. Natalie's problems might not have been the only reason the family moved. Camille asked for something on record. He whispered hot against her ear, demanding first who told her about the biting and who the girls had bitten. She gave him Meredith Wheeler and the earlobe, then Anne biting her mother's wrist. He called her a good girl, stroking her nipple again. She repeated that she needed something printable. He smiled and said no, his way. That afternoon, Richard took her once more, then reluctantly gave her a quote about a break in the case and an arrest likely soon. Camille left him asleep in bed and ran through the rain to her car. A stray thought struck her. Alma would have gotten more from him. She drove to Garrett Park and sat staring at the downpour, unwilling to go home. Tomorrow the park would fill with children starting their long summer. Today it was only her, sticky and stupid. She could not decide if she had been mistreated, by Richard, by the boys who had taken her virginity, by anyone. She never truly took her own side. The Old Testament phrase, got what she deserved, appealed to her. Sometimes women did. Silence broke when the yellow IROC rumbled up beside her. Alma and Kylie shared the front passenger seat. A scraggly-haired boy in gas station shades and a stained undershirt drove. His skinny double sat in back. Smoke and the smell of citrus liquor rolled out. Alma told her to get in. They were going to party a little. She offered a bottle of cheap orange vodka and stuck out her tongue to catch a raindrop, her hair and tank top already soaked. Camille said she was fine. Amma insisted she did not look it and warned that police were patrolling. She would get a DUI, and they could already smell the booze on her. Kylie called for her to help keep the boys in line. Camille weighed her choices. Drink alone at home, drink at a bar with whoever drifted over, or ride with these kids and maybe catch useful gossip. 1 hour, then home to sleep it off. Plus, Amma's strange friendliness had begun to obsess her. The kids cheered when she climbed into the back seat. Amma passed around hot rum that tasted like suntan lotion. Camille worried they might ask her to buy liquor, but really she just wanted them to want her there, like she was popular again, approved by the coolest girl in school. The thought almost made her bolt, but Amma passed the bottle once more, its rim ringed with pink lip gloss. The boy beside her, introduced only as Nolan, nodded, wiped sweat from his lip, and said she was like his mom's age and he liked it. Camille doubted she was quite that old. He guessed his mother was 33 or 34, close enough. When he named her Casey Rayburn, Camille remembered the older girl from the factory side, too much hair gel, and a reputation for trouble. Nolan's friend in the driver's seat mocked that Camille had been too cool to hang with his druggy whore mom. Nolan whispered, "Fuck you." Amma leaned over the seat, rear bumping Kylie's face, and shook a bottle of OxyContin at Camille. She said it made you feel real good, stuck out her tongue, lined up 3 pills like white buttons, chewed, and swallowed with vodka. She urged Camille to try. Camille refused. Doing Oxy with her kid sister felt wrong. Amma wheedled, calling her Mill and promising she would feel lighter and as happy as she did. The old nickname hit like Marion. Camille still said no. Amma turned away, suddenly glum. Camille touched her shoulder and said she could not care that much. Amma insisted she did. The old dangerous need to please rose in Camille. 1 pill would not kill her. She gave in. Amma brightened instantly, leaned back, and told her to stick out her tongue like communion. Drug communion. Camille obeyed. Amma placed the pill on the tip and squealed, "Good girl." Camille was already tired of hearing that phrase today. They pulled up at one of Windgap's grand old Victorians, now repainted in garish blues, pinks, and greens, that made it look like the house of a mad ice cream man. A shirtless boy vomited in the bushes, 2 kids wrestled in the ruined flower garden, and a young couple clung together on a child's swing. They left Nolan locked in the car, so no one fucks with him, a gesture Camille found oddly charming. The Oxy made her feel game. Inside the mansion, she caught herself scanning for faces from her own youth, buzz cuts, leather jackets, spiral perms, Dracar Noir. All gone. These boys wore loose skater shorts, the girls had halters, mini-skirts, and belly rings. They stared at her as if she might be a cop. She smiled back, thinking she had fucked one that afternoon. She felt terribly chipper. In the cavernous dining room, the table had been shoved aside for dancing and coolers. Amma danced into the circle, grinding against a boy until the back of his neck flushed red. She whispered in his ear, then opened a cooler and pulled out 4 beers, holding them against her wet chest while pretending to struggle as she jiggled past appreciative boys. The other girls were less welcoming, sniping zipped through the party like firecrackers. But the little blondes had 2 advantages. They had arrived with the local drug dealer, and they were prettier than nearly every other girl there, so the boys would not let them be thrown out. The party was hosted by a boy. Camille could tell from the senior photo on the mantel of a blandly handsome dark-haired kid and the nearby picture of his proud parents. She knew the mother as the older sister of one of her high school friends. The realization that she was at her child's party sent the first wave of nerves through her. A frog-eyed brunette in a The Gap t-shirt ran past, grabbing another equally bug-eyed girl and whispering in excitement that they had come. Her friend replied it was too good and wondered if they should say hello. They decided to wait and see if the host wanted them there, otherwise they would stay out of it. Camille sensed John Keane before she saw him. Meredith Wheeler pulled him into the living room, where a few guys offered nods or shoulder pats while others turned their backs and tightened their circles. Neither noticed her, and the relief steadied her. Meredith spotted her cheerleader friends by the kitchen door and squealed, hopping over to them and leaving John stranded. The girls greeted her coldly. One said they thought she wasn't coming. Meredith insisted it was stupid. Anyone with sense knew John was innocent, and they refused to become outcasts over the mess. The redhead, who clearly wanted JC, replied that JC was not okay with it, and they should leave. A smaller girl with a maternal air asked if the police had really taken John's clothes. Meredith explained it was only to clear him completely. The redhead dismissed it. Camille hated her on sight. Meredith scanned for friendlier faces, spotted Camille with confusion, then Kelsey with fury. She left John by the door, pretending to check his watch and tie his shoe while the room buzzed with scandal. Meredith strode over, eyes brimming, forehead beaded with sweat, and asked what they were doing there, as if the question floated between them and herself. Amma chirped that Damon had brought them and said she could not believe Meredith had shown up, let alone John. Meredith's voice shook as she called Amma a little bitch who knew nothing and was a druggy fucker. Amma shot back that it was still better than what Meredith was fucking, then waved at John with a bright, "Hi, murderer!" John noticed her for the first time and looked as if he had been slapped. He started toward them when JC stepped in from another room, took him aside, and patted his back in the direction of the door. The whole room dropped to a whisper and watched. John nodded once to Meredith and headed out. She followed quickly, head bowed, hands covering her face. Just before the door, a boy called out in a teasing falsetto, "Babby killer!" Nervous laughs rippled. Meredith whipped around, teeth bared, screamed, "Fuck y'all," and slammed the door behind them. The boy mimicked her coyly for the crowd, while JC cranked the music back up to a teenage girl's synthetic voice teasing about blowjobs. Camille wanted to follow John and simply wrap her arms around him. She had never seen anyone look so completely alone, and Meredith seemed unlikely to offer comfort. She pictured him returning to the empty carriage house. Before she could move, Amma seized her hand and tugged her upstairs to the VIP room. There, Amma and the blondes, plus 2 shaved-head high school boys, rifled through JC's mother's closet, flinging designer clothes into a satin and fur nest on the bed. Amma pulled Camille down beside her and produced a button of ecstasy from her bra. She asked if Camille had ever played rolling roulette. Camille shook her head. Amma explained they would pass the pill tongue to tongue. The last one it dissolved on one. This was Damon's best stuff, so they would all feel it. Camille declined. The boys' alarmed faces reminded her they saw her as someone's mother. Amma whined, calling her Camille and pleading that they were sisters. Kylie and Kelsey moaned pleas. Jodes watched silently. The OxyContin, bourbon, afternoon sex, the wet storm outside, her restless skin, and the lingering thoughts of her mother all collided. Suddenly, Camille let Amma kiss her cheek in excitement and nodded yes. The game began with Kylie's tongue, then the first boy's, Kelsey's, the second boy's wolfish tongue, Jodes' hesitant one, and finally Amma's soft, hot little tongue. Amma wrapped her arms around Camille and pressed the pill hard onto her tongue until it crumbled and dissolved like cotton candy. She whispered to drink lots of water, then giggled and flung herself back onto the mink. One boy snapped that the game had barely started. Amma declared haughtily that Camille was her guest and could use some sunshine. She had a pretty shitty life and, like John Keene, had never dealt with their dead sister. She announced it the way one might introduce cocktail party guests. Camille stood too quickly, a red satin halter clinging to her backside, and said she had to go. She had maybe 15 minutes before the ecstasy hit hard, and she did not want to roll here, or with Richard, or alone in her steamy bedroom, listening for her mother. Amma offered to come with her instead. She slipped another pill from her bra lining, popped it in her mouth, and smiled huge and cruel at the others who looked hopeful but daunted. She suggested swimming. It would feel outrageous once they started rolling. Camille had no fight left, and it seemed easier to follow. They descended to the kitchen where peach-faced boys stared in confusion. One too young, one definitely too old. They grabbed bottled water from the innocent family refrigerator stocked with juices, casseroles, fresh fruit, and white bread. The ordinary domesticity touched Camille amid the surrounding chaos. Amma declared wildly that she was so excited to swim and pulled Camille's arm like a child. Camille whispered to herself that she was doing drugs with her 13-year-old sister, but 10 minutes had passed and the thought only brought a flutter of happiness. Amma was fun, the most popular girl in Wind Gap, and she wanted to spend time with her. She loved her the way Marion once had. Camille smiled. The first wave of chemical optimism lifted inside her like a bright test balloon, splattering good cheer across the roof of her mouth, fizzy and pink as jelly. Kelsey and Kylie started to follow. Amma swung around laughing and told them she did not want them along. They could stay and help Jodes get laid. She needed a good fuck. Kelsey scowled at Jodes, waiting nervously on the stairs. Kylie eyed Amma's arm around Camille's waist. They glanced at each other. Kelsey snuggled against Amma, head on her shoulder, and whined to come along. Amma shrugged her off, smiled at her like a dumb pony, and told her to fuck off. She was tired of all of them, and they were such bores. Kelsey hung back confused, arms still half outstretched. Kylie shrugged, danced back into the crowd, grabbed a beer from an older boy's hand, licked her lips at him, and checked to see if Amma was watching. She was not. Amma steered Camille out the door like an attentive date, down the steps and onto the sidewalk where tiny yellow oxalis weeds pushed through the cracks. Camille pointed and called it beautiful. Amma pointed back at her and nodded. She loved yellow when she was high. She asked if Camille was feeling something. Camille nodded. Their faces flickered on and off under passing street lamps. Swimming was forgotten. They moved on autopilot toward Adora's house. The night clung to her like a soft, damp bedgown. A flash hit her of the Illinois hospital. Waking drenched in sweat, a desperate whistle in her ear, her cheerleader roommate purple and twitching on the floor beside an empty Windex bottle, the post-mortem squeak of gas, and her own shocked burst of laughter that now echoed here in Wind Gap. Amma slipped her hand into Camille's and asked what she thought of Adora. The high wobbled, then steadied. Camille said she was a very unhappy and troubled woman. Amma said she sometimes heard her calling out names during naps: Joya, Marion, and Camille. Camille replied she was glad she did not have to hear it, but sorry Amma did, and patted her hand. Amma said Adora liked to take care of her. Camille answered that was great. Amma called it weird. After Adora took care of her, she always wanted to have sex. She flipped up her skirt from behind and flashed a hot pink thong. Camille told her she should not let boys do things to her at her age because it was not reciprocal. Amma said sometimes if you let people do things to you, you were really doing it to them. It made them more fucked up while you kept the control, as long as you did not go crazy. Camille began to answer, but Amma interrupted, saying she liked their house and especially her room. The floor was famous, once pictured in a magazine as the Ivory Toast, Southern living from a bygone time. Too bad ivory was impossible to get now. Amma stuck a cherry blow pop in her mouth, snatched a firefly from the air, ripped out its glowing back end, and smeared the light across her finger to make a glowing ring. She dropped the dying insect into the grass and admired her hand. She asked if girls had liked Camille growing up, because they were definitely not nice to her. Camille tried to square Amma's brash, sometimes scary confidence with the idea of anyone being openly rude to her. Amma read the thought and clarified. They did whatever she told them, but they did not like her. The second she messed up or did something uncool, they would gang up first. Every night before bed, she wrote down everything she had done and said that day and graded it. A for perfect, F for she should kill herself for being such a loser. Camille remembered logging every outfit in high school, refusing to repeat one for a full month. Amma continued. Tonight, hot junior, Dave Rard had told her he didn't know if he could wait a whole year to get with her once she reached high school. She had answered, so don't, and walked away. The guys had all gone, ah. That was an A. Yesterday, she had tripped on Main Street in front of the girls, and they laughed, an F, or maybe a D, because she had been so mean to them the rest of the day that Kelsey and Kylie both cried. Jodes always cried, so it was no challenge. Camille said it was safer to be feared than loved. Amma crowed Machiavelli and skipped ahead laughing, whether mocking her own age or riding real youthful energy, Camille could not tell. She was impressed and liked the girl more every minute, a smart, fucked-up little thing that felt familiar. Amma said she knew tons of things she shouldn't know. Camille began skipping beside her. The ecstasy had her wired. Sober, she would never have done it, but right now she was too happy to care. Her muscles sang. She was actually smarter than most of her teachers, Amma added. An IQ test proved it. She was supposed to be in 10th grade, but Adora insisted she stay with kids her own age. Whatever. She was going away for high school. To New England. Camille walked beside Amma as the girl spoke with quiet wonder about New England, her voice carrying the distant glow of Ivy League brochures and imagined worlds of smart people. Camille felt no right to judge. She had never been there herself. Amma declared she had to escape this place, her tone heavy with the weariness of someone pampered yet endlessly bored. That boredom drove her to act out, she admitted, knowing she could seem a little off. When Camille pressed whether she meant the sex, her heart pounded hard against her ribs. The air carried the sweet scent of irises that seeped into her nose, her lungs, her blood, until her veins themselves felt purple. Amma took her hand with a pure, sweet smile and stroked her palm, the touch sending a warmth through Camille stronger than any she had known. On her scarred left calf, the skin suddenly sighed in response. They neared her mother's house, the high fully blooming inside Camille. Her hair swayed across her shoulders like warm water. She rocked gently side to side. A snail shell on the sidewalk drew her looping gaze into its spiral. Amma explained she sometimes needed to hurt, saying it casually as if offering a new beauty product. Camille countered that a smart girl like her could find better ways to handle boredom and the feeling of being trapped. She realized then that Amma's fingers had slipped inside her shirt cuffs, tracing the ridges of her scars. She did not pull away. When Camille asked directly if she cut herself, Amma squealed with delight and twirled out into the street, arms flung wide like a swan, head thrown back. She screamed that she loved it, the sound echoing toward the corner where her mother's house stood watch. She spun until she fell hard onto the pavement, one silver bangle rolling away drunkenly down the street. Camille meant to speak to her as the adult, but the drug lifted her again. Instead, she pulled the laughing girl up from the road. Amma's elbow split open and bleeding, and they swung each other in dizzy circles the rest of the way. Amma's smile split her face, teeth wet and long, and Camille saw how those square blocks of shiny bone might entrance a killer. Amma laughed that she felt so happy with her, calling her a soulmate, her breath hot and sweetly boozy against Camille's face. Camille answered that Amma felt like a sister to her. Amma screamed that she loved her. They spun faster, cheeks flapping, both laughing like children. Camille had never felt happier. The streetlight glowed rosy. Amma's long hair feathered her shoulders, her high cheekbones sharp against tanned skin. She reached to touch one, breaking their hold, and they tumbled wildly to the ground. Her ankle cracked against the curb with a sharp pop, blood exploding up her leg. Red bubbles bloomed across Amma's chest from her skid. The girl looked down, then at Camille with glowing blue eyes, ran her fingers through the blood, shrieked once, then dropped her head into Camille's lap, laughing. She swiped a fingertip of blood and rubbed it across Camille's lips before she could stop her. The taste hit like honeyed tin. Amma stroked her face, and Camille let her. Amma told her she knew Camille thought Adora liked her better, but it wasn't true. As if on cue, the porch light atop the hill switched on. She offered quieter now for Camille to sleep in her room. Camille pictured them tangled together under polka-dot covers, whispering secrets. But the image shifted to Marion, escaped from her hospital bed, curled warm against her, making soft purring sounds. She would have to sneak her back before morning, heart racing near their mother's door, ready to shout that she wasn't really sick. The drugs turned the memory into happy storybook pages, Marion soft and bunny-like. She almost felt the fur when she came back to find Amma's hair brushing her leg. Amma asked again if she wanted to. Camille refused, saying she was dead tired and needed her own bed. The high was crashing fast. She did not want Amma there when it hit bottom. Amma asked instead to sleep over with her, standing hopeful in the streetlight, skirt slipping from tiny hips, halter ripped, a smear of blood near her lips. Camille told her no, they would hang out tomorrow. Amma said nothing, turned, and ran toward the house like a cartoon colt, feet kicking high behind her. Camille called after her to wait, that she could stay, and began running too. The drugs and darkness made tracking her difficult, like looking backward in a mirror. Amma suddenly spun around and charged straight into her. Their foreheads collided with a clang. They fell again onto the sidewalk. Camille's head cracked against the pavement, her lower teeth flaring with pain. She lay there a moment, Amma's hair tangled in her fist, a firefly pulsing overhead in time with her blood. Amma cackled, grabbing her already darkening forehead. Camille whispered that she thought Amma had dented the back of her head and sat up woozy, blood now seeping down her neck. She told her she was too rough. Amma replied she thought Camille liked it rough, then pulled her up. She slipped a tiny gold ring with a pale green peridot from her own finger onto Camille's pinky. Camille shook her head, saying whoever gave it would want her to keep it. Amma explained Adora had sort of given it to her but had meant it for Anne. Now that Anne was gone, it had just been sitting there. She used to pretend Adora had given it to her, though she knew Adora hated her. Camille said she did not hate her. They walked on toward home, porch light glaring from the hilltop. Amma ventured that Adora did not like Camille. Camille agreed she did not. Amma added that Adora did not like her either, just differently. They climbed the stairs, mulberries squishing underfoot, the air sweet like icing on a child's cake. Amma asked if Adora had liked her more or less after Marion died. Camille said less. Amma noted that her dying had not helped. Camille told her to keep quiet until they reached the room. They moved up the stairs silently, Camille pressing a hand under her neck to catch the blood, Amma trailing and pausing to smell a rose in the hall vase, smiling at her reflection. Adora's room stayed dark and quiet, only the fan whirring behind the closed door. Camille shut her bedroom door, peeled off her wet sneakers, wiped mulberry juice from her leg, and started to lift her shirt before catching Amma's stare. She left it on and slipped into bed still dressed, curling away and mumbling goodnight. She heard Amma drop her clothes and slide in behind her, nearly naked except for panties. Camille ached at the thought of sleeping beside someone without fear of hidden words slipping out. Amma whispered her name, voice small and unsure, asking if sometimes people hurt because otherwise they felt too numb to feel anything. Camille murmured in response. Amma continued softly. What if it was the opposite? What if hurting felt so good, like a switch left on inside the body that only pain could turn off? What did that mean? Camille pretended to sleep and tried not to feel the girl's fingers tracing vanish again and again across the back of her neck. Later, in a dream, Marian appeared in a sweat-sticky white nightgown, a blonde curl plastered to her cheek. She took Camille's hand and tried to pull her from bed, whispering it was not safe here, not safe for her. Camille told her to leave her be. She woke past 2, stomach knotted, jaw aching from hours of grinding teeth. The X had left its mark. Amma had gone, leaving a tiny pile of stiff mascara-darkened eyelashes on the pillow. Camille swept them into her palm, stirred them, then brushed them into a saucer. She went to the bathroom and vomited, never minding the retching and weakness. It felt familiar and cleansing, the way her mother once held her hair and urged her to get all the bad stuff out. She locked the door, stripped completely, and returned to bed. Her head throbbed from ear through neck and spine. Her bowels shifted uneasily. Her mouth barely moved from pain. Her ankle burned, and blood still bloomed across the sheets. Light spray from Amma's chest scrape, darker spots on the pillow. Her heart raced. She struggled for breath. Panic rose. She needed to know if her mother had seen Amma, if she was in trouble. Through the paranoia, she recognized the crash, serotonin plummeting after the drug's peak, yet still turned her face into the pillow and sobbed. She had forgotten the dead girls, barely thought of Anne and Natalie. Worse, she had betrayed Marian by replacing her with Amma and ignoring her in the dream. Consequences would come. She wept until the pillow was soaked and her face swollen. The door handle jiggled. She hushed herself, stroking her cheek, willing silence to make it stop. Her mother's voice came, coaxing and kind. "Camille, open up." More jiggles, a knock, then footsteps padding away. Camille pictured her mother on the bed's edge with a spoonful of sour syrup, the medicine that always made her feel sicker. Her hands sweated. She hoped her mother would not return. A fleeting image of Curry bursting in to rescue her flashed by. Then a key turned in the lock. Her mother had one after all. Adora entered smugly, chin high, key dangling from a long pink ribbon. She wore a powder blue sundress and carried rubbing alcohol, tissues, and a satiny red cosmetic bag. She sighed hello, baby, saying Amma had told her what happened. Her poor little ones. Amma had been purging all morning. Meat these days was unreliable except from their own outfit. Amma thought it was probably the chicken. Camille could only agree and follow the lie. Amma maneuvered better than she did. Adora said she could not believe they had both fainted on their own stairs while she slept nearby. She hated the idea. Amma's bruises looked like a catfight. Camille knew her mother, expert in illness and injury, would not believe the story unless she chose to. Now she would tend to her, and Camille felt too weak to stop it. She began crying again. She told her mother she felt sick. Adora said she knew, baby, then stripped the sheet off her in one efficient motion. When Camille instinctively covered herself, her mother took her hands and placed them firmly at her sides. Adora insisted she had to see what was wrong with her. She tilted Camille's jaw side to side, pulled down her lower lip, and examined her like a horse at auction. She lifted each arm slowly, probed the armpits with jabbing fingers, rubbed her throat for swollen glands. Camille remembered the familiar drill. Adora slipped a hand between her legs, quick and professional, claiming it was the best way to check temperature. Then her cool fingers traced down Camille's legs and drove a thumb straight into the raw, smashed ankle. Bright green pain exploded behind Camille's eyes. She tucked her legs tight and rolled onto her side. Adora used the motion to probe her scalp until she found the tender, smashed fruit spot on the crown. She promised just a little more, and they would be finished. She soaked tissues in alcohol and scrubbed the ankle until tears and snot blinded Camille. Then she wrapped it tight with gauze cut from her cosmetic bag. Blood immediately soaked through, turning the bandage into a white field with a defiant red circle. Adora tilted her head down, tugged urgently at her hair, and began cutting around the wound. Camille tried to pull away. Adora warned her not to dare or she would cut her, pressed a cool hand to her cheek to pin her head to the pillow, and snipped until a swath of hair fell free. A strange patch of scalp met the air. Camille reached back and felt the prickly half-dollar spot. Adora pulled her hand away, tucked it at her side, and rubbed alcohol onto the raw skin. The pain stole her breath. Adora rolled her onto her back and washed her limbs with a wet cloth as if she were bedridden. Her eyes were pink from pulling at the lashes. Her cheeks carried a girlish flush. She rummaged in the cosmetic bag, unfolded a stained tissue square, and produced an electric blue pill. She told Camille to wait 1 second, hurried downstairs, and returned with a glass of milk. She held the pill out, saying it would prevent infection and clear any bacteria from the food. Camille asked what it was. Adora's chest flushed blotchy pink. Her smile flickered on and off. Camille asked again. Adora reminded her she was her mother, and this was her house. Eyes glassy. Camille turned away as another wave of panic hit. Something bad she had done. Adora coaxed her to open, voice soothing. Camille remembered childhood refusals that had cost her this same affection. She thought of Amma and the ecstasy, of how submission carried fewer consequences than refusal. Her clean skin burned with the same satisfying heat as a fresh cut. She turned back, let Adora place the pill on her tongue, pour the thick milk down her throat, and kiss her. Within minutes she sank into sleep, her sour breath drifting into dreams like fog. In the dream, Adora came to her, said she was ill, lay on top of her, pressed her mouth to hers so Camille felt her breath filling her throat. Adora pecked at her, pulled away smiling, smoothed her hair, then spat Camille's teeth into her cupped hands. She woke at dusk, dizzy and hot, drool crusted down her neck. Weak. She wrapped a thin robe around herself and cried again when she remembered the shaved circle at the back of her head. She whispered to herself it was only the X-crash. A bad haircut was not the end of the world. She could wear a ponytail. She shuffled down the hallway, joints clicking, knuckles swollen for no reason. Downstairs, Adora was singing. Camille knocked on Amma's door and heard a sleepy whimper of welcome. Amma sat naked on the floor before her huge dollhouse, thumb in her mouth. Purple circles ringed her eyes. Adora had taped bandages to her forehead and chest. She had wrapped her favorite doll in tissue dotted with red marker and propped it in bed like an invalid. Amma asked sleepily what Adora had done to her. Camille turned to show the crop circle of missing hair. She added that Adora had given her something that left her groggy and sick. Amma guessed blue. Camille nodded. Amma mumbled that Adora liked that one. It made you fall asleep hot and drooly so she could bring her friends in to look. Camille asked if she had done it before. Cold swept under her sweat. Amma shrugged. She did not mind. Sometimes she only pretended to swallow, then played with her dolls or read and feigned sleep when Adora returned. Camille sat beside her on the floor and stroked her hair gently. She asked if Adora gave her pills often. Only when she was about to be sick, Amma said. Then sometimes she got hot and crazy and needed cold baths, or she threw up, or she turned shivery and weak and just wanted to sleep. The pattern struck Camille like a blow. It was happening again, exactly like Marian. Bile rose in her throat. She began weeping, stood, sat back down, stomach churning, head in her hands. Amma and she were sick the same way Marian had been. Nearly 20 years too late, the truth finally landed. Shame burned so sharp she wanted to scream. Amma asked her to play dolls, either not noticing or ignoring the tears. Camille said she could not. She had work to do. She reminded Amma to pretend to be asleep when their mother came back. She dragged clothes over her aching skin and studied herself in the mirror. Crazy thoughts, she told herself. Unreasonable. But the counter rose unbidden. Her mother had killed Marian. Her mother had killed those little girls. She stumbled to the toilet and vomited a hot, salty stream. Toilet water splashed her cheeks as she knelt. When her stomach unclenched, she realized she was not alone. Adora stood behind her. She murmured poor sweetness. Camille, startled, scrambled away on all fours, pressed her back to the wall, and looked up. Adora asked why she was dressed. She could not go anywhere. Camille said she needed to go out for work, that fresh air would help. Adora's voice turned urgent and shrill. She marched to the bed, pulled down the covers, and patted the mattress, telling her to be smart about her health. Camille grabbed her car keys from the table and darted past. She said she could not stay. She would not be long. She left Amma upstairs with her sick dolls, slammed down the driveway so fast the front bumper dented where the hill met the street. A fat woman pushing a stroller shook her head at her. She drove without direction, trying to assemble her thoughts, cycling through every familiar face in Wind Gap. She needed someone to tell her plainly whether she was wrong about Adora or right. Someone who had known her mother as an adult, who had witnessed her childhood, who had stayed while Camille was gone. Jackie O'Neill came to her at once. Juicy fruit, booze, gossip, that off-kilter maternal warmth, and the comment that now rang like a warning. So much had gone wrong. Jackie had been rejected by Adora, carried no filter, had known her mother her entire life, and clearly wanted to speak. Jackie's house lay only minutes away, a modern mansion styled like an antebellum plantation. A scrawny, pale boy hunched over a riding mower, smoking as he cut tight lines. Angry zits covered his back like open wounds. Another meth boy. Jackie could have saved the middleman and handed the cash straight to the dealer. The woman who opened the door was Jerry Schilt, a year ahead of Camille at Calhoun High. She wore the same starchy nurse's dress as Gayla and still carried the round pink mole on her cheek Camille had always pitied. The ordinary face from the past nearly made Camille turn around and drive away. Someone this every day made her doubt everything, but she stayed. Jerry asked what she could do for her, sounding utterly uninterested. Camille said she had not known Jerry worked for the O'Neills. Jerry replied there was no reason she would. Jackie's 3 sons, early 20s now, beefy, thick-necked, wore polyester coat shorts and big gold Calhoun rings with flaming blue centers. Jimmy, Jared, Johnny. Camille heard at least 2 of them throwing a football in the backyard. Jerry's dull expression suggested she had learned to stay out of their way. Camille began to explain why she was there. Jerry cut in that she already knew. It was simply another obstacle in her day. Camille mentioned her mother was friends with Jackie. Jerry said she knew exactly who Jackie's friends were. She looked Camille up and down, then at the car behind her, and added that Jackie was friends with a lot of her friends' mothers. Camille murmured she did not have many friends around here these days, letting disappointment color her voice so Jerry would not resent her. She added that even when she had lived here she had not had many. Jerry named Katie Lacey. Her mother still ran with that crowd. Camille said she was ashamed she had ever been friendly with Katie Lacey. Jerry shrugged that she had been okay. Camille remembered Jerry's horse named Butter and the old joke that even her pet was fattening. She admitted she had not really been okay. She had never committed the cruelties herself, but had never stopped them either, always standing on the sidelines pretending to laugh. Jerry lingered in the doorway, stretching the cheap watch tight around her wrist, lost in her own bad memories. Camille wondered why she had stayed in Wind Gap at all. So many of the same faces remained, girls who never found the energy to leave. The town bred complacency through cable television and the convenience store. Those who stayed were still as sharply divided as ever. The petty, pretty ones like Katie Lacey, now in rehabbed Victorians, playing tennis at the Woodbury Club, making quarterly shopping trips to St. Louis, and the ugly, victimized ones like Jerry Schilt still cleaning up after them, heads lowered, waiting for the next round of abuse. Women not strong or smart or imaginative enough to escape. They replayed their teenage lives on an endless loop. And now Camille was trapped among them, unable to pull herself free. Jerry told Camille she would let Jackie know she was there, then took the long route around through the living room to avoid the glass-paneled kitchen and Jackie's boys. The room she entered was blindingly white, broken by garish splashes of color like a child's finger painting. Red throw pillows, yellow and blue curtains, a glowing green vase crammed with ceramic red flowers. A ludicrous black and white photo of Jackie hung over the mantel, hair overblown, talons curled coyly under her chin. She looked like an overgroomed lapdog. Even sick, Camille laughed. "Darling Camille," Jackie cried, crossing the room with arms outstretched in her satin house robe and massive diamond earrings. She said Camille looked horrible and ordered Gary to bring Bloody Marys immediately, howling with laughter at both of them. Jerry lingered until Jackie clapped sharply and reminded her to salt the rim. Jackie muttered that it was so hard to get good help these days, unaware how scripted the line sounded. Camille pictured her glued to the television from morning talk shows through soaps, court TV, reruns, and late-night movies of women raped, stalked, betrayed, or killed. Jerry returned with the drinks on a tray, plus celery, pickles, and olives, then closed the drapes and left. In the dim, freezing white room, Jackie and Camille stared at each other a moment. Jackie pulled open the coffee table drawer, revealing nail polish, a ratty Bible, and more than half a dozen orange prescription bottles. Camille thought of Curry's clipped rose thorns. Jackie offered painkillers, saying she had good ones. Camille replied she should keep some wits. Jackie called herself terribly lucky, OxyContin, Percocet, Percodan, whatever her latest doctor supplied, and admitted they were fun. She poured several white tablets into her palm, tossed them back, and smiled. When Camille asked what she had, Jackie said the best part was that no one knew. Lupus said one thing, arthritis another, autoimmune syndrome a third, all in her head said the fourth and fifth. She thought as long as the meds kept coming, she did not care much. They were really fun. Camille could not tell if she wore a brave face or was truly addicted. Jackie leered that she was surprised Adora had not joined the sick track once she had. She would have upped the stakes to something grander than lupus, maybe brain cancer. She sipped her Bloody Mary, leaving a slash of red and salt across her swollen-looking upper lip. The second swallow calmed her. She stared at Camille exactly as she had at Natalie's funeral, as if memorizing her face. It was so weird seeing her grown up, Jackie said, patting her knee. She asked why Camille had come. Everything okay at home? Probably not. Was it her mama? Camille denied it, hating how obvious she must seem. Jackie looked dismayed, hand fluttering to her robe like a black-and-white movie scene. Camille corrected herself. She did want to talk about her mother. Jackie cheered at once. She could not quite figure Adora out, could she, angel, devil, or both? Jackie tucked a green satin pillow under herself, propped her feet in Camille's lap, and asked her to rub. They were clean. She pulled out a bag of mini candy bars, placed them on her belly, and said she would have to get rid of them later, but they tasted good going down. Camille seized the moment and asked if her mother had always been the way she was now. Jackie cackled like a witch and listed options. Beautiful, charming, beloved, evil? She wiggled her toes as she unwrapped a chocolate and told Camille to rub. Adora had been rich and beautiful. Her crazy parents ran the town, brought the hog farm that gave hundreds of jobs, plus a walnut plant. Everyone bootlicked the Preakers. At home, Adora had been overly mothered. Grandma Joya never smiled or touched her lovingly, yet could not keep her hands off, always fixing hair, tugging clothes. Instead of licking a thumb to rub a smudge, Joya would lick Adora's face. When Adora peeled from sunburns, Joya stripped off her shirt and peeled the skin in long strips. She loved it. Jackie swore it was true. Adora was always sick, always poked with tubes and needles. It was a little of everything, mostly the stress of living with Joya, those long, unpainted fingernails like a man's, long silver hair down her back. Grandfather had been quiet and absent, like Alan. Having Camille should have ruined Adora, Jackie said reproachfully, as if she had failed a simple task. Any other girl knocked up before marriage in Old Wind Gap would have been finished. But Adora made everyone baby her. Boys, girls, mothers, teachers. A beautiful girl could get away with anything if she played nice. Adora had played the pregnancy proud, yet broken and secretive. Camille's father visited once and vanished. Adora kept Camille all to herself from the start. That killed Joya. Her daughter finally had something Joya could not touch. Camille asked if her mother stopped being sick once Joya was gone. Jackie said she did okay for a while, but then Marion arrived and there was no time to be sick. Camille swallowed a sob with watered-down vodka and asked if her mother had been a nice person. Jackie cackled again, nougat sticking to her teeth, and asked what Camille thought. She dug out 3 pill bottles, arranged tablets largest to smallest on the back of her hand, embedded each in a chocolate, and swallowed them. Wrappers littered her chest, red smear still on her lip, fudgy coating on her teeth. Her feet sweated in Camille's hands. Camille admitted she did not know. She had never been close to her. Jackie told her not to play games. She would not be here asking if she thought Adora was nice. She asked if Camille thought her mother was sick. Jackie stopped chewing, placed a hand on hers, and sighed deeply. She had been thinking it too long. Thoughts slipped away like fish through fingers. She leaned in, squeezed Camille's arm, and said aloud that Adora devoured you, and if you did not let her, it would be even worse. Look at what was happening to Amma. Look at what happened to Marion. Yes, below Camille's left breast, the word bundle began tingling. She prompted Jackie to say it. Jackie whispered that Adora was sick and what she had was contagious. Then she said it was time for Camille to go. Camille apologized for overstaying. Jackie clarified, "Leave Wind Gap. It was not safe here." Less than a minute later, Camille closed the door on Jackie, who stared at the leering photo of herself above the mantel. Camille nearly tumbled down Jackie's steps, legs wobbling beneath her. Behind her, the boys chanted the Calhoun football rally. She drove around the corner, parked beneath a stand of mulberry trees, and let her head fall against the wheel. The question pressed in, had her mother truly been sick? Marion too? Amma and herself? Illness, she thought. waited inside every woman for the right moment to bloom. She had known so many sick women, chronic pain, ever-gestating diseases, conditions that consumed. Men broke bones or needed a hip replaced. Women were invaded. Tampons, speculums, cocks, fingers, vibrators, cucumbers, bananas, bottles, pearls, markers, fists. One man had wanted to push a walkie-talkie inside her. She had refused. Sick and sicker. What was real? Had the blue pill made her vomit or kept worse illness away? Would Marion still be alive if Adora had not been her mother? She knew she should call Richard but could form no words. Scared, vindicated, wanting to die. She drove past her mother's house, turned east toward the hog farm, and pulled into Gila's, the windowless bar where the boss's daughter would be left alone. Inside it stank of pig blood and urine. Even the popcorn smelled of flesh. Two men in baseball caps and leather jackets glanced up, then back into their beers. The bartender poured her bourbon without speaking. Carole King drifted from the speakers. On the second round, he nodded behind her and asked if she was looking for him. John Keene slumped in the only booth, picking at the splintered table. His white skin was blotched pink with liquor. Wet lips and smacking tongue told her he had already vomited once. Camille carried her drink over and sat across from him in silence. He smiled, reached for her hand. He greeted her, said she looked nice and clean, then complained how dirty the place was. She answered she was doing okay and asked about him. He said he was great. Sister murdered, about to be arrested, girlfriend starting to see he was no prize anymore. He had meant to break up with her before Natalie. Now he could not. Such a move would be picked apart by the town and by Richard. He muttered he would never return to his parents' house. He would walk into the woods and kill himself first, rather than face Natalie's things staring back. She told him she did not blame him. He spun the salt shaker across the table, said she was the only person who understood what it was like to lose a sister and be expected to simply deal, to move on. He asked bitterly if she had gotten over it. She answered that you never did. It infected you and ruined you. Saying it aloud felt good. He demanded why everyone found it strange that he mourned Natalie, then knocked the shaker to the floor. The bartender glared. Camille picked it up, threw a pinch of salt over her shoulder for them both. She said when you were young people expected you to accept loss more easily, and as a guy he was not supposed to have soft feelings. He snorted that his parents had given him a book called Male in Mourning, suggesting denial could be healthy for men. He had tried it for an hour in Meredith's room, staring at a square of blue sky and repeating that it was okay. When the hour ended, he knew nothing would ever be okay again, even if someone was arrested. And now it looked as though that someone would be him. He laughed once, called it insane, then asked abruptly if she wanted another drink. She would never steer another sufferer away from blackout. She took a quick shot at the bar to catch up and returned with 2 bourbons, hers a double. John said it was as if they had picked the only 2 girls in Wind Gap with minds of their own and killed them off. He asked if she thought her sister and his would have been friends in the place where both were still alive and Marion had never aged. She said no and laughed suddenly. He laughed too. Then he blurted that her dead sister must be too good for his. They both laughed again before the mood soured and they turned back to their glasses. Camille already felt dazed. He whispered he had not killed Natalie. She said she knew. He wrapped her hand inside his and mumbled that her fingernails had been painted when they found her. Someone had done it. Camille suggested maybe Natalie had. He answered that Natalie hated that kind of thing and barely allowed a brush through her hair. They sat in silence several minutes while the music changed from Carole King to Carly Simon. John told her she was beautiful. She told him he was too. In the parking lot, he fumbled his keys. When she said he was too drunk to drive, he handed them over without protest. She was not much steadier. She steered toward Meredith's house, but he shook his head and asked for the motel just outside town lines, the same one she had stayed at on her way down, a small refuge before facing Wind Gap's wait. They drove with windows down, warm night air rushing in, pasting his t-shirt to his chest and flapping her long sleeves. Except for his thick hair, he was almost bare, only light down on his arms. He looked naked and in need of cover. She paid for room 9 because he had no credit cards, opened the door, sat him on the bed, and brought him lukewarm water in a plastic cup. He stared at his feet and refused it. She insisted he drink. He drained the cup, let it roll off the bed, and grabbed her hand. She tried to pull away on instinct. He squeezed tighter. He said he had seen this the other day too, tracing the D in wretched just under her left sleeve. He stroked her face and asked if he could look. She refused. He held on and asked again. She told him no one saw. He said he did. He rolled the sleeve up, squinting at the lines in her skin. She let him. She was weak from the day and so tired of hiding. More than a decade of constant concealment, every interaction shadowed by the fear some scar would show. Let him look. They were both courting oblivion. He rolled up the other sleeve. Her arms lay exposed, naked enough to steal her breath. He asked if anyone had ever seen them. She shook her head. He asked how long she had done this. A long time, she said. He stared, pushed the sleeves higher, and kissed the middle of Weary. He said this was how he felt, running his fingers over the scars until goosebumps rose. He asked to see it all. He pulled her shirt over her head as she sat obedient as a child. He eased off her shoes and socks, slid down her slacks. In bra and panties, she shivered in the frosty air conditioning. He drew back the covers. She climbed in, feverish and frozen at once. He held up her arms and legs, turned her on her back, and read the words aloud: oven, queasy, castle. He stripped off his own clothes, tossed them aside, and kept reading. Bun, spiteful, tangle, brush. He unhooked her bra, peeled it away. Blossom, dosage, bottle, salt. He was hard. He put his mouth on her nipples, the first time in 14 years she had allowed any man to do that. His hands moved everywhere, back, breasts, thighs, shoulders. His tongue followed, mouth, neck, nipples, between her legs, back to her mouth. She tasted herself on him. The words stayed quiet inside her. She felt exercised. She guided him in and came fast and hard, then again. His tears fell on her shoulders while he shuddered. They fell asleep tangled, leg jutting out, arm behind a head, while a single word hummed once: omen. At the time she chose to believe it was good. Foolish girl. Early morning light turned the tree branches outside the window into hundreds of tiny glowing hands. Hungover and thirsty, she walked naked to the sink to refill their cup. Weak sunlight struck her scars and the words flickered back to life. Remission had ended. Her upper lip curled in involuntary disgust. She wrapped a towel around herself before returning to bed. John drank a sip, cradled her head, poured some water into her mouth, then finished the rest. He tugged at the towel. She held it tight against her breasts and shook her head. He whispered into her ear, asking what this was. She whispered back that this was the unforgiving light of morning, time to drop the illusion. He asked what illusion. She said the illusion that anything could be okay, and kissed his cheek. He told her not to do that yet and wrapped his thin, hairless arms around her, boy's arms. She told herself these things, yet she felt safe and good, pretty and clean. She pressed her face to his neck and breathed him in, liquor and sharp ice-blue shaving lotion. When she opened her eyes again, red twirling circles of a police siren flashed outside the window. Bang, 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 the door rattled hard enough to break. Chief Vickery called her name and ordered her to open up if she was in there. They scrambled for scattered clothes. John's eyes widened like a startled bird. Belt buckles and shirt rustles filled the room. Frantic, guilty sounds. Camille flung the sheets back over the bed, ran fingers through her hair. John positioned himself awkwardly behind her, fingers hooked in his belt loops. She opened the door. Richard stood there in a well-pressed white shirt and crisply striped tie. His smile dropped the instant he saw John. Vickery stood beside him, rubbing his mustache as if it itched, eyes flicking from Camille to John before locking hard on Richard. Richard glared at her in silence, arms crossed, drawing a single deep breath. The motel room still carried the heavy musk of sex. He forced a tight smirk, the skin above his collar flushing an angry red. "Looks like you're just fine. How are you, John? You good?" John answered evenly and moved to stand beside Camille. Vickery mumbled that Camille's mother had called hours earlier, worried when she hadn't come home, mentioning illness and a tumble. With the recent ugliness in town, she'd been frantic. He supposed the mother would be relieved to know Camille was here. The last remark rose like a question she had no intention of answering. Richard deserved an explanation. Vickery did not. She told them she would phone her mother herself and thanked them for checking on her. Richard dropped his gaze to his feet and bit his lip, the only time she had ever seen him abashed. Her stomach twisted with oily fear. He exhaled sharply, planted his hands on his hips, and stared between her and John like two children caught misbehaving. He told John they would take him home. John replied that Camille could drive him, thanking the detective anyway. Vickery asked if John was of age. Richard confirmed he was 18. Vickery shrugged and wished them a nice day, then hissed a low laugh toward Richard and muttered that they had already had a nice night. Camille said she would phone Richard later. He raised a hand in a dismissive flick and turned back toward the car. On the quiet drive to John's parents' house, where he planned to sleep in the basement rec room, he hummed a few bars of old 50s bebop and tapped his fingernails against the door handle. Finally, he asked how bad she thought the scene had looked. She answered that for him it might not be so bad. It showed he was a normal American boy with a healthy interest in women and casual sex. John insisted it had not been casual at all and asked if she felt casual about it. She admitted the word was wrong, that it had been the opposite. But she was more than a decade older, covering the very crime he was tied to, creating a clear conflict of interest. Better reporters had been fired for less. Morning sunlight warmed her face, highlighting the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and the unmistakable weight of her age. John's face, despite drinking and little sleep, still looked fresh as a petal. He told her she had saved him the night before. Without her staying with him, he would have done something terrible. He knew it. She replied that he had made her feel safe too, though the words left her mouth in the false, sing-song tone of her mother. She dropped him a block from his parents' house. His attempted kiss landed on her jaw as she pulled away at the last second. No one could prove anything had happened. Camille drove back to Main Street and parked in front of the police station. One streetlight still burned in the early dawn. At 5:47 a.m., the lobby was empty. She rang the night bell twice. A lemon-scented room deodorizer hissed near her shoulder. Richard appeared behind the glass slit in the heavy inner door. He stared at her a moment, then opened the door and stepped into the lobby. He sat in one of the overstuffed chairs, head in his hands, tie dangling between his legs, and asked where she wanted to begin. She told him it wasn't like it looked, though she knew the line sounded like a cliché. Richard reminded her that only 48 hours after they had slept together, he had found her in a motel room with the chief suspect in his child murder case. Even if it wasn't what it appeared, it was bad. She insisted John had not done it. She knew he hadn't. He asked sharply if that was what they had discussed while he had his dick in her. Good, she thought. Anger was something she could handle, better than despair. She repeated that nothing like that had happened. She had found John at Gila's, dead drunk, and feared he might harm himself. She had taken him to the motel to stay with him and hear him out because she needed him for her story. What she had learned was that Richard's investigation had ruined the boy. Worse, she didn't even think Richard truly believed John was guilty. Only the last part was entirely true, and the realization struck her only as the words left her mouth. Richard was smart, ambitious, on his first major case with an entire town demanding an arrest, yet he still had no solid break. If he had more on John than suspicion, he would have arrested him days ago. Richard told her she didn't know everything about the investigation, despite what she thought. She answered that she had never imagined she did. She had always felt like the useless outsider. He had managed to sleep with her while keeping every detail airtight, no leaks at all. He remarked that she was still angry about that and thought she was supposed to be a big girl. Silence fell, broken only by the hiss of lemon air freshener and the faint ticking of the silver watch on his wrist. She offered to show him what a good sport she could be. Slipping back into old autopilot, desperate to submit and make him like her again, she lowered herself to her knees and began unzipping his pants. For a second, his hand rested on the back of her head. Then he seized her shoulder roughly, realized his grip, and pulled her to her feet. He asked what in Christ's name she was doing. She said she only wanted to make things okay between them, toying with a button on his shirt and avoiding his eyes. He told her that wouldn't fix it and kissed her almost chastely on the lips. She needed to understand that before they went any further, period. Then he asked her to leave. She chased fragmented sleep for a few restless hours in the back of her car, waking sticky and irritable. At the fast stop, she bought a toothbrush kit, the strongest-smelling lotion and hairspray she could find. In the gas station sink, she brushed her teeth, rubbed lotion into her armpits and between her legs, and sprayed her hair stiff. The result was the sour reek of sweat and sex buried under a cloying cloud of strawberry and aloe. Unable to face her mother, she decided, half-crazed, to do some work instead. With Gary Schilt's mention of Katie Lacey still fresh, she drove to her house. Katie served as a mother's aide at the grade school for both Natalie's and Anne's classes, the same elite volunteer role Camille's own mother had once held. Katie lived at the top of a big hill, a slender staircase cut through the grass bordered by sunflowers, A slim catalpa tree stood elegant beside a burly oak. It was barely 10 in the morning, yet Katie, slim and brown, was already sunning herself on the widow's walk with a box fan blowing across her. She spotted Camille climbing the stairs, shaded her eyes, and called down to ask who it was. Camille answered that it was her. Katie gave a warmer greeting than expected and bounded down to meet her, bright blue eyes shining against her suntanned face. She wrapped cocoa-buttered arms around Camille and led her inside, explaining there was no central air, only a window unit in the master bedroom. The east wing had been turned into an indoor playground, yellow plastic house, slide, designer rocking horse, though none of it looked used. Large, colorful letters spelled out the names Mackenzie and Emma on one wall, surrounded by photos of smiling blonde girls in perfect outfits. Katie didn't seem to question why Camille had shown up on a Friday morning. She chattered about a celebrity tell-all she was reading and whether children's beauty pageants were ruined forever by John Bennett. Mackenzie was dying to model. She was as pretty as her mother, after all. Camille offered the expected compliments. Katie accepted them with surprised pleasure, offered a drink, then brought out a crystal pitcher of sweet tea after pulling a gallon jug from the fridge. Camille praised the tea and said she could drink it with every meal. Katie asked how they prepared ham up north. Camille lied that it needed more brown sugar, pushing away the old memory of the slaughter pens and the sweet, throat-clogging smell of blood and shit, and the image of young Amma staring intently at those same cages. Katie offered to make a sandwich from ham supplied by Camille's mother's place, but Camille steered the conversation toward Anne and Natalie, promised anonymity, and started her tape recorder. Katie began with the usual cheerful praise. The girls were sweet, cute, darling. Then she mentioned an incident on sewing day. Anne had jabbed Natalie Keene in the cheek with her needle. She suspected Anne had been aiming for the eye, the same way Natalie had once stabbed another little girl back in Philadelphia. One moment the two had been sitting quietly side by side, different grades, not friends, but sewing day was open to all. Anne had been humming to herself, looking like a little mother. Then it happened. Camille asked how badly Natalie had been hurt. Camille listened as Katie described the sewing day incident with detached calm. She and Ray Whitescarver had pulled Anne off Natalie. The needle had been left jutting from the girl's cheek, an inch below the eye. Natalie hadn't cried, just wheezed in and out like an angry horse. The image hit Camille hard. Anne's crooked hair, the needle sliding through cloth, then the sudden thrust into flesh, easier than expected, striking bone. Natalie with that tiny silver harpoon spearing out of her face. She asked whether Anne had done it for no clear reason. Katie answered that those two never needed a reason to strike out. Camille pressed about other girls picking on them or any signs of stress. Katie gave a surprised laugh that landed flat and mechanical. School days, she said, were not something the girls looked forward to. Camille should ask her little sister about that. Camille mentioned she already knew Amma had bullied them. Katie replied that God helped them all when Amma reached high school. Camille waited in silence, sensing the bad news coming and understanding why Katie had seemed so pleased to see her. Katie reminisced about their own days running the school, how what they liked became cool, who they disliked became hated. She sounded dreamy, almost nostalgic. Camille remembered her own part in it too clearly. The over-earnest girl Leanne she had deliberately snubbed, the joke about her church clothes, the way the others had kept the cruelty going for the rest of the week. She could have stopped it with a single word. She had chosen not to. Katie told her Amma was like the two of them times 3, with a major mean streak. Camille asked what that streak looked like. Katie pulled out a soft pack of cigarettes, lit one with a long fireplace match, and described how Amma and her 3 blonde friends ruled the school. They made a fat girl fetch their lunch every day, then forced her to eat it face first without hands. They cornered another flat-chested girl and made her lift her shirt for the boys while saying dirty things. There was even a rumor they had taken a fallen-out friend named Rana Deal to a party, gotten her drunk, and handed her over to older boys as a present, standing guard until the boys were finished. Camille reminded her they were barely 13. For the first time, she truly felt how young that age was. Katie answered that these girls were precocious. The two of them had done some pretty wild things at not much older. Camille countered that they had never been that cruel. Katie met her eyes and said they had come pretty damn close. They stared at each other, privately tallying old power plays. Katie continued that Amma had tormented Anne and Natalie quite a lot. It was nice, she added, that Camille's mother had taken such an interest in them. Camille noted her mother had tutored Anne. Katie described how Adora worked with both girls during Mother's Aid, invited them home, fed them after school, and sometimes stood outside the playground fence during recess just watching them. The image flashed through Camille, her mother's fingers laced in the chain link, hungry eyes fixed on the girls, her mother in white, holding Natalie, finger pressed to her own lips in a hush. Katie suddenly asked if they were done. She was tired of talking about it and clicked off the tape recorder. Then she smiled and brought up the rumor about Camille and the cute cop. Camille smiled back and brushed it off as just rumors between two single people. Her life was nowhere near that interesting. Katie mentioned that John Keene might tell a different story, her china blue eyes steady and unsmiling now. Camille stood up, ready to leave. Katie followed her out, chewing the inside of her cheek. Camille thanked her for the time and said it had been good to see her. Katie returned the courtesy and wished her a nice rest of her stay. As Camille reached the steps, Katie called after her with one leg bent inward like a little girl. "Friendly advice," she said. "Get home and wash herself. She stank." Camille drove home with her mind stumbling through ominous images of her mother. The word omen pulsed against her skin. She saw thin, wild-haired Joya peeling skin from her mother sawing through her own hair with pills and potions. Marion reduced to bones in white satin with dried blonde curls. Her mother tending to those violent little girls, perhaps painting Natalie's nails before or after strangling her. You're crazy to think it. You're crazy not to. 3 little pink bikes stood lined up on the porch, white wicker baskets fluttering with ribbons. Inside one lay an oversized stick of lip gloss and a joint in a sandwich bag. She slipped through a side door and climbed the stairs. Loud giggling and shrieks came from Amma's room. She opened the door without knocking. The 3 blondes stood in a circle around Amma, short shorts and miniskirts showing shaved stick legs. Amma sat on the floor fiddling with her dollhouse, tube of superglue beside her, hair piled high and tied with a big blue ribbon. They shrieked again when she greeted them, flashing outraged, delighted smiles. Amma looked up, no longer bandaged but feverish and tweaked. In a syrupy, old-fashioned voice, she announced they were just playing dolls and asked if Camille didn't think she had the most beautiful dollhouse. The brassy blonde echoed the question in a husky voice. Only Jodes kept staring into the dollhouse as if she could disappear inside it. Camille asked if Amma felt better. Amma whinnied that she did indeed, and hoped her sister felt well also. The girls giggled like a shared shudder. One called through the closing door that maybe Camille should take Jodes with her. Jodes wasn't long for the group. Camille ran a warm bath despite the heat, sat naked with chin on knees as the water rose around her. The room smelled of mint soap and the sweet spittoon scent of recent sex. She felt raw, thoroughly used, and strangely satisfied. She closed her eyes, slid lower, and let the water fill her ears. Alone. The word surprised her. She wished she had carved it somewhere. The bare patch of scalp her mother had left her prickled with goosebumps. When she opened her eyes, her mother was hovering over the tub rim, long blonde hair framing her face. Camille lurched upright, covering her breasts and splashing water onto her mother's pink gingham sundress. Her mother asked where she had gone. She had been frantic but couldn't leave because Amma had had a bad night. Camille demanded to know what was wrong with Amma. Her mother asked again where she had been the night before. Her mother reached for her face. Camille flinched. The hand returned, patting her cheek and smoothing back wet hair. When it pulled away, her mother looked startled by the moisture, as if it had damaged her own skin. She said simply that she had to take care of Amma. Goosebumps rose on Camille's arms. Her mother noticed and remarked that she must be cold. Her nipples were hard. She handed Camille a glass of bluish milk in silence. Camille drank it while her mother hummed and ran her tongue slowly over her lower lip in a gesture that felt nearly obscene. Her mother told her she had never been such a good girl when she was little, always so willful. Maybe her spirit had finally been broken a little in a good and necessary way. She left. Camille sat in the cooling water for a full hour, waiting for stomach cramps, dizziness, fever, anything. Nothing came. When she opened the bedroom door, Amma was already waiting in her bed, arms crossed lazily. Amma told her she was gross and couldn't believe she had fucked a baby killer. She was just as nasty as their mother said. Camille warned her not to listen to their mother. She wasn't trustworthy, and not to turn on her. In this family, they hurt each other awfully quickly. Amma asked Camille to tell her about his dick, whether it had been nice. Her voice carried the same cloying sweetness from earlier, but her body squirmed under the sheets, eyes wild and face flushed. Camille refused, saying she didn't want to talk about it with her. Amma reminded her she hadn't been too grown up a few nights ago and asked if they weren't friends anymore. Camille insisted she needed to lie down now. Amma noted it must have been a hard night and warned that everything was only going to get worse. She kissed Camille on the cheek, slid out of the bed, and clattered down the hall in her big plastic sandals. 20 minutes later, the vomiting started, wrenching, sweaty heaves that made Camille picture her stomach contracting and bursting. She sat on the bathroom floor between spasms, propped against the wall in an ill-fitting t-shirt. Outside, blue jays bickered. Inside, her mother called for Gala. An hour later, she was still vomiting off-green bile that came out slow and sinewy like syrup. She pulled on clothes, brushed her teeth gingerly, too deep, and the gagging returned. Alan sat on the front porch in a blue seersucker suit and Panama hat, reading a large leather-bound book titled Only Horses. A bumpy orange carnival glass bowl holding green pudding rested on the arm of his rocking chair. He looked serene as a pond. He asked if her mother knew she was leaving. She said she would be back soon. He thanked her for doing much better with her mother lately. Adora seemed quite improved, even her dealings with Amma smoother. He always paused before his own daughter's name as if it carried something dirty. She answered that was good. He hoped she was feeling better about herself too. Liking oneself was important, and a good attitude spread as easily as a bad one. She told him to enjoy the horses. He said he always did. The drive to Woodbury was broken by lurching stops at the curb where she vomited more bile and a little blood. 3 times, once vomiting down the car door because she couldn't open it fast enough. She used the old warm cup of strawberry pop and vodka to rinse it off. St. Joseph's Hospital in Woodbury was a huge golden brick cube with amber windows. Marian had called it the Waffle. It was the hospital you ended up at only if you were trapped in the Missouri boot heel. A large woman with a comically round bust sat at the information desk, radiating "Do Not Disturb." Camille waited. The woman pretended to read a magazine, trailing a finger along each line. Camille stepped closer. She spoke with a mix of petulance and patronizing she disliked in herself, asking to track down medical records. The woman told her to put a request in with her doctor. Camille said they were her sisters. The woman said her sister should request them. Camille told her her sister was dead. The woman's attention came grudgingly. She asked if the sister had died there. Camille nodded. Dead on arrival, with lots of emergency treatment and a doctor based at the hospital. The woman asked the date of death. Camille gave May 1st, 1988. The woman whistled that it was a long way back and hoped Camille was patient. 4 hours later, after 2 screaming matches with nurses, a desperate flirtation with a pale, fuzzy-faced administrator, and 3 more vomiting trips to the bathroom, Marian's files landed in Camille's lap. 1 folder for each year of her life, growing thicker. Most doctors' notes were illegible. Countless useless tests. Brain scans, heart scans, a camera down the throat with radiant dye, heart apnea monitors. Possible diagnoses included diabetes, heart murmur, acid reflux, liver disease, pulmonary hypertension, depression, Crohn's, lupus. Stapled to one report was a feminine pink sheet of lined stationery in proper rounded cursive, the pen pressing angrily deep into the paper. It was from a nurse who had attended Marian's tests that week in previous stays. She wrote strongly, underlined twice, that the child was not sick at all. Were it not for her mother, she would be perfectly healthy. Symptoms appeared only after time alone with the mother, even on days she had felt well before. The mother showed no interest when Marian was well and seemed to punish her. She held the child only when sick or crying. The nurse and several others believed both the child and her sister should be removed from the home for observation. Signed, Beverly Van Lum. Camille pictured the nurse, busty and tight-lipped, hair in a determined bun, writing the note after being forced to leave limp Marian in Adora's arms. Within an hour, she found Beverly Van Lum in the pediatric ward, a large room with 4 beds, only 2 occupied. One girl read placidly. A boy slept upright in a metal neck brace screwed into his spine. Beverly was nothing like Camille had imagined. Tiny late 50s, silver hair cropped short, flowered nursing pants, bright blue jacket, pen behind her ear. She recognized Camille immediately and seemed unsurprised she had finally come. Beverly greeted her warmly in a deep voice, saying it was nice to meet her again after all these years, though she hated the circumstances. Sometimes she daydreamed Marian would walk in all grown up with babies. Daydreams could be dangerous. Camille said she had come because she read the note. Beverly snorted and capped her pen. It had done little good. If she hadn't been so young and awed by the doctors, she would have done more than write a note. Back then, accusing a mother of such a thing was almost unheard of. She had nearly been fired. No one wanted to believe it. It sounded like Brothers Grimm, Munchausen by proxy. The caregiver, usually the mother, made the child ill for attention. Munchausen was making yourself sick. MBP was making your child sick to look like a devoted parent, like a wicked fairy queen. Camille said it sounded familiar. Beverly said it was becoming well-known and popular. People loved new and creepy. She remembered anorexia in the 80s. More TV movies meant more girls starving. Camille had seemed okay, though. She was glad. Camille said she was mostly okay, but had another sister born after Marian and worried about her. Beverly said she should. With an MBP mother, it didn't pay to be the favorite. Camille had been lucky her mother hadn't taken more interest in her. Med students in green scrubs zipped by in a wheelchair, followed by two laughing guys. Beverly rolled her eyes and called them med students. Camille asked if any doctors had followed up on the report. Beverly said they saw it as a childless, jealous nurse's pettiness. Different time. Nurses got a little more respect now. To be fair, she hadn't pushed hard. Fresh off a divorce, she needed the job and secretly wanted someone to tell her she was wrong. When Marian died, she drank for 3 days. She was buried before Beverly asked the head of pediatrics about the note again and was told to take the week off. She had been labeled hysterical. Camille's eyes stung with sudden tears. Beverly took her hand and said she was sorry. Camille said she was so angry that it had happened at all and that it had taken this long to figure it out. Beverly said she couldn't imagine what it was like for Camille to accept it about her own mother. At least justice looked like it would be served now. How long had the detective been on the case? Camille asked which detective. Beverly said Willis, good-looking, sharp. He had Xeroxed every page of Marian's files and quizzed her until her fillings hurt. He hadn't mentioned another little girl but said Camille was okay. He got squirmy and bashful when he mentioned her. Beverly thought he had a crush. Camille stopped crying, wadded the tissues, and tossed them in the trash. The reading girl glanced curiously at the basket. Camille thanked Beverly and headed out, feeling wild and desperate for open sky. Beverly caught up at the elevator, took both her hands, and urged her to get her sister out of that home. She wasn't safe. Between Woodbury and Wind Gap, Camille stopped at a biker bar off XIII that sold 6-packs with no ID check. She had gone there often in high school. Next to the dartboard was a payphone. She grabbed quarters and called Curry. Eileen answered, her voice soft and steady. Camille started sobbing before she could say more than her name. Eileen asked what was wrong, if she was okay. Of course she wasn't. She was sorry. She had told Frank to pull Camille out after the last call. What was it? Camille kept sobbing, unable to form words. A dart thunked into the board. Eileen asked if she was hurting herself again and said she was scaring her. Camille managed, my mother, before collapsing into more heaving sobs, nearly bent double. Eileen asked if her mother was all right. Camille wailed no, a long childish sound. She heard Eileen murmur Frank's name urgently. Something horrible had happened. Then the crash of glass as Curry stood too fast, his whiskey tumbler hitting the floor. Curry's gruff voice came on, startling like hands shaking her arms, demanding she talk and tell him what was wrong. Camille hissed that she knew who did it. Curry said that was no reason to cry. Had the police made an arrest? She said not yet, but she knew who did it. Another thunk from the dartboard. He pressed her to tell him who. She pressed the phone to her mouth and whispered, my mother. He asked her to speak up. Was she at a bar? She yelped into the phone that her mother did it, the words splattering out. Silence stretched too long. Curry said she was under a lot of stress and he had been wrong to send her down there so soon after everything. He wanted her to go to the nearest airport right now, leave the car, fly home without packing. Charge the ticket, he would pay her back. She needed to come home now. Home, 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 like he was trying to hypnotize her. Camille whimpered that she would never have a home, then broke into fresh sobs. She told Curry she had to go take care of this and hung up while he was still ordering her not to. She tracked Richard to Gritty's, where he sat over a late supper studying Philadelphia clippings about Natalie's scissors attack. He gave her a grudging nod as she slid into the opposite seat, glanced at his greasy cheese grits, then studied her swollen face. She demanded whether he was all right, then told him she believed her mother had killed Marion and the two girls, and that she knew he believed it too. She had just come back from Woodbury. Outrage had replaced sorrow somewhere on the highway. She shook, words stuttering out of her, unable to believe he had slept with her only to dig for information about her mother. What kind of sick man was he? Richard slid a 10 under his plate, came around the table, took her arm, and steered her outside to the car. He drove in silence up the bluff, lifting a hand every time she tried to speak. She finally turned away, staring at the woods blurring past in blue-green streaks. They parked at the same river overlook from weeks earlier. The water churned below, moonlight flashing on patches of current like a beetle scuttling through fallen leaves. Richard spoke without looking at her, admitting the cliché. At first he had only been interested because of her mother. But he had genuinely fallen for her, as much as anyone could fall for someone as closed off as she was. He understood why she was that way. He had planned to question her formally, but hadn't known how close she and Adora were and didn't want to tip her off. It had started as nothing more than a hunch from scattered gossip about her, Marion, Amma, and Adora. Women didn't fit the profile for serial child murder, yet after James Capisi's story of the fairy tale witchwoman, he had begun to see it differently. Her voice came out flat and metallic when she asked how. He said the boy kept returning to him, not that he had literally seen her mother, but some deep feeling or fear that had shaped itself into that image. He had started wondering what kind of woman would kill little girls and take their teeth, one who craved total control, whose nurturing had twisted into something wrong. Both Anne and Natalie had been carefully tended before they died, nails painted bright pink, legs shaved, lipstick applied. The parents had noticed the uncharacteristic details, and the teeth. Weren't a girl's smile her best weapon? In these two cases, literally so, her own reporting on the biting had crystallized it for him. The killer resented any strength in girls, saw it as vulgar, tried to mother and dominate them into her own image. When they fought back, she flew into rage. They had to die. Strangling was pure dominance, slow and personal. One day in his office, after writing the profile, he had closed his eyes and seen Adora's face. She had no alibi for either night. Beverly Van Lum's note about Marion only strengthened it. They would still need to disinter Marion for solid traces of poisoning. Camille told him to leave Marion alone. He said he couldn't. It was the right thing and they would be respectful. His hand settled on her thigh, not her hand or shoulder. She asked whether John had ever truly been a suspect. He answered that the name had always circulated. Vickery had been fixated, thinking Natalie's violence might run in the family, plus John was an outsider. She pressed whether he had any real proof about her mother or if it was all supposition. He said tomorrow they would get the search warrant. Adora would have kept the teeth. He was telling her now only as a courtesy because he respected and trusted her. She said she needed to get Amma out of the house. He assured her nothing would happen tonight. She should go home, act completely normal, and give her statement tomorrow. It would help the case. She told him her mother had been hurting her and Amma, drugging and poisoning them somehow. Nausea rose again. Richard lifted his hand from her thigh and asked why she hadn't said anything earlier. They could have tested her, and it would have been strong evidence for the case. God damn it. She thanked him sarcastically for the concern. He asked if anyone had ever told her she was overly sensitive. She answered not once. Gayla stood like a watchful ghost at the front door when Camille pulled up the hill. She flickered away, and by the time Camille reached the carriage porch, the dining room light clicked on. The smell of ham hit her before she opened the door. Ham, collards, corn. The family sat motionless around the table like actors waiting for the curtain. Adora presided at the head, Alan and Amma on either side, a place set for her at the far end. Gayla pulled out the chair and whispered back to the kitchen in her nurse's uniform. Camille was sick of nurses. Beneath the floor, the washing machine rumbled steadily. Adora called out too loudly, asking if she had had a nice day and telling her to sit. They had held dinner so they could eat as a family, since she would be leaving soon. Camille asked if she would. Adora said they were about to arrest her little friend and hoped she wasn't better informed than the reporter. She smiled at Alan and Amma like a gracious hostess, rang her small bell, and Gayla carried in the gelatin wobbly ham on a silver tray, a pineapple slice sliding down its side. Alan told Adora to carve. She sliced thick pieces, blonde wisps fluttering as she passed plates. Camille shook her head when Amma offered her a serving and sent it on to Alan. Adora muttered that she still hadn't grown out of the no-ham phase. Camille answered that the phase of not liking ham had never ended. Amma asked whether John would be executed, her John on death row. Adora had dressed her in a white sundress with pink ribbons and tight braids. Anger rolled off her like a stench. Camille said Missouri had the death penalty, and these murders certainly called for it if anything did. Amma asked if they still used the electric chair. Alan said no. Now it was lethal injection, and told her to eat her meat. Adora murmured that it was like putting a cat to sleep. Camille pictured her mother strapped to a gurney, exchanging pleasantries with the doctor before the needle went in, fitting, dying by poisoned needle. Amma asked Camille which fairy tale character she would be. Camille answered Sleeping Beauty. A life spent dreaming sounded too lovely. Amma said she would be Persephone. Gayla slapped collards and corn onto Camille's plate. Camille forced herself to eat one kernel at a time, her gag reflex tightening with every chew. Amma explained that Persephone was queen of the dead. Beautiful, stolen by Hades to the underworld as his wife. Her mother fought so fiercely that Hades had to return her, but only for 6 months each year. So half her life with the dead, half with the living. Alan asked why such a creature would appeal to her. She could be so ghastly. Amma said she felt sorry for Persephone because even back with the living people feared her for where she had been, and even with her mother she was never truly happy because she knew she would have to return underground. She grinned at Adora, jabbed a huge bite of ham into her mouth, and crowed. Amma yelled for sugar. Adora told her to use the bell. She wasn't eating either. Gayla returned with a bowl of sugar and sprinkled a spoonful over Amma's ham and tomatoes. Amma whined to let her do it. Adora said Gayla would do it because Amma always put too much on. Amma asked Camille whether she would be sadder if John died or if she herself died, sucking on a slice of ham. Camille answered that she didn't want anyone to die. Windgap had already seen too much death. Alan said hear hear, oddly festive. Amma insisted certain people should die. John should, even if innocent. He was ruined now that his sister was dead. Camille said by that same logic she herself should die, since her sister was dead and she was ruined. Amma studied her and said maybe, but she liked her so she hoped not. She turned to Adora and asked what she thought. It struck Camille that Amma never used any name for her mother, as if she didn't quite know what to call her. Adora said wearily that Marion had died a long time ago, and perhaps they all should have ended with her. Then, suddenly bright, she added that they hadn't, and they just kept moving on, didn't they? She rang the bell. Gayla circled the table, clearing plates like a decrepit wolf. Blood orange sorbet arrived for dessert. Adora slipped discreetly into the pantry and returned with 2 slender crystal vials, her eyes wet and pink. Camille's stomach lurched. Adora announced that she and Camille would have their drinks in the bedroom. She fixed her hair in the sideboard mirror. She was already in her nightgown. Camille followed her up the stairs exactly as she had as a child. Inside the room at last, the massive bed with pillows sprouting like barnacles, the full-length mirror set into the wall, the famous ivory floor glowing as if they stood in a snowy moonlit landscape. Adora tossed the pillows to the floor, pulled back the covers, and motioned for Camille to sit in the bed, then climbed in beside her. After Marion died, when her mother had shut herself away for months and refused her, Camille had never dared imagine lying here. Now, more than 15 years too late, here she was. Adora ran her fingers through Camille's hair and handed her the drink. It smelled of brown apples. Camille held it stiffly and did not sip. Adora told her that when she was a little girl, her own mother had driven her barefoot into the North Woods and left her there, indifferent, almost bored, without a word of explanation. She had simply taken her hand, pulled her off the trail, dropped it, and told her not to follow. At 8 years old, her feet had been shredded by the time she limped home. Her mother had merely looked up from the evening paper and gone to her room. This room. Camille asked why she was telling her this. Adora said that when a child learned that her mother didn't care, bad things happened. Camille answered that she knew exactly what that felt like. Adora's fingers kept moving through her hair, one finger tracing the bare circle of scalp. Adora told her she had wanted to love her, but Camille had been so hard. Marian had been easy. Camille said, "Enough, Mama." Adora answered no, not enough. She wanted to take care of her, just once, let her need her. Camille thought, let it end, let it all end. She said, "Then let's do it." She swallowed the drink in one long pull, peeled her mother's hands from her head, and forced her voice steady. Camille lay in the dark, the weight of long-buried truth pressing on her chest. She had needed her mother all along, in a deep, unmanufactured way that could not be switched on and off at will. Forgiveness for what Adora had done to Marian was impossible. Marian had only been a baby. Her mother answered softly that Marian would always be her baby. Camille drifted into uneasy sleep without the fan running. She woke drenched, sheets glued to her skin by her own sweat and urine. Her teeth chattered violently while her heartbeat hammered behind her eyes. She lunged for the bedside trash can and vomited, hot liquid splashing up with 4 yellow kernels of corn floating on top. Adora appeared in the doorway before Camille could even pull herself back onto the bed. She had clearly been waiting just outside, darning socks beside Marian's photo, anticipating this exact moment of sickness. Adora coaxed her gently toward the bathtub. She peeled away the damp shirt and pajama bottoms, her sharp blue gaze lingering for one brief second on Camille's neck, breasts, hips, and legs. Camille vomited again as she stepped into the tub, her mother steadying her hand. More hot fluid ran down her front and across the porcelain. Adora snatched a towel, soaked it with rubbing alcohol, and wiped her down with detached efficiency. She poured glass after glass of cold water over Camille's head to break the fever, then fed her 2 more pills and another glass of thin, pale milk. Camille swallowed everything with the same defiant bitterness that had carried her through past benders, silently challenging what else her body could endure. She owed Marian that much. The cycle repeated, vomiting into the tub, draining it, refilling, draining again. Ice packs pressed against her shoulders and between her legs. Heat packs on her forehead and knees. Tweezers probed the wound on her ankle, followed by stinging alcohol and flushing pink water. A silent plea to vanish throbbed from the cuts on her neck. Adora's lashes were plucked bare, her left eye leaking fat tears while her tongue kept wetting her upper lip. As consciousness slipped away, Camille registered a strange comfort. She was being cared for. Her mother was sweating through the motions of mothering. It felt almost flattering. No one else would do this. A flicker of jealousy for Marian stirred inside her. She woke again, floating in a half-full lukewarm bath. Weak and steaming, Camille hauled herself out, wrapped her mother's thin cotton robe around her body, and opened the door just as Richard burst in. Her mother's high, ragged screams echoed behind him. Richard asked if she was all right, concern cutting through the wails. Then his mouth dropped open. He tilted her head, stared at the cuts on her neck, and pulled the robe open. He flinched hard. He muttered something between disbelief and uneasy laughter. Camille asked what was wrong with her mother. Richard demanded what was wrong with her instead, realizing she was a cutter. She told him she cut words, as if that changed anything. He saw the words clearly enough. She pressed again about her mother's screaming, the room tilting as dizziness hit. She dropped heavily to the floor. Richard asked if she was sick. She nodded and asked if he had found something. Vickery and other officers rushed past her room. Adora staggered after them moments later, hands twisted in her hair, screaming for them to leave and warning they would regret it. Richard said they hadn't found anything yet and asked how sick she really was. He touched her forehead, retied her robe, and avoided looking at her face any longer. She shrugged like a sullen child. He told her everyone had to leave the house. She needed to dress so he could take her to the doctor. Camille answered that he needed his evidence and hoped enough poison still lingered inside her. By evening, police had emptied Adora's panty drawer, 8 vials of discontinued overseas anti-malarial pills known to cause fever and blurred vision, 72 industrial-grade laxative tablets for farm animals, 3 dozen misused anti-seizure tablets that triggered dizziness and nausea, 3 bottles of ipecac syrup meant to induce vomiting, 161 horse tranquilizers, and a nurse's kit filled with loose pills, vials, and syringes Adora had no legitimate use for. Traces of each substance appeared in Camille's toxicology results. From Adora's hat box came a flowered diary entered into evidence. Its entries revealed cold calculations. On September 14, 1982, Adora decided to stop tending Camille and focus on Marian, noting Camille's anger at illness and her refusal to be touched, calling her spiteful like Joya and admitting outright hatred. Marian, by contrast, became a perfect, doting patient when sick. Later entries from March 1985 described Marian's hospital trips, Adora's careful choice of yellow suit, flirtation with Dr. Jameson, and plans to impress the nurses with treats. The final May 10, 1988 entry simply recorded Marian's death, the weight loss it brought, and how kind everyone had been. The most damning evidence lay under the cushion of the yellow brocade love seat in Adora's room, a small, feminine pair of pliers stained with trace blood, matching Anne Nash and Natalie Keene. The girls' teeth were never recovered from the house. Camille's mind kept supplying images of them scattered, tossed from a baby blue convertible into roadside thicket, dropped like pebbles into Falls Creek, or buried like tiny bones in the rose garden. Police checked every spot. None held the teeth. On May 28th, Adora Krellin was arrested for the murders of Anne Nash, Natalie Keene, and Marian Krellin. Alan posted the steep bail so she could await trial at home. The court decided Camille should take custody of her half-sister Amma. 2 days later, she drove north to Chicago with the girl beside her. Amma exhausted her. The child paced like a caged animal, firing anxious questions about the loud city, the small apartment, and the danger outside, while constantly demanding proof of Camille's love. She burned with restless energy now that she was no longer forced into bed several times a month. By August, Amma became fixated on female killers, Lucretia Borgia, Lizzie Borden, a Florida woman who drowned her daughters. She declared them special, her therapist suggesting it was a way to process forgiveness for her mother. After 2 sessions, Amma refused more, screaming on the floor. Instead, she spent hours working on her detailed dollhouse replica of Adora's house. The therapist called it her method of handling what had happened there. Camille privately thought she should smash it. Amma slapped her when she brought the wrong shade of blue fabric for the dollhouse bed and spat on the floor when refused an expensive walnut toy sofa. Hug therapy, clutching Amma close and repeating declarations of love, failed 4 times with slammed doors and insults. On the 5th attempt, they both broke into laughter. Alan paid for Amma to attend the elite Bell School, 9 blocks away. She quickly gathered a circle of pretty friends who began yearning for Missouri ways. Camille especially liked Lily Burke, bright and sunny with freckles, big front teeth, and chocolate brown hair, the exact shade of the rug in Camille's old bedroom. Lily became a regular at the apartment, helping with dinner, asking about homework, sharing boy stories. With each visit, Amma grew quieter, eventually shutting her door pointedly when Lily arrived. One night, Camille woke to find Amma standing over her bed, feverish and whispering that Camille liked Lily better. Sweat soaked her nightgown. Her teeth chattered. Camille guided her to the bathroom, sat her on the toilet, and wiped her brow with a cool washcloth. They stared at each other, Amma's slate blue eyes blank and cold like Adora's winter pond. Camille poured aspirin into her palm, hesitated, then poured the rest down the drain after giving Amma just 2. The familiar smell made her mouth water with unwanted recognition. Amma whined that she needed to be put in the bathtub and washed. Camille lifted the nightgown away. The girl's naked body stunned her. Thin, sticky legs, a jagged round scar on one hip, faint down between her legs, yet full, voluptuous breasts for a 13-year-old. Amma climbed into the tub and drew her knees to her chin. She whimpered for rubbing alcohol. Camille refused, telling her to simply relax. Amma's face flushed pink. Tears spilled, turning into wrenching sobs and then a long, mournful howl. Camille told her they would not do things the way Adora had done them anymore. Camille learned of Lily Burke's disappearance on October 12th. 4 hours later, the girl's body turned up propped neatly beside a dumpster 3 blocks from their apartment, only 6 teeth missing, the oversized front 2 and 4 from the bottom. She phoned Windgap and waited 12 minutes on hold until the police confirmed Adora remained inside her house. Camille found the evidence first. She let the officers discover it later, but she found it. With Amma stalking behind her like an angry dog, she ripped through the apartment, flipping cushions and yanking open drawers. By the time she reached Amma's room, the girl had grown calm and smug. Camille emptied panty drawers, dumped the wish chest, flipped the mattress, then tore apart the dollhouse room by room, smashing the 4-poster bed, the daybed, the lemon-yellow love seat. When she wrenched out the brass canopy and destroyed the vanity, a scream tore loose. Maybe hers, maybe Amma's, maybe both. Beneath the wreckage lay the floor of her mother's bedroom, 56 tiny teeth, cleaned, bleached, and shining like ivory tiles. The 3 blonde girls struck plea deals for lighter sentences in a psychiatric hospital and admitted helping Amma murder Anne and Natalie. They had taken Adora's golf cart, idled near Anne's house, and lured the child with the promise that Adora wanted to say hello. In the North Woods, they staged a pretend tea party, dressed Anne up, played with her, then grew bored. When Anne tried to run, Amma chased her down, tackled her, and struck her with a rock. The bite mark on Amma's hip had been right there all along. The blondes held Anne while Amma strangled her with a stolen clothesline. It took an hour to quiet Jodes and another hour for Amma to pull the teeth, Jodes crying throughout. They dumped the body in the creek, cleaned up at Kelsey's carriage house, and watched a movie while sipping white wine from Sprite bottles and eating cantaloupe. James Capisi had told the truth about the glowing woman. Amma had wrapped herself in a white sheet, powdered her skin, and become Artemis the Huntress. She whispered to Natalie that it was only a game and led her through the woods to the carriage house, where they kept her 48 hours, shaving her legs, dressing her, feeding her in shifts while the town panicked. Just after midnight, they held her down. Amma strangled her and pulled the teeth herself. Children's teeth came out easily with enough pressure on the pliers. The girls drove the golf cart to Main Street before dawn, carried Natalie through the narrow gap between stores, and propped her up for discovery. Jodes cried again. They briefly considered killing her too. Amma murdered Lily alone. She struck the girl on the back of the head with a rock, strangled her with her bare hands, pulled the 6 teeth, and cut her hair in the alley behind the dumpster. She had carried the rock, pliers, and scissors to school in the hot pink backpack Camille had bought her. Lily's chocolate brown hair Amma braided into a tiny rug for Camille's room in the dollhouse. Adora was convicted of first-degree murder for what she had done to Marion. Her lawyer prepared an appeal, eagerly followed by the fans on freeadora.org. Alan closed the Windgap house and rented an apartment near her prison in Vandalia, Missouri, writing letters on days he could not visit. Quickie paperbacks appeared about their family. Publishers flooded Camille with offers. Curry urged her to accept one, then wisely dropped it. John sent a kind, pained letter explaining he had suspected Amma all along and had moved in with Meredith partly to watch over her. That explained the conversation Camille had overheard, Amma toying with his grief, pain as flirtation. Richard never contacted her again. The way he had stared at her scarred body had made that clear. Amma would stay locked up until at least her 18th birthday and probably longer. Visitors were allowed twice a month. Camille went once. In the cheerful playground ringed by barbed wire, little girls in prison clothes climbed monkey bars and slid down a warped slide in endless silent loops while heavy guards watched. Amma had shaved her hair to the scalp. It gave her an eerie, elven look. When Camille took her hand, it was slick with sweat. Amma pulled away. Camille had sworn to keep the visit light, yet the questions spilled out immediately. Why the teeth? Why these bright girls? How they could have offended her? Amma stared bitterly at the girls on the slide and said she hated everyone here. They were crazy or stupid, and she hated touching their laundry. After a long silence, she spoke into her chest. She had been friends with them for a while, running wild in the woods, hurting things together, even killing a cat. But then Adora grew interested in them. They stopped being Amma's secrets. They came to the house, asked about being sick, threatened to ruin everything. And why had Anne been allowed to bite her mother when Amma could not? She took the teeth only because the dollhouse had to be perfect, just like everything she loved. Camille sensed there was more. Anne and Natalie had died because Adora paid them attention. Amma had let her mother sicken her for years, controlling Adora by submitting to the illness and demanding absolute loyalty in return. No other little girls allowed. The same reason she killed Lily. She believed Camille liked her better. On the day of Emma's arrest, when everything finally unraveled, Curry and Eileen sat on Camille's couch like worried sentinels. She slipped a knife up her sleeve, went into the bathroom, stripped off her shirt, and drove the blade deep into the perfect circle on her back, grinding it back and forth until the skin hung in shredded scribbles. Curry broke in just before she reached her face. They packed her things and took her home. She now slept in their finished basement with a bed and a little space of her own. All sharp objects were locked away, though she had not tried very hard to reach them. She was learning to be cared for. She was learning to be parented. Curry and Eileen woke her each morning and put her to bed with kisses, or in Curry's case, a gentle chuck under the chin. She drank nothing stronger than his grape soda. Eileen drew her baths and sometimes brushed her hair. The touch no longer gave her chills, and they counted that as progress. It was almost May 12th, exactly 1 year since she had returned to Wind Gap. The date fell on Mother's Day. Sometimes she thought of that night soothing Amma in the bathroom, how naturally the care had come. In dreams she washed the girl and dried her brow, waking with her stomach turning and her upper lip damp. She wondered whether the kindness had been real or whether she simply carried Adora's sickness. At night, when her skin began to pulse, she wavered between the two. Lately she had been leaning toward kindness. The end. Thank you for staying with the story until the very end, for letting its darkness settle in and its questions linger. Gillian Flynn wrote sharp objects while working full-time as a reporter at Entertainment Weekly. She carved out the novel in stolen nighttime and weekend hours, fighting to maintain its moist, gothic tone against the upbeat demands of her day job. The core idea emerged from her fascination with the darker corners of the female psyche, female rage, violence passed down through generations, and the quiet ways women harm themselves and each other. One spark came when she absent-mindedly doodled words on her own leg during a phone call. The image of a woman carving language into her skin became Camille Preaker's haunting self-injury. Flynn has said she initially wanted to explore female violence without a mystery, but after devouring Dennis Lehane's Mystic River, she realized the whodunit structure would make the psychological rot impossible to look away from. Published in 2006, the book arrived at a time when stories about imperfect, messy women were still struggling to find publishers. Flynn faced rejections precisely because her protagonist was so damaged and unlikable on the surface. Yet she pushed through, refusing to soften the edges. At its heart, Sharp Objects is a Southern Gothic descent into toxic mother-daughter relationships, the seductive danger of secrets, and the violence hidden behind small-town politeness and perfect facades. It asks how much pain we inherit, how much we inflict, and how deeply we'll cut ourselves just to feel in control. Flynn later explored similar territory of unreliable women and buried truths in dark places and the global sensation Gone Girl. The story found new life in 2018 as an HBO miniseries directed by Jean-Marc Vallée, with Amy Adams delivering a raw, layered performance as Camille and Patricia Clarkson, bringing chilling elegance to the monstrously maternal Adora. Flynn herself contributed to the screenplay. The adaptation stayed remarkably faithful to the novel's spirit and many of its darkest details, while expanding the world, adding more town atmosphere, deepening supporting characters, and shifting from Camille's tight first-person narration to a broader visual perspective that made her self-destruction even more visceral on screen. Bringing a compact, intensely internal book to 8 hours of television wasn't easy. Vallée shot it like a long feature film, favoring imagery and atmosphere over constant dialogue, which led to creative clashes with showrunner Marty Noxon and the writers who fought to preserve the Southern Gothic language and emotional precision. The production stretched across multiple locations, and the emotional weight of the material took a toll on everyone involved. Amy Adams immersed herself so deeply that her portrayal added new layers of vulnerability and quiet fury to Camille. Patricia Clarkson made Adora both seductive and terrifying, turning maternal care into something weaponized. Vallée, fresh from Big Little Lies, brought his signature intimate, sun-dappled yet unsettling visual style, long takes, natural light, and a haunting score that made Wind Gap feel like a living, breathing trap. One fun detail: the project took nearly 12 years from book to screen. Another is how Flynn originally had a completely different killer in an early draft. She stayed up all night rethinking the entire mystery after realizing something wasn't working. While the miniseries is powerful, the original novel still holds depths that only the written word can fully capture. The raw intimacy of Camille's scarred narration, the unflinching interiority, and moments too grotesque or internal for the screen. If this retelling moved you, I gently encourage you to pick up the book and experience Flynn's prose for yourself. If you enjoyed this journey through Windgap's shadows, liking the video and subscribing helps me bring more stories like this to life. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What stayed with you most? Did the ending surprise you? Which character unsettled you the deepest? All perspectives are welcome. And if the story touched something in you, feel free to share it with someone who appreciates tales that cut close to the bone. Stories like this remind us how fragile facades can be and how much courage it takes to look at what lies beneath. Until the next one, take care of yourself out there.